Good afternoon. We'll roll call in just a moment. Let me check in with the clerks to see if everything's ready to go.
Yes, I believe we're live online.
Super. Have we got enough folks to get started, do you think? You can see the participants easier than I can, I think. Let's assume that we do. Okay, so I will start this afternoon in roll call with Councillor Neck.
Good afternoon.
Did I start with you in the morning? I might have.
Yeah, but that's okay.
Good afternoon. My notation system is breaking down here late COVID. So, Councillor McKean.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor.
Good afternoon, Councillor Nicol.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Walters.
Hello, sir.
Hello, Councillor Banga.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Carmel.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Katarina.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Zanuck.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Effinger.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
And thank you. Good afternoon to you as well. And Councillor Henderson.
Yep, I'm here. Afternoon.
That is everybody. Let me begin by acknowledging respectfully that the land we are talking about in this land use public hearing is in fact Treaty 6 territory, the traditional territory of the Cree, the Dene, the Nakota Sioux, the Saulteaux, and the Blackfoot peoples, as well as one of the great homelands of the Métis Nation. And we come together to try to build better communities for everyone in the treaty spirit. And hopefully we can channel that a bit today as we work through a full public hearing agenda. So having called to order, I need a motion now to adopt the agenda. Councillor Essinger.
I'm happy to move the City Council public hearing agenda for June 8th, 2021.
Second.
Great. Any changes to the agenda or late breaking information? Or can we adopt it as presented?
I believe we can adopt as is.
Okay. Then now the mad rush to log back into eScribe and be in the right meeting. Please vote.
Yes.
I'm a yes, sir.
I'm a yes as well.
We're just waiting for Councillor Banga's vote.
Yes.
Thank you. We have 13 votes.
Display the vote, please. That's carried unanimously. The next item would be protocol items, but I don't think we have any for today. So now we would call for a person's to I would actually have the script handy with me here. I could probably wing it, but if the clerks have it handy.
We will share it with you right away.
Great, thank you. Stand by here, folks. Apologies. It's coming. Here we go. I should be able to do this from memory now, but the clerk will call out the bylaws to be dealt with today, and I will call out the names of people we have registered to speak to each bylaw. Next, council will select the bylaws that we wish to discuss and vote on any bylaws that have not been selected for discussion today. Council will then listen to each of the bylaws that were selected for discussion and debate. And for each item, administration will first provide an overview of the bylaw, then members of the public will be invited to speak virtually using Google Meet. Those in favor will speak first, followed by those opposed. Each will have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerks will run the official timer. However, attendees may wish to use a timer at home too. When the speaker is finished, please stay on the line as council may wish to ask questions. After comments from the public, council may ask questions of city administration. And after all the speakers and questions have concluded, I will then ask each speaker if they wish to speak to new information which arose during the public hearing. This process will require patience to ensure that everyone who does wish to address council has an appropriate opportunity. Thereafter, council may close the public hearing and debate the bylaw. Please refrain from using the chat function in Google Meet during the meeting, as it can create issues of decorum, may provide unfair advantage, and may also interfere technically with the live stream. Additionally, please remember to mute your microphone when you are not presenting or answering questions. If you are experiencing any difficulties, the Office of City Clerk has resources available to facilitate communication with those of you participating in the statutory public hearing process today. Please reach out using the contact information provided in your registration or via city.clerk@edmonton.ca. Go ahead and read the bylaws, or call the bylaws.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.1, Charter Bylaw 19561, to allow for industrial businesses and limited compatible non-industrial businesses, Prince Rupert?
Yes, I have Marshall Hundred to answer questions only. Marshall, are you there?
I am, Your Worship. Thank you.
Welcome. And I have no one in opposition.
Items 3.2 and 3.3 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.2, Amendment to the South Industrial Area Outline Plan, or item 3.3, Charter Bylaw 19728, to allow for a range of industrial businesses, business uses, and limited compatible commercial uses, Strathcona Industrial Park?
Yes, I have Lunas Benin to answer questions only. Lunas, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
From Millwood Suzuki Limited. Welcome. Thank you. I have no one in opposition on this bylaw.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.4, Charter Bylaw 19716, to allow for shallow lot multi-unit housing, Secord?
Yes, I have Sarah Sherman to answer questions only from IBI Group.
Hello.
Hello. And PJ Pescott to answer questions only from Melcor.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And no one in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to items, items 3.5 and 3.6 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.5, Bylaw 19713, Amendment to the Strathcona Area Redevelopment Plan, or item 3.6, Charter Bylaw 19714, to allow for a low-rise commercial building north of and a mid-rise residential building south of the historic Canadian Pacific Railway Station, CPR Irvine, Old Strathcona?
Yes, I have Krista Laba to answer questions only from Beljan Development.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor.
Good afternoon. And Cherie Clausen from the Old Strathcona Business Association.
Hello, I'm here.
And are you to speak, Cherie?
Yes, if need be.
Oh, so you have a presentation if the item is selected?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Well, welcome to you both, and I have no one registered in opposition.
Items 3.7 and 3.8 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.7, Charter Bylaw 19722, Text Amendment to the Zoning Bylaw Urban Institutional Zone, or item 3.8, Charter Bylaw 19723, to allow for facilities of an educational and institutional nature for Concordia University, Virginia Park?
Yes, I have Marshall Hundred again.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship.
Good afternoon. I have Tim Loriman from Concordia. Tim, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I've got Bridget Burgess, also from Concordia.
Hi there.
Hello, welcome. Next, I have Vivian Manask from Reimagine Architects. Vivian, are you there?
I can see that she's joined the meet and is unmuted.
We're having difficulty hearing you, Vivian.
Our office can reach out to her to confirm that there's no technical issues.
Great. Next. Oh, sorry, it's my list. I've lost the tab. Pardon me. Bear with me. Next, I have Sean Willis to answer questions only from Bunt Engineering.
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you.
Glenn Thoman to answer questions only from Altera Engineering.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Glenn Thoman.
Thoman, gotcha.
Thoman, yeah.
Then I have Jim Gendron.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, good afternoon. I'm here.
Good afternoon. And then I have Brian Finley.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm present.
Good afternoon. And then I have Michael Wade.
Hello, I'm here.
Good afternoon. And then registered in opposition, I have Sherry Heschuk.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I have Shyla Clan next.
I'm here, Mayor Iveson. Thanks.
Welcome. I have Gerhard Clan next.
Yeah, I'm present. Thank you.
Welcome. And then I have Hans Smits.
Yes, present.
Good afternoon. And then I have Will Vandervelde.
Yes, here. Thank you.
Vandervliet.
Vandervelde.
Vandervelde. Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then I have Valerie Krinke. Valerie, are you with us?
I don't believe she's checked in yet.
Okay. Then next I have Donna Stazensky.
Well said, Honorable Mayor. Yes, here and willing, ready to speak. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, I get lots of practice attempting to figure out how to pronounce people's names, so keeps me on my toes. Last but not least, on the Virginia Park item, I have Celeste Comart.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And then next up is West Ingle.
Items 3.9 and 3.10 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.9, bylaw 19720, amendment to the West Ingle Area Redevelopment Plan, or item 3.10, charter bylaw 19721, to allow for a mix of small-scale housing Inglewood?
Yes, I have Sylvia Summers from Stantec.
Hello, here.
Good afternoon. I have Justin Smalley from Inglewood Community League.
Here.
Welcome. And I have Eva Tu to answer questions only from Limac Investments, Inc.
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome. And then in opposition, I have Daryl Niedermeyer.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm here.
Good afternoon. I have Bob Arsenault next. Bob, are you there?
I believe he did check in, and I can see that he has joined the meet.
Can't hear you, Bob. Let's see if we can get you some support to be able to be heard when we get to you. We've got a bit of time, fortunately. Number 3 in opposition is Mary Jo Gariano. Mary Jo. And then next, number 4 is Miriam Hashmi.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Miriam. I'm here.
Good afternoon. Number 5 is Robert Ritchie.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor.
Good afternoon. Number 6 is Alan Zhou.
Alan has not checked in yet.
Okay. Number 7 is Caitlin Bodowitz.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor.
Good afternoon. And number 8 is Bob Arsenault.
I believe that might be a repeat.
Oh, you're right. That was number 2. Excuse me. Allergies. Okay. Next.
Items 3.11, 3.12, and 3.13 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.11, bylaw 19725, to repeal 75 plans? Item 3.12, bylaw 19726, to amend 5 area structure plans to acknowledge the repeal of 11 underlying neighborhood structure plans as proposed under bylaw 19725, or item 3.13, charter bylaw 19724, to amend text within sections 3, 710, and 900 of the zoning bylaw.
Yes, I have Stephanie Kovac from EFCL.
Present. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I have Laura Cunningham-Shepley to answer questions only from EFCL.
Yes, thank you. I'm here.
Good afternoon. I have Mariah Samji from IDEA.
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome. And then Chris Keeler from the Beverly Heights Community League.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm here.
Afternoon. And Michaela Davis from UDI Edmonton Region.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. In opposition, pardon me, I have Ayani Girona.
Hi, yes, good afternoon, present.
Welcome. I have Don Jelena.
Yep, that's me. I'm here.
Welcome. I have Sharon Bolton with the Park Allen Community League.
Sorry, my microphone was off. Yes, I'm present. Good afternoon.
Welcome. Then Diane Forbes. Also from
Yes, I'm here.
the remainder of our presenters in opposition are from Park Allen. Next would be Beverly Zubat.
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome. Then Suzanne Tredarchuk.
Present. Good afternoon.
Welcome. Then Jan Hardstaff. Jan?
I can see that she is on the meet and may just need to unmute. We can reach out as well.
Great. And then Stephen Poole.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Great. Welcome. And finally, Jerry Montgomery.
Yeah, sorry, yes, I'm here. Good afternoon.
Welcome. And that is everybody. Is there anybody we haven't called yet?
I believe there is someone who's joined the meet under the screen name Warren. If we can just confirm what item they are here to speak to.
Hi, good afternoon. I was hoping to speak to the Virginia Park Cromdale rezoning items 3.7, 3.8, I believe.
Okay, thank you. Can we just get your name?
Yeah, it's Warren. Last name is Orr, O-R-R.
Okay. Okay, and I think we should have an email address attached to your login here, so the clerk should be able to get some additional information for you just for registration for records on our end. But welcome, and we'll add you to, and that's, pardon me, to speak in opposition or in favor?
In opposition.
Okay. Well, you'll be speaker number 9 in opposition, and we'll get the clerks to add you in, which I see happening on the document right now, which is very handy. So welcome everybody to today's public hearing. We'll have a couple of shorter items and then a couple of longer items, so hang in there. But I think we can get through everything today. Famous last words, maybe. So let's now go to selection of items for debate from members of council. Councillor Caterina.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. 3.7 and 3.8, please.
3.8, the Virginia items for Councillor Caterina. Gotcha. Okay. Councillor Essinger.
Items 3.9 and 3.10.
Thank you. Councillor Essinger takes 3.9 and 3.10. And Councillor Nickel.
3.5, 3.6, and I will then also select 3.11, 12, and 13.
Councillor Nichols got 3.5 and 3.6 and 3.11 through 3.13. Any other selections today? Councillor Caterina, there's a few left to move. Go ahead.
I'll move closure of 3.1 to 3.4. And just a note, Mr. Mayor, 3.2 will be dealt with after 3.3.
Second.
Yes. Seconded by Councillor Nickel. Please vote on the omnibus bylaws not selected for debate today.
We're just waiting for Councillor Zadek's vote.
That's yes.
Thank you. We have 13 votes.
Display the vote. That's carried unanimously.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move first reading of 3.1, 3.3, and 3.4.
Second.
Please vote on first reading.
just waiting on Councillor Zadek's vote.
Yeah, technical issues, I guess. So I'm a yes. I'll
Thank
probably
you.
be voting verbally for everything.
We have 13 votes.
Display the vote, and that's carried.
Mayor, I'll move second reading of 3.1, 3.3, and 3.4.
Second.
On second reading, please vote.
Yes.
Thank you. We have 13 votes.
Display the vote, please. Carried.
And I'll move consideration for third reading on 3.1, 3, and 4.
Second.
Allow third reading. Please vote.
Thank you. We have 13 votes.
Display the vote. Carried.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move third reading of 19561, 19728, 19716.
Second.
Please vote on third and final reading.
Just waiting on Councillor Banga and Councillor Nichols' votes. Thank you. We have 13 votes.
Display the vote, please. And that's carried.
And Mr. Mayor, I'll move the amendment in 3.2.
Second.
On the amendment, please vote. That is
We have 13 votes.
display the vote, please. Carried unanimously. Okay, so those are the items 3.1 through 3.4, which council has been able to take care of without discussion. Now we're into the selected items, starting with 3.5 and 3.6, which we should get a presentation for.
Well, Mr. Mayor, we don't have anyone in opposition. I can go directly to questions of the applicant if it's so desired.
Oh, you're right. Okay. Does anybody want the presentation? Okay, not seeing any. Then Mr. DeLaba, questions for you from Councillor Nicol. Are you there, Mr. DeLaba?
Present, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Nicol.
Good morning, Mr. DeLaba. These questions really because it's kind of in an odd spot, these are really coming from the Ritchie Community League that I think you've had some correspondence with. Is that not correct?
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, and so it does say here in the documents that they did express some concerns with regards to the limited engagement process. So if you'll bear with me, I'd like to air some more of their issues in the public format here. So the first concern had to be it's the rationale of no access to 80th Ave. Do you want to talk us through that? Because that was one of the issues that they did raise.
Councillor Nicol, if you review our DC1 package, you will notice that on the site plan in Area C, there is a proposed east-west walkway that we have provided, which will be a 24-hour public access easement across our site that will provide public access from Gateway at the intersection of 80th Avenue to the CP Rail right-of-way boundary, which is our furthest east boundary. Now, obviously, we do not have any control over the CP Rail lands or the lands further to the east, but we have provided a provision in the DC1, both through the regulations and in the site plan, that do provide this future 6-meter wide pedestrian right-of-way access.
Now, the question was asked that it is purely pedestrian, correct?
Sorry, could you repeat that there, Councillor Nicol? I didn't.
It is purely pedestrian access, and this may sound odd coming from me, but what about bike access?
Councillor Nicol, it actually will be in the form of a shared use path, which will be multimodal, except for vehicles.
Yeah, Yeah, and okay. So one of the big concerns that they raised was the question of loss of park space and just general space in general. We've had comments about a future public hearing, although this is not the decision before us, that the concern about the lack of parkland space is going to be manifesting itself, not just for the rich neighborhood, but for the general area. Did you, what was your response to some of the concerns on that front?
Councillor Nicol, I think the question regarding park space is a moot point. Nothing is changing with the park space. Therefore, I'm assuming you're referring to the municipal reserve parcel located north of our site.
Correct.
This rezoning application does haven't have any impact or bearing on that municipal reserve parcel. There is a subsequent request that will be coming through that will deal with that park space. In particular, a temporary lease for utilizing that for a 5-year period, which we are currently in negotiations with administration on. To further discuss that part of the negotiations, that space will still be publicly accessible 24 hours a day. So really, the park in itself won't disappear. In fact, the plan there is to provide additional activation and programming to it to further utilize it versus its current state, which is not very well utilized at all. In fact, I think it's an overlooked piece of park space in one of our core Main Street, which is surprising to be honest.
My last question with my last minute goes to rail is still in active use. Now, can you please define that for me? What means active use? And then obviously safety concerns are going to be paramount here if we're as the proximity of the development.
Councilor Nicol, not sure what your reference to active use, as in the rail corridor isn't still in use? Is that what you're referring to?
That's in the documentation here. It says rail is in active use. So I wasn't quite sure what that meant. So I thought maybe you had one side what that actually meant. And then I'd probably ask administration maybe the same question if I was unclear.
Council, I'll defer to administration to clarifying that comment.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. DeLaba.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. DeLaba? Not seeing any. Next, then, Ms. Clausen, did you have any comments?
Yes, I mean, guess since we don't have anyone else really in opposition, I think just from the business association standpoint, so just to introduce myself, I'm the executive director of the Old Strathcona Business Association. And on behalf of our board of directors, we are largely in support of this project. And for the purposes of what's being discussed in today's meeting, we actually see a tremendous opportunity to activate a normally underutilized corridor. And we see that it will help attract investment, which is something that we are looking to do. It will help attract some small businesses with some really small commercial retail space that we don't currently have in Old Strathcona and White Avenue, which is something that we are very much looking forward to trying to do as we work towards a economic redevelopment revitalization plan and attracting new businesses. And we also really appreciate the 3-meter path that will be connecting on 80th Avenue. Our one thing that we had pointed out in this plan that we would urge the city to consider, as we don't currently have a public places plan, is to see on the other side of the tracks where 80th Avenue connects, if the city can do anything to help try to connect that pathway to what the development is going to have. We see a lot of people cutting through that space as it exists, and it's really important for us to connect West Ritchie and Old Strathcona districts. And so we see huge potential for that and would like to see that even added further. In addition to that, I think that we see some revitalization of some sidewalk space that's happening with the Gateway Boulevard renewal. And we know that the developer is looking to further enhance some of that, which is very, very welcome. And overall, just helping to revitalize that whole corridor, create a more walkable space and a more inviting space.
Thank you, Ms. Clausen. Questions on her presentation? Not seeing any. thank you both very much for those comments. And then we will turn to questions of administration. Councillor Nicol, do you have follow-up questions for admin?
Yeah, just a couple of quick ones. First, let's go to the Old Strathcona Business Association Public Places Connection. From an administrative perspective, what is this going to look like, and how do we make sure this is going to move forward? Because I think they raise a very good point.
Councillor Nicol, just to confirm, you're referring to the 80th Avenue connection?
Correct. You got to speak up there, Andrew. I can barely hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, so the 80th Avenue connection is something that this development can guarantee they will make space for, 3 meters public access easement through their site. Whether or not that we can actually build that and connect to West Ritchie will mostly depend on the railway, and it is still active.
Yeah, and so that leads me to my next question. What does active mean?
So there's still trains that use the tracks directly adjacent to the site. We have had conversations with CP within the last year about their future plans there, but the response has been that it's still in use. They do move trains there, and I know it's probably not as active as it used to be in the decades past, but it is something that's functional, and it is an industrial land.
Well, Mr. McClellan, I'm going to press you on this. Like, how often do they use it? I know they're parking. I'm just curious as to how often they use it and how active it is, because that would predicate the questions of safety concerns as well. Don't you agree?
So CP did, they weren't able to provide us like stats on exactly how often they move trains there. In speaking to some people nearby, this directly adjacent to the site here might be used a few times a year, but not a lot. They do move trains a little bit further south from this site. Relative to safety, however, our risk mitigation people have reviewed this. There is other residential development in close proximity. The DC1 does require the development to look into vibrations and noise attenuation that they might have to construct their building a little bit differently. But those details we looked again at the development permit stage.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson.
Well, just as a quick follow-up on the 80th Avenue piece, you're recommending against. I mean, we could have protected for a road right of way through there, but all that would do is create cut-through problems, correct? And that's why you're not recommending that?
That's correct, unless Mr. Saeed wants to provide more details from a transportation perspective. Yeah, essentially our analysis showed that there wouldn't be a benefit to vehicle connection there.
Yeah, and if and when, any of those connections become possible between there and actually further south, which hopefully is sooner rather than later, but CP is who they are, those same kind of issues are going to pop up all the way along. So what we've heard all the way along, I think this was part of Plan White, is there's a huge desire and demand for active use connections there, but roadway use connections are probably going to be problematic and would need to be looked at very carefully before we created any of them. Is that fair to say?
I think that's fair to say, and that's why our focus was on this active modes connection.
Yeah.
And it is really just the 80th Avenue connection that this application would block off for vehicle access. There should still be plenty of opportunities further south of 79th Avenue to.
But a lot of planning work would have to be done before we, for all the same reasons that this one might be problematic to open up. A lot of planning work would have to be done before we could understand that.
There'd be a lot of work and a lot of collaboration with CP at some point.
Yeah. Is there, in their conversations with them, just to follow up a little bit on what Councillor Nicol was saying, is there a possibility of doing something as just a pedestrian crossing, even if they still are not yet prepared to relinquish the track?
So we have started those conversations with them. We've talked to them about a few different options to try and have a safe passage for pedestrians around that point. But we haven't decided on anything, but they are open to the conversation, and we'll certainly continue to have that conversation with or without the approval of this application.
I'm trying to remember, is it fenced now, or can people use it informally?
It is definitely fenced, and it definitely gets used informally.
Formally, all right. Okay. So it probably is worth sorting this one out for safety reasons then. Great, thank you very much.
And CP understood that. We
Yeah.
approached them with the mindset that it might be in everybody's interest to create a safe connection here. If it's the reality is it's probably going to get used anyway.
Right, and it really, it's open right now, so this building won't make any difference to that.
Correct.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Thank you. I see no further questions for our city planners. So let me just ask if there's any new information which arose during the public hearing.
I'm prepared to move closure then, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councillor Henderson, seconded by Councillor Nicol.
So that's on 3.5 and 3.6.
Correct. Yeah. Please vote on closure of the public hearing.
Yes.
Thank you. We have 13 votes.
Display the vote, please. Carried.
I'll move first reading of 3.5 and 3.6, and since I may speak to it really quickly since we're here.
Second.
The seconder. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just, I think this is a very creative use of a tricky space, and respectful of the station that's there. So I want to thank the developer for working so diligently to make sure. I mean, obviously, this could have been much more contentious if that respect for that station had not been part of the design that's being done in here. And there's some small changes to the view corridors, but we lost the really important view corridor many years ago, which was actually from the east. And I think I recognize that there's a lot of work done both with our heritage planners and with the provincial folk to respect what is actually quite an important historical piece and do something that doesn't copy it or mirror it, but I think is sympathetic to it. So I just wanted to thank them for that.
Mr. Mayor, it won't allow me to click on here, so I'd like to speak to it briefly as well.
Go ahead.
Same with Councillor Henderson's comment. There are some emerging issues, though, in the general area, and I think Councillor Henderson is aware of it, that there's been an expression of concern for park space in general, particularly in Ritchie with regards to the density issues that are coming down the pipe. That's coming directly from the Community League. And I do think the issue around the community contribution, I think it is worth saying that the developer is making a contribution, but it is in their purview as to where the money goes. And I know Rich was hoping for something to go over to the other side of the tracks, but that was not to be today. So in general, Councillor Henderson is right. It is a tough piece of property and a tough piece of anytime you deal with the railroads. We all know, as Councillor Henderson knows, it's never an easy deal. So I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Not seeing any, then let's vote on first reading.
Yes.
Thank you. We have 13 votes.
Display the votes. That is carried unanimously. Want to move second reading?
Sorry, I had my mic off. I'll move second reading, 3.5 and 3.6.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote on second reading.
Thank you. We have 13 votes.
Display the vote. Carried.
Now I'll move consideration of a third reading of 3.5 and 3.6.
Second.
Allow third reading to proceed. Please vote.
We have 13 votes.
Display the votes.
And I will move third reading of Charter Bylaw 19713 and Bylaw 19713 and Charter Bylaw 19714.
Second.
Please vote on third and final reading. this very cool project?
We have 13 votes.
Display the votes. Carried. Well, we made short work that one. So next up would be the Virginia Park item. Let's get to
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
This application proposes to amend the UI urban institutional zone by adding the Concordia University campus and to rezone the site from DC2, site-specific development control provision, to UI urban institutional zone. The UI Concordia zone includes 3 sub-areas and proposes contextual heights and setbacks to ensure appropriate transitioning to the surrounding residential area, school, and road infrastructure. The urban institutional zone is meant to apply to facilities of an educational or institutional nature within the mature area of the city. The application to Edmonton's post-secondary institutions allows them to grow in accordance with their long-term expansion plans while ensuring the surrounding context is considered. The UI zone currently applies to the MacEwan and NAIT campuses. Next slide, please. The subject site is approximately 5.6 hectares in area and is located at the edge of the Virginia Park neighborhood. It is bordered on the east and north by Wayne Gretzky Drive and 112th Avenue, which are both arterial roads. To the west and south, the site is bordered by 73rd Street and Ada Boulevard. Virginia Park School is located directly west of the site, and Borden Park is northeast of the site across 112th Avenue and 73rd Street. The west portion of the Virginia Park neighborhood is mostly low-density residential, with low-rise residential zoning on the south side of 112th Avenue. The Concordia site is separated in all instances from residential by at least a roadway. Next slide, please. The site is currently zoned DC2 649, which was approved in 2004. The purpose of the current site-specific development control provision is to permit the continuation of existing educational uses and allow for expansion and minor development, intensification. This would accommodate future educational service needs and to allow temporary non-accessory parking for community events held within the area and to allow for public pedestrian access through and across the site. The proposed appendix to the UI zone, which is specific to the site, would allow a maximum building height transitioning from 14.5 meters, approximately 4 stories, in sub-area 1, highlighted in blue on your screen, to 21.25 meters in sub-area 2, highlighted in green, and 29 meters in sub-area 3, highlighted in pink, adjacent to Wayne Gretzky Drive. The overall height on the site is increasing from the overarching maximum of 12 meters in the current DC2. These proposed heights are considered to be appropriate in the context of the site. Next slide, please. Along with heights transitioning down as buildings move closer to more sensitive edges, increased setbacks are also proposed to address these edges. The graphic on your screen shows the minimum setback required for the site. The area outlined in blue requires a 6-meter setback, while the area outlined in pink requires a 3-meter setback. Smaller setbacks and increased heights are proposed for the less sensitive east side of the site, butting a wide road right-of-way. Due to public health precautions related to COVID-19, an in-person public engagement session wasn't held for this proposal. Instead, the main form of engagement for this application took place February 8th to 22nd online on Engage Edmonton. The page was visited by 308 people. We received 24 comments voicing concern over the proposal, 1 in support and 2 neutral responses. The common concerns included traffic and parking issues, height and setbacks, incompatibility with neighborhood, and that growth should be directed north of 112th. Next slide, please. The site is located in the boundaries of the Cromdale Virginia Park Area Redevelopment Plan, which designates the site for urban services, including schools, parks, churches, institutions, and utilities. The proposed rezoning aligns with the direction of the plan. It is worth mentioning, however, that the plan is being considered for repeal as part of item 311 on today's agenda. This proposal is in alignment with the applicable policies of City Plan by promoting academic institutions as anchors for innovation, entrepreneurship, and creativity, and supporting an increasingly diverse and entrepreneurial knowledge economy. Next slide, please. To conclude, administration is in support of this application as it appropriately increases in building heights while regulating setbacks in contextually sensitive manner, and creates a sensitive site-specific zone which allows for the growth of one of Edmonton's existing post-secondary institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mickelson. Before we turn to questions of you, we've got speakers to hear from, and first up will be Marshall Hundred.
So, Your Worship, if you wouldn't mind, we did have an order, and I would ask that Tim Lorman be allowed to speak first, followed by myself, and then Bridget Burgess and Vivian Van Ask would be fourth.
So Tim, Bridget, Vivian, and then you?
No, I'm second. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Tim, you, then Bridget, and Vivian?
Yes, please. Thank you.
We'll just swap the top two. Got it. Okay.
Yes, okay.
Now I'm tuned in. All right. Mr. Dr. Lorman, in fact, I presume you're up next, then followed by Mr. Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This application I'd like to highlight is an application specific to a land use issue. It is about rezoning, and it is separate from discussions that we've been having about a development permit for a new building, which I think most of the, some of the opposition, I think, is conflating these two issues, the development permit with the rezoning. That said, the rezoning will, we hope, trigger an immediate development project in the order of almost $40 million, 40 million, which I think will assist the area economically, not just the neighbourhood, but the city of Edmonton. We do have plans to build a new academic building for our students and some other facilities for our students. This rezoning will allow us to build and to move forward on our development plan that stretches out for 100 years. We've planned 100 years into the future, and ultimately, this will be good for the neighbourhood. Now, some of the community I see from some of the comments that have been made online, that some of the community want our development to occur over on the Northland side or the exhibition land site. But while we are in conversation with the city about this, we don't actually own the Northland site. Northlands is not a part of this rezoning application. And so for the purposes of this conversation, I believe Northlands is a red herring, or the exhibition lands. Concordia has been present in Highlands for almost 100 years, or the Virginia Park community. And each of our current neighbours purchased their own homes there in the knowledge that they're moving in next to a university. Universities do grow to serve their students, and we believe that our presence in the community has been and remains a positive one. I believe that Concordia has brought vibrancy to the community, it's brought a youthful presence to the community, and it's brought security into the community. I believe that this expansion, consistent with the zoning for other post-secondary institutions in Edmonton, will only allow us to enhance that positive contribution to the neighbourhood. Now, notably, our campus master plan, as Ms. Mickelson described earlier, does call for a shorter building closer to residences, almost the same height that we're allowed now under the DC2, slightly higher. And then they will, of course, increase in size as they get closer to Wayne Gretzky Drive. We've done that in response to community concerns and comments. We have listened to the community, and we have had consultations with the community over that. It has to be said, of course, not everyone is in favour of it in the community, but I don't think we ever get 100%. Part of this process has prompted Concordia to engage more with the community and in a more positive way. In that regard, we've created a community engagement policy that was just passed in December, and have started the beginnings of forming a community advisory committee so that we can have better relationships with the community moving forward. I am very much in support of this application. I believe it will be good for the area that surrounds us, and Concordia will be sensitive, continue to be sensitive to the needs of the local community. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Questions from Dr. Lorman?
Yeah, I clicked on, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Councilor Caterina.
Good afternoon, Dr. Lorman. Can you clarify so I can understand, we can all understand, this is a long-term rezoning plan for many, many years to come. What are you actually in the position to go forward with right now? What is the building and its purpose?
So, Councillor Caterina, thank you for the question. As soon as we receive the appropriate permits, we are ready to break ground on a new building. It'll be a $40 million project. It will comprise of classrooms mostly and offices, but we also have a student space, study space, and sort of hangout space as part of the plans. We have discussed this extensively with the community, and in fact made modifications of the original plan, going from about 5 or 6 stories down to the current 2-story profile of the building based on community feedback. We also made significant concessions in terms of some of the outdoor areas around the building in order to ensure the privacy of our neighbours. So we are ready to go with this is the most expensive project in our history. We've never spent $40 million on a building, but we're really looking forward to getting started on it. We already have the designs, we already have the RFPs submissions from construction firms.
And Mr. Lorman, can you speak maybe just a little bit about what brought this about in the last number of years from the classification as college to university, and what that's actually brought to you as far as reputation worldwide and foreign students and all those sorts of things that the designation has changed and provided opportunities for you to now consider this type of expansion?
Yeah, so in 2015, we changed our name to Concordia University of Edmonton. And with that came a break from the Lutheran Church and a more secular and inclusive outlook. When I took over as president in 2017, we had 1,600 students. We're now up around 4,000, closing in on 4,000 students. We don't currently have plans to grow more than 4,000 students. That, of course, can change in the future, but currently we think that's about the right size for Concordia. So we've been very prosperous, and we have a community now at Concordia that really reflects the diversity that we find in Edmonton. Our international student population has grown from, I believe we had 3 or 4 international students in 2012, and we now have 18% of our student population are international students. So, of course, we're hoping they're able to make it in for the fall, but we're also making other arrangements for them. So Concordia's story is really one of success, and we've really prospered over the last few years. And when we have a look at the demographics in Alberta over the next 20 years, the number of young people who will be attending university is significant and growing, and there will be ever more need for university seats and places. We do believe we educate good citizens with an emphasis on ethics, an emphasis on contributing to the community and giving back. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Caterina. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Then next we'll hear from Mr. Hunter.
Thank you, Your Worship, and members of council. Good afternoon. You've heard from your administration about the proposed rezoning, the associated technical studies that we prepared, and the public engagement program. And I would just like to raise a few points for your consideration. Firstly, the rezoning does not seek to change the use of this property, which is rather unusual given the majority of applications that come before you, I'm sure. Our rezoning application will maintain the existing educational uses and allow Concordia University to expand in the future. That is the stated purpose of the current DC2 provision approved in December of 2004. And that is also the stated purpose of the urban institutional zone that is proposed for this campus. So we're not asking to change the land use, rather we are updating the zoning to urban institutional, which is a zone specifically crafted by your administration for educational institutions within mature areas of Edmonton, which council approved in October of 2012. And in fact, a very small portion of Concordia's campus is already zoned urban institutional, and that was approved by council in December of 2013. Yes, the proposed UI zone provides a broader range of opportunities than are currently allowed under the DC2. However, these additional uses all complement the post-secondary educational nature of the site and are consistently found on all other UI zone campuses throughout the city. The proposed rezoning does seek to allow greater building heights for future academic buildings. However, we have recognized our adjacent residential neighbors to the west in Virginia Park by directing that increases in building height only occur in the central and eastern portions of the campus, away from residents in Virginia Park and closer to Wayne Gretzky Freeway. You should know that other educational campuses in the city with the urban institutional zone, they are allowed to build as high as 55 meters. Our proposed heights range from 14.5 meters on the west to 29 meters, or 7 to 8 stories, adjacent to the freeway on our eastern edge. As a further recognition of the residential community to our west, we've increased the side yard setback on 73rd Street from 4.5 meters to 6 meters, where that street is shared with Virginia Park Homes on the university campus. We have also cut in half the maximum floor ratio from 10 to 5, which is allowed under the urban institutional base zone, in response to concerns we heard from surrounding residents. Now, to put that FAR reduction in context for you, on a property of this size, which is 14 acres, that removes a potential of 3 million square feet of development, a sincere effort to reduce both real and perceived impacts on our surrounding neighbors. You've heard from administration describe the technical studies that we prepared in support of this rezoning, and there are no outstanding concerns. You've also heard from Tim Lorman describe the university's current expansion plans to build a new academic building, a significant investment in Edmonton, and this learning institution's place in the community. Today's rezoning approval will allow that construction to begin following the issuance of a development permit in the coming weeks. Our proposed rezoning recognizes the residential community on the western edge. It includes development regulations that are sensitive to these existing residences, and it allows Concordia University to reach its growth objectives in the future. We ask for your support today and to give these bylaws all 3 readings. Thank you, and I'd be very happy to answer questions if you have any.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter. Questions? Not seeing any so far. So going once and going twice. Okay, you're off the hook. Next is Bridget Burgess.
Good afternoon, distinguished councillors, colleagues, and guests. It is wonderful to be with you today, and I am extremely grateful to have the opportunity to speak in favor of changing the zoning of the site from a more restrictive site-specific development control provision to the urban institutional zone. This change will allow Concordia University of Edmonton to capitalize on the momentum it has been building over recent years and continue its evolution into one of Canada's preeminent small universities. My name is Bridget Burgess, and I'm the communications specialist at Concordia University of Edmonton. In my role, I have the privilege of telling stories and engaging with our students and faculty, staff, alumni, and extended Concordia community. Additionally, I am a trained public engagement practitioner, and I work closely with Concordia's leadership team on strategic initiatives. Today, I am here to speak a little bit about a new initiative that we are introducing to bridge what has historically been a gap between Concordia and the community. This new initiative is not specific to the zoning change. However, we believe it demonstrates our desire and commitment to be a good neighbor and to create opportunities for meaningful public participation as we move forward. This will be true not only for capital projects, but for any decisions that impact or could potentially impact our community in the future. As Dr. Lorman mentioned, there has been some concern over past engagement specific to a new academic building for our students. And I want to share, just for reference and in case there are questions, that I am newer to both the Concordia community and the City of Edmonton. And I was not a part of those specific engagements. I'll allow my colleagues to speak about that, although I am energized by the plan for a new building. The scope of my work is looking forward. Before I share some of the specifics, I think it's important just to set the context. Concordia University of Edmonton turns 100 years old this year. From humble beginnings as a Lutheran institution, we have grown into a degree-granting institution that welcomes students from around the world and strives to be recognized nationally and internationally for our graduates' knowledge, skill, integrity, and wisdom. We are focused on innovation, meeting the changing needs of industry, and setting the conditions for our students to enter the workforce here in Alberta with confidence, pride, and a desire to contribute. We are not the same place that we were 5 years ago, let alone 100 years ago, And the reality is that our current campus was not designed or built for who we are today. Change is tough. We know that to be true. Our history speaks for itself, but it is necessary. We need to have the capacity to grow, to welcome more students to Edmonton, and continue offering the kind of experience we have become known for at Concordia. However, we recognize that there are existing challenges, and we need to have a forum in place for community discussion, engagement, and sometimes debate. Our new Town and Gown initiative fits the bill. Using principles from the International Association of Public Participation, the goal of our Town and Gown Committee is to develop and enhance relationships and communications between Concordia and its neighbors. This forum will be used to discuss issues of concern, propose collaborative solutions, and promote and support the development of a safe and healthy community. We anticipate these discussions will include everything from mitigating the impacts of potential construction projects to managing our presence in the community and engaging with students living off campus. Our objective is to be open and transparent while also supporting our institutional growth and sustainability. We want to balance the interests of the university with those of the community because, after all, we consider ourselves and our students to be part of that community. It's not separate. Of course, we won't always reach consensus, and sometimes our goals may not be popular with everyone, and that's okay. But we will commit to applying the core values of the International Association of Public Participation to ensure our efforts are deliberate and aligned with best practice. We are proud that, to date, our Town and Gown initiative has received positive feedback. And while we are still in what I would refer to as this discovery and initial engagement phase, we are eager and looking forward to launching a comprehensive campaign this fall focused on connecting our students and the community. At the end of the day, Concordia is a post-secondary institution, and we're one that has been consistently growing, internationalizing, and diversifying to meet Alberta's changing landscape. We have an obligation, not only to our students, but to the city and to the province to do what we can to fulfill our mission and vision. To be successful and remain competitive, we need to have the capacity and the resources and infrastructure to support our students. And this zoning change is an important step in recognizing our role as a post-secondary institution and setting the conditions for us to reach our full potential. Thank you for your time, and I hope that you will consider supporting this important zoning change so that we can continue to evolve into an institution that all Edmontonians will be proud of. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Burgess. Questions on the presentation? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much. Next, then, will be Vivian Manask. Vivian? Were we able to get her on the line?
I believe she's on the line. I think we were in touch with her.
Okay. Well, we'll need to be able to hear her.
She may need to *6 to unmute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. Whoops, hang on a second. I'm going to close the other one. Okay, there we go. Sorry. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present this afternoon in favor of the proposed rezoning. Reimagine Architects, along with our colleagues, are the architects for Concordia University. And following on Dr. Lorman's comments and Marshall Hunter's comments and Bridget's comments, we just want to speak to the community engagement that has in fact been done in preparation for the building that Dr. Lorman spoke of. As Bridget mentioned, she's joined the university more recently. We, as you know, are well experienced in the matters of community engagement, and we have been, in fact, engaging the community in conversations about the planning of this new facility and also about this larger master plan, which is the underpinnings of the rezoning application. More specifically, we met with Community League presidents in January of 2020. In February of 2020, we started a community engagement process that was specific to the planning and design of the facility, but also looked at the larger master plan in July of 2020 with COVID restrictions in place. we held a further community engagement session to receive comments from the community. And based on those comments, we did, as Dr. Lorman identified, successfully modify both the planning and the design. In specific, I want to mention that this first facility that Dr. Lorman spoke about is in fact replacing a surface parking lot with a rather lovely new building with underground parking. And so we're placing a significant amount of additional parking on the site, which will reduce the impact on the neighborhood. There was a further in-person gathering in October of 2020, where only residents of 73rd Street were able to attend because of the COVID restrictions. And again, we incorporated comments, including maximizing green space along 73rd Avenue and maintaining a significant buffer between the community's residential area and the growth of the campus. So as you can see from the presentation that Marshall gave, the campus development is moved inboard. The higher density will be in the center of the campus with the lower density on the periphery. So I'm confident that this rezoning will serve the community, will enhance the development of this community in a positive way, and will add to the quality of life in our city. So I'm open to any questions that you might have.
Thanks, Vivian. Just stand by for a moment to see if there are any questions. I've got a note from Councillor Knack, though, who has a point of privilege to raise. Go ahead.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, my power has gone out in my entire building. So I'm going to exit this just to phone in, but I won't be on video or anything. And I'm gonna, as long as my devices hold enough power, I should still be on the meeting for the rest of the day. They're pretty close to charge, but I just wanted to give people a heads up in case you see me leave and we don't yet have power. So just as a heads up.
You've got the number to phone in?
I will pull it up right away.
Okay, yeah, text me if you have any issues and we'll get you some help to facilitate your participation. Understand you're going to drop off the video until you get power back. So
thank you.
Thanks for your stick with itness. All right. So Councillor Knack is excused, understanding he'll come back. Okay, back to the business. Councillor Katarina has questions for Vivian. Go ahead.
Yeah, just thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Mannix, so you've been involved with the community portion of this, the consultation part of it, and your assessment, and I think Dr. Lorman had the same kind of assessment that there has been a significant amount of community engagement to this point about this project or the master plan in general going on for decades to come.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Yes, Councillor Katrina and Mr. Mayor. Yes, we have had a considerable amount of community engagement, both formally and informally. And I'm pleased to report that we've actually taken much of that engagement into account in our planning and design process.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Ms. Max. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. No further questions this time for Ms. Manask. Thank you. Next, we'll get, well, let me check and see if there are any questions for Mr. Willis or Ms. from Bunt or Mr. Toman from Altera. Transportation or engineering questions? Not seeing any, then we'll move next to Jim Gendron. Mr. Gendron, welcome. If you're there, are you there, Jim?
I am here.
Go ahead.
For some reason, my camera. Oh, there I am. Thank you very much. I too am going to speak to public engagement, but hopefully provide a little bit of context and history in terms of these recent applications. So thank you very much, Mayor and City Councilors, for the opportunity to make this presentation on these two charter bylaws, 19722, 19723. Given Council's recent concern regarding the adequacy of public engagement and a recent rezoning in the Cromdale area from RA7 to RA8, that was on May 4th, 2021. I'd like to speak to the past engagements and future engagement processes that Concordia University of Edmonton, CUE, has committed to. Over the course of the summer and autumn of 2020, CUE provided opportunities for residents of Virginia Park and Bellevue to engage in reviewing the plans and processes for construction of the new academic building within the university property, which Ms. Manask spoke eloquently about just a moment ago. Engagement events occurred, again, as Ms. Manask mentioned, in March, July, and October of 2020. And during these engagement processes, CUE and some of the community members who participated in the three events identified a need to have a formal administrative policy for ongoing community engagement. So at the direction of the president of CUE, Dr. Lorman, a policy statement was drafted during October and November of 2020. Senior CUE administrators and CUE's legal counsel reviewed and commented on the policy. And following that internal review, the draft policy was provided to 7 community leaders familiar with that new academic building process because they participated in those 3 community events. Comments were collected and incorporated into the draft policy. The resulting community engagement and relationship policy was finalized in December of 2020, complete with a procedures and implementation document. In early 2021, a terms of reference for a community advisory committee to support active engagement and relationship building with the community was drafted. And certainly, the CUE community engagement relations policy included 7 important objectives and outlined 6 anticipated benefits of engaging and building relationships. The objectives were to provide information for residents to learn about relevant project proposals, as well as identify and encourage participation of residents who have a direct interest in those projects and proposals, obtain comments and information from local residents to assist in decision-making, identify and understand community concerns with policy implementation, a plan, design, project, or program that may affect residents, enhance community residents' understanding of the proposals, whatever they may be, and foster support as a result of a credible, consistent, and responsive engagement process. They wanted to recognize as well community engagement program overall in feasibility assessment, project scheduling, and budget requirements, and ultimately, and obviously, develop a long-term positive relationship with the surrounding communities. The benefits internally were to ensure that CUE's corporate commitment to community involvement was understood and met, that reinforced CUE's continuing interest in being a good neighbor, heard that earlier, and meet CUE's policy when appropriate, as well as regulatory applications and permit requirements. Early identification of community interest, needs, and concerns that should be addressed during relevant decision-making process, the benefit, and an opportunity to gain the benefit of residents' comments and ideally support projects and potentially produce a better result overall. This also allowed neighbors to have direct access to a source of consistent and reliable information. So in conclusion, from my perspective as a nearby community member, I'm in Cromdale. I believe CUE's community engagement and relationship policy demonstrates the university's commitment to being a good neighbor. This will occur through involving the immediate neighbors and surrounding communities in major policy implementation, planning, design, projects and programs that may affect residents. The aim is to ensure the best possible decision-making to meet both the university's and the surrounding neighbors' interests, needs, and concern. And just to be open and declarative, I was the person that assisted with the drafting of all of those documents. And I am also an associate member of the Board of Governors sitting on the Finance Committee of CUE's Board of Governors. With that, Mayor Iveson and Council, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Gendron. Questions?
Yeah,
Go ahead, Councilor Catarina.
thank you, Mr. Mayor, and Mr. General, thank you for your presentation. So you've been involved for a number of years now in the general community and developments that have gone on, specifically in the last little while, transitional housing at the Jockey Quarters, the Forum Inn, the Spectrum now set up, all those sorts of things. And you've had an opportunity to deal with administration and those providers. How would you rate the good neighbor agreements, the accessibility, and the willingness of COE to sort of change course and accommodate where possible? Because I think you have a good understanding of the general area and how this project has been communicated versus all other projects.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina. Yes, in my experience and what's been proposed in terms of policy and procedures, as well as the active interest in reaching out to the community through a community advisory committee, I think Dr. Lorman's commitment to being a good neighbor now and for the next 100 years, as he said, is there and obvious. And I was pleased to be part of it. Dr. Lorman was very positive and encouraging about the work that I was doing for him, and I was more than happy to volunteer my time and effort. As you know, I've been in the public involvement business since 1989, and just recently decided to quit working for money in that area. And now I'm giving up my time, which I did to Dr. Lorman and Concordia University. And I've got a great deal of respect for Dr. Lorman and senior administration. The neighbors in Virginia Park and Bellevue are fabulous people, and I think there's a real opportunity for both of those interests to get together and really build something great around Concordia University. As Ms. Burgess mentioned, I don't think it's going to be maybe at times easy sailing, but I think that the opportunity to have those very serious conversations, make the best possible decisions from all perspectives. Certainly the framework is there to do that. Again, thank you for the question, Councillor.
So with that, I know that it's not part of the discussion today, but the exhibition lands north of 112th at some point in time will be discussed, and whoever it happens to be will come forward with zoning and the city and that sort of thing. So, Mr. Gendron, given your experience on good experience and sometimes bad experience on good neighbor plans and whether they're fulfilled or not fulfilled and some of the challenges in that, would you say that this could be a template for future discussions on the exhibition lands of what should be done or needs to be done in order to communicate plans moving forward?
Yes, definitely. I'm sorry, Councillor Pellerin, I interrupted. I didn't hear your last.
Well, the engagement that COE has done to date, I guess I'm suggesting, would you think that it would be a good template for future development, because we're going to have many of them on the exhibition lands in the coming years, and that this could be used as a way that all communication should be done and community participation?
Sure. I think it's well worth considering. And what I would say specific to Concordia University of Edmonton is that the systems are in place, the program is in place to be able, when CUE is interested and hopefully is able to acquire that land for a reasonable price, and the conversation around that specific area happens, that it should be fairly easy for Concordia University to begin to engage around that new proposal when the time comes. As to the use by others, obviously I'd be more than happy to continue not working for money to advise anybody who might be interested. So yes, thanks again for the question, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gendron. Thanks for your work in the community.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
See no further questions for you, Jim. Thank you. I've got Brian Finley followed by Michael Wade, and I'm just going to actually pass the chair to Deputy Mayor Cartmel for a few minutes. Hopefully I'll be right back, but I just need a moment here. So Councillor Cartmel, if you could take the chair.
I have the chair. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Finley. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Brian Finley. I've lived in the Bellevue community of Edmonton since 1999. My wife's a lifelong resident of Northeast Edmonton. I live at 6718 Ada Boulevard, which puts me about 2 blocks and 1 bridge away from the Concordia University campus. I'm speaking primarily as a resident today of the community. I'm speaking in favor of the rezoning. While I'm not speaking on behalf of the Community League, I have served as the president of the Bellevue Community League, which includes the Virginia Park area from 2004 to 2010, and then again in 2015 and 2017. And I currently serve as the past president and facilities director of that organization. Most of my interactions with Concordia have been a result, obviously, of activities related to things around the community and the Community League. And during the years of consultation and planning around the exhibition lands, I developed what I considered to be an excellent working relationship with Dr. Lorman and other individuals at Concordia, as well as management and staff at the Expo Center. And basically for 2 to 3 years, we worked together pretty consistently and pretty often as the exhibition lands moved forward to see what we could do to make that work for our community. I considered Concordia a good neighbor at that point in time with a good understanding of the balance that's needed, not only related to their growth, but to the growth of the community. More importantly, I believe that their being a part of this community is critical to both our growth and to our future stability. I've seen firsthand Concordia make efforts to engage the community and to improve lines of communication, some of which were mentioned here today by Dr. Lorman and some of the other individuals who saw that, in fact, some things that were brought forward, the community was engaged and changes were made. So I've seen that positive in my interactions, including the current rezoning request. I believe their continued growth as a university and a good neighbor are both, they're both moving up as far as I'm concerned, and they're both positive and an important opportunity for our community to work together towards shared hopes for a future for the Bellevue community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Finley. Are there any questions for Mr. Finley?
If I could, Mr. Chair, I'd just like to thank Brian for his commitment and work all these years with the Bellevue community, and certainly a testament to his relationship with Concordia all these years. I think that speaks for itself. So thanks, Brian.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina. We'll move now to Mr. Michael Wade.
Great. Thanks very much. Good afternoon. My name is Mike Wade, and I'm very pleased to be able to speak in favor of Concordia University of Edmonton's rezoning application. I live in the Highlands neighborhood and have lived there for several years. I also work at Concordia as the director for the Center for Applied AI. The Victoria Park and Highlands neighborhoods I found over the last little while, obviously we all know the historic nature of them. They're scenic, and there's been a real vibe, positive vibe that's been created. The revitalization of 112th Avenue, with the new stores and restaurants, along with the road and sidewalk work that's currently being done to make the community more accessible are examples of this. Obviously, the access to the River Valley trail system is amazing, and honestly, during the pandemic, it's probably been a mental lifesaver for many of us. I really strongly believe that Concordia contributes to this vibrancy. Concordia is growing, it's attracting new students, new faculty, it's building new programs and new centers. Some of those centers, like the Concordia Center for Applied AI, are creating opportunities and benefits for the city as a whole. Our innovation centers are attracting highly educated, top-notch talent into our community and working to bring innovative tech projects to life through commercialization efforts. I should also note that both the innovation centers and the Indigenous Knowledge Resource Center are located in our newest building, located on Ada Boulevard, which looks like it's already at capacity. And I think that opened in 2018. So there's lots going on. And it's a really exciting time to be at Concordia. The university is a magnet for people in our surrounding communities. Many of our staff, faculty, and students live nearby. In fact, is why I chose to move to the Highlands area. In order for Concordia to continue to be creative and innovative, it needs to grow. And this rezoning application is part of that growth. Concordia brings many benefits to our city as a whole, but I know from experience, it also wants to be a good community neighbor. And I believe it's shown that in the past and will continue to do so. Whether it's Christmas sleigh rides, the Light Up Ada Boulevard event, which is just fantastic. And if any of you have ever been there, you'd probably agree with me. But if you haven't been there, you should definitely check it out, at least post-pandemic. Or the many theater and musical production efforts that have been open to the community. Concordia is interested in and contributes in a very positive way to our community. The university has been and will continue to be a good neighbor. I think it recognizes its place and responsibility in the neighborhood. It's obviously 2021, Tim mentioned it's our 100th anniversary. More than ever, the university is reaching out into our community, contributing. And as we come out of this pandemic, and I think this is really important, as we come out of the pandemic and rebuild, innovative and community-minded people and organizations will be needed now more than ever. A healthy and growing Concordia is good for Edmonton, and it's great for our local community. So I wholeheartedly support the rezoning application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wade. Any questions for Mr. Wade? Councillor Katarina?
Yeah, thank you. I see Mr. Chair is back. So, Mr. Wade, with just in general, tech being so important nowadays, obviously, in the vehicle to move forward with the AI department or teachers, that can you maybe elaborate just a little bit on how it operates and access from outside university for others to use your facilities there for further development of projects that aren't necessarily related to Concordia?
Sure, absolutely. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to that. So the Concordia Center for Applied AI was really meant to build on some of the fantastic talent that we have in Edmonton. Many of you realize that U of A has been a world leader, a global leader in artificial intelligence research. And so Concordia, a number of years ago, Concordia recognized that AI is going to play a real strong role in education. And so in 2019, under the leadership of Dr. Lorman, the center was established. The focus for the center is really twofold. Number one, we recognized that we needed to help build our capacity. So that is to say programming, students, faculty. To that end, we built a Bachelor of Science, some undergraduate programs with machine learning as a focus, so AI programming. We've also got graduate programs now that we didn't have 2 years ago that have focuses in machine learning. We're also attracting AI researchers, some world-class researchers. It was really exciting. So that's sort of the first area. The center was meant to help inspire that. Secondly, was to look externally and to say, where can we've hired on some machine learning developers and some top-notch talent. And we've said, okay, how can we take this and help small, medium enterprise businesses? How can we help other organizations? We've got a social innovation initiative now that's working with nonprofits. Nonprofits tend to be some of the laggards, unfortunately, when it comes to innovation. And so we've got an initiative now that's helping. We're just at the very early stages of a homelessness initiative. And so it's not just businesses, it's nonprofits as well. So there's lots of opportunity. We'd be very excited to work with anybody in the community that's got some interesting projects. And so, so in terms of opportunities to partner, we're open and available to talk to anybody. We've got some ways to collaborate with community now, and we've got some successful projects on the go. So does that help?
That extremely helpful, and just in general, being that the facility is available and you're prepared, or the university is prepared to work with, as you mentioned, homeless and other nonprofits. So this, in my mind, would be sort of an incubator area for not just your students, but for Edmonton and the region as a whole, for anybody to access, and having you provide that AI facility for Edmonton in general.
Yeah, totally. Our Center for Innovation and Applied Research has got a platform called Innovation Launchpad, which assists faculty, staff, students, and community initiatives that they want to commercialize. And we've had some good success there. We're also a member of the Edmonton Regional Innovation Network, along with U of A and Norquest and MacEwan and NAIT. So we're part of that innovation community. Absolutely.
Terrific. Thank you, Mr. Wade, for that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Wade? Okay, not seeing any, then we'll move into hearing from speakers registered in opposition, starting with Sherry Heschuk.
Hi, good afternoon. I have a presentation. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, council members and members of Concordia University and Virginia Park and the public. I just wanted to thank you for this opportunity. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Carry on.
Thank you. I'm going to start off by saying that we're living in the shed. This is the watershed, and next slide, please. Our responsibilities has been prescriptive by those who have just come before me here in favor, and as I am opposed, I request more information related to notification. If we're spending $40 million of a budget on a huge project, that $10 a residence could not have been spent to find out who owns the houses on 73rd Street. I live in Virginia Park. I am also a former employee of Concordia. My husband is a employee of Concordia. I have ties to Concordia, but I'm here to understand why there are these missing gaps in the information that I've heard. And I was at the October 7th open house. I did speak to Vivian. I did speak to Tim. I have had conversations. I appreciate all that has been done. However, we're genuinely at a bit of a standstill because this is about rezoning. It is about being a good neighbor, but this is about rezoning. And it is not a minor development. This is a major development. Next slide, please. Thank you. So for most of us, the Cromdale Virginia Park area development plan is important for the wider community. And this rezoning is a strike against that. Related to that, next slide, please, is how we are developing in the River Valley and whether we understand how that development impacts the greater community. We understand that the university plans to provide information to those who are affected, but despite these public engagements and the information provided, we still have less information than we had going in. We want to be fully involved. We have had conversations. Some of these conversations, again, have not been provided to us. For instance, a recent update about how land policy is going to be used. We have the information that there will be a development, but no information about what that plan will be for a 29.0 meter building. This is a very big footprint. Next slide, please. If we're looking at 112th Avenue, we're looking at narratives. At one point, the city was going to sell the land for Virginia Park Elementary School to Concordia, but the residents stopped that. They stopped it because they didn't want their students, their elementary students, young children, to cross that busy street on 112th Avenue. What you would see now are a lot of construction events happening on that street. We're looking basically east. Next slide, please. This is where I live in the little blue outline. I'm right across from Virginia Park. There is no low rise, as was appropriated by one of the speakers. That is hopefully going to be a situation where we actually sustain the residential areas and keep those residences from low-rise buildings. And I am impacted by the 6-meter setback. Next slide, please. Most residences weren't able to understand what what was actually happening besides the billboards that were put up only on the 73rd Street. Yesterday, I saw the first sign on Concordia's, what used to be the high school where I taught, and that was just put up there last week. So only 73rd Street and those walkers, bikers, those people who access this area and many amenities were able to see what exactly was happening to this area. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And so I would recommend that for this particular site and project that the ARP for Virginia Park be retained, and until the city is prepared to review and revise it with the community as a whole. And the results of joint planning for sustainability with projects would include timelines. I have yet to hear back from the project manager on those, and the affected neighbors should include all our communities. And next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And just to leave you with the fact that we have a wonderful history, and that is something I know that we share with Concordia, but we have a history of residences who advocate for our local community. And I want that to be an interesting aspect to what we're going to talk about today. And that in the coming weeks, it's not just about breaking ground, it's about making connections. Next slide, please. And that's looking over from my front yard. And next slide, please. And next slide, please. Next slide, please. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Hestchuk? Don't see any. Thank you. Then next will be Shyla Klein.
Great. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mayor Iveson, City Councilors, and fellow attendees. First off, I wish to thank you for the opportunity to provide feedback. My name is Shyla Klein. My husband and I feel very passionately about our city and our Virginia Park neighborhood, especially given the fact that we were both born and raised here. Prior to having children, we took careful consideration as to the neighborhood that we felt would align with our personal priorities and principles in the hopes that this would be passed on and embraced by our children. As such, we were drawn to the Highlands Belleville community, given the close proximity to the River Valley Trail System, the downtown core, multi-generational connected community, in addition to the turn-of-the-century architectural and historical significance. When you walk in our community, it truly exudes a small town feeling. People know, connect, and care for one another in simple yet meaningful ways. Since that time, we have continued to support and promote our neighborhood through membership in the Community League, the Highlands Historical Society, and the establishment of our small business in the local commercial zone, along with participation and support of community events. We recognize that Concordia University is a part of our thriving neighborhood and has experienced success in their programs, which is wonderful to see. As you're aware, this has resulted in the need to expand their campus. I am here to emphasize today that we have very strong concerns and adamantly oppose the proposed rezoning application that is being considered. To begin with, the last city-approved 4-story academic building on campus that was finished 2 years ago involved no community engagement or consultation and no written notifications to the adjacent neighbors, including ourselves, that are now 76 meters from that building. Not only was this construction put forward without proper due notice, it flat out contradicted the Cromdale Virginia Park Area Redevelopment Plan, which should be the guiding principle for development in the area. I quote, "If the college requires more space for new facility development, appropriate expansion areas lie to the immediate north, to 112th Ave, and on the eastern portion of their existing campus site. Any future expansion shall be architecturally compatible with nearby residential development and have regard for factors such as traffic, circulation, parking, landscaping and buffering to minimize any negative impacts adjacent to the adjacent residents. And that's quoted from the Virginia Park Cromdale ARP. Most recently, Concordia received approval to construct another 4-story building along the west side of campus, which is against ARP agreement. Although there is no effort to engage the community, there was an effort rather to engage the community, it occurred during the COVID-19 pandemic, which restricted communication to virtual, electronic, and very limited in-person events. As you can imagine, many of our neighbors, especially the senior citizen elderly cohort, lacked information and the opportunity to provide their feedback, wisdom, and recommendations. The community repetitively brought up our desire to postpone the consultation until a full community participation could be endeavored, but this was delayed and eventually ignored. This disregard for our community and the blatant oversight of our ARP has and continues to be extremely frustrating, especially given the fact that we as residents are bound and held accountable to the mature neighborhood overlay. To provide context, city development officers recently notified our family that a small shed built more than 20 years ago by the previous owners fell slightly too close to our fence. We were required to apply for a building permit and a request for variance, which involved written notification to our neighbors to allow for this approval. I find it very ironic and quite frankly, very hypocritical of the city to hold residents to these stringent, albeit required, guidelines, while a campus directly across from our home can be given full license and credence to construct buildings that directly oppose the intentions of the mature neighborhood policies. In no uncertain terms, does a 6 to 8 story building, which would be included in the new rezoning policy, would ever be considered architecturally compatible with the surrounding 1 to 2 story historic residences. This has an immediate negative and future longstanding impact on the current residents and greater community. Additional density will only intensify the current challenges that we have with parking, traffic, safety, especially along the elementary school, littering and smoking and loitering near and in front of our homes. We also question the safety and stability of these buildings, given the fact that Concordia lays directly above former commercially run coal mines. I'm here today as a representative for our family and many members of our community who are unable to attend, speak, or access this platform to emphatically express opposition to the proposed zoning change. I'm here to request that the city work with Concordia to ensure that any future development align with the ARP, which recommends that future building growth occur to the direct north and east side of campus. Additionally, we are asking that the City of Edmonton facilitate future Concordia expansion to the north of 112th Ave, which currently houses an empty concrete parking lot and that is slated for imminent redevelopment. I also want to add on that when we were involved in the in-person consultation regarding this most recent requisition in terms of the new building, we were told,
Yes,
okay,
I gotta stop you there.
yeah, sounds good.
Are there questions for Ms. Klein? Not seeing any. Yeah, and I apologize. I have to enforce the
No,
5-minute rule. Just
much appreciated. No, thank you.
everyone. So, seeing no questions for Ms. Klein, we'll next hear from Gerhard Klein. Gerhard, are you there?
Yeah, I am. Sorry, I'm just experiencing minor technical difficulties. Okay, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Excellent. Okay, Mayor Iverson and councillors, thank you for the opportunity to provide input from the community. My name is Gerhard Klein. I'm a longtime resident of Virginia Park, over 40 years, having attended both Virginia Park School and Concordia College, and being the son of a long-term professor of Concordia who was there for over 40 years. In my years, I have seen Concordia grow and change. I was there as a boy, roaming the hallways, visiting my dad, and I used to know every single classroom in that facility. First off, I'd like to make it clear that we are genuinely happy for Concordia's success, and we are excited for some of the possibilities their future holds within our community. However, with regards to the proposed land use change, I have grave concerns. My first point, the community engagement with residents and community has not been sufficient. This proposed zoning change is a substantial change to our community with long-term lasting effects, and as such deserves due process. We are in the midst of a pandemic and live in an older neighborhood. Many older residents are not online, have not been able to communicate, and are not a part of this process. My recommendation first and foremost would be to halt this zoning application until a proper in-person engagement can be done. We were told at public engagement meetings that Concordia does not need this zoning change to proceed with their current plans for an academic building, meaning that there is no imminent need for this zoning change. The zoning change was only presented to the eight residences invited to the October 2020 meeting and was not presented at any other community engagement meetings with Concordia. Second, as for the zoning change, I am strongly opposed to the heights proposed and the ambiguity surrounding density. Concordia is surrounded by properties abiding by the mature neighborhood overlay, limited in height and density. This zoning would allow Concordia to build improvements that would dwarf the surrounding community, doubling the height of their buildings existing. It also sets no specific targets for density or carrying capacity of the land. How can the city approve a zoning change with such ambiguous and ill-defined development parameters when all of the neighbors must abide by strictly defined zoning bylaws? Further to that, the changes are not in line with the Comdale Virginia Park Area Development Plan. I quote from that, if the college requires more space for facility development, appropriate expansion lands lie to the immediate north, 112th to 112th Avenue, and on the eastern portion. Any future expansion shall be architecturally compatible with nearby residential development and have regard for factors such as traffic circulation, parking, landscaping, and buffering to minimize any negative impacts to adjacent residents. Allowing the zoning change to occur is directly contradictory to the previous statement, which I say again is meant to be a guiding principle for any redevelopment. Additionally, looking at Concordia's future growth plan on their website is also contradictory to this ARP, and yet city planners have done nothing about that. Redevelopment is happening along the west side, not the east side as indicated in the ARP, immediately impacting neighbors. Parking and traffic safety issues will only increase and so far have not yet been formally addressed. I don't understand how a 6 or 8 story building could ever be considered architecturally compatible with the surrounding 1 or 2 story residences. Any buffers to residences should be increased from the minimum of 6 meters. That's the same setback that a residence has. Why should a setback for a substantially larger commercial building be the same as a residence? In summary, I'm asking council to, first, halt any zoning change until proper in-person consultation can be done. Second, ensure any zoning decisions are in line with the existing ARP. Third, ensure that any future development of the site is in line with the existing ARP. Fourth, ensure that there are clearly defined density and number of students for the site south of 112th Avenue. Fifth, increase the buffers to larger than the 6 meters proposed. And sixth, enable Concordia to access Northland's lands north of 112th Avenue. Concordia has grown by more than 300% since I've moved here and lived here. There are no limits to this growth in place, and that is not at all appropriate given what surrounds this property. We support their future growth onto Northland's lands. However, the city needs to support the community, ensuring the sustainability of this neighborhood and be held accountable to the existing ARP. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Klein? Not seeing any. Thank you for your presentation. Next would be Hans Smits.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mayor and councillors, and I appreciate this opportunity to speak to this issue. I'm a fairly long-term resident of Virginia Park. I've lived here for a bit more than a quarter of a century. And I would like to respectfully disagree with the administration's recommendation for the approval of the zoning bylaw. So having said that, you know, like other residents in Virginia Park, I do really value the presence of Concordia. And as a retired university professor myself, I've always valued and thought really important the relationship of, you know, even my own work to that of the community and people in the community. I think a university can only thrive in that kind of relationship. So I think our opposition to the zoning is not an opposition to Concordia, but really to the scale of the project, whether it's in the short term or longer term, that you're proposing for a very small neighborhood. And I think we have legitimate concerns about the impact that would have on the neighborhood in terms of infrastructure, traffic, and I'll come back to raise some issues around traffic. I think it's worth noting, just from an historical perspective, that Concordia's size and impact have been a long-standing issue in this area. Back 30 years ago, I was president of Highlands Community League, and with the city, we developed a neighborhood plan and consulted with Concordia College, which was Concordia College then, expressing the neighborhood's concerns about the size of the college. Of course, conditions change, but it's just by way of saying that this issue has always been one that's important to the residents of not only Virginia Park, but the other surrounding neighborhoods. Just by example, some of us might remember the beautiful area of East Garneau next to the University of Alberta that was gradually disappeared in favor of building. And if you walk through it today, there's a kind of a mishmash of unmatched buildings and still large parking lots. Now that's a much larger scale, but it's a kind of negative example of what can happen when there is kind of uncontrolled development. And that's one of the things we really worry about. And that a smaller community will be ultimately sacrificed, you know, for, you know, glossy, glitzy new buildings. I appreciate some of the people who've spoken in favor of it, who've mentioned some of the great work that Concordia does. But one thing I haven't heard is more specific reasons for or examples of how the university benefits Virginia Park neighborhood in particular. I think traffic is an issue, regardless of the fact that Concordia is trying to attract more international students. Most of the students coming to Concordia are still commuter students. And pre-pandemic, I know I talked to some of the students who parked in our street, and they come for 2 hours, that was as long as they're allowed to park, to go to classes and then leave. So there's a constant back and forth of traffic in our neighborhood. And I think residents are very worried about the impact that might have on the safety of small children and elderly people who live in our neighborhood. I think there's a question of quality of life. Many of us moved to this neighborhood because, you know, we like the area, it's small, and we've made a commitment by building new homes, renovating our homes, not simply as investments, but because we really have confidence and commitment to this place as a safe and sustainable community. And I would hope the city is committed to protecting such communities, really. And when we look to a future of building a more green life, where communities are walkable, they're safe, and not seeing communities as just victim of sacrifices for development. And I do have a worry about consultation as well. In particular, I worry about the fact that the universities announced that they're intending to buy up the whole block between 112th Avenue, 111th Avenue, and 73rd and 74th Street, which has already been happening. That has not been transparent, and I don't think there's been adequate consultation with the community. And I would just say at the last point, you know, there's less money for universities altogether. It's been devastating cuts to universities, and maybe this is not time to expand in terms of buildings, but really to work more on ensuring equitable access for all students and making use of the resources that we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Smits. And did you teach at Strathcona High School in the mid-90s?
I did indeed.
Nice to see you again.
And I remember a certain mayor.
Well, it's nice to hear from you. Are there questions for Mr. Smits? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you. Next would be Will Vandervelde. Will, are you there?
Good job. Bend your computer up that way because we can just.
Oh.
Will, are you there? Okay, maybe let's go ahead to Valerie Krinky. Valerie hadn't checked in previously. How about, oh, there's Valerie.
I'm here.
Welcome.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Okay, just a second. Hello, thank you very much for allowing me to speak to council and to the mayor. I'm Dr. Val Krinky. I have lived in the Virginia Park neighborhood for over 25 years, and many of the things that I wanted to bring up have already been addressed, but I will just try to make a very brief statement and summary of some of the same concerns that I have about the expansion of Concordia. So Little Virginia Park and Little Concordia have grown up together. Virginia Park is 110 years old and considers itself the host neighborhood for Concordia, which just turned 101. And overall, we've been good neighbors to each other. But recently with Concordia's extraordinary growth, we see our old neighbor getting very big and prolific. And we in Virginia Park are feeling more vulnerable, if not threatened. So while the bigger Concordia takes charge of its expansion to get bigger, we are feeling like the more passive spectators of our own uncharted transformation. What we expect from City Council is to be an advocate that gives our little neighborhood some right to have some degree of control over our transformation at the hands of Concordia. We're expecting some limitations and targets to be provided. We abide by the Mature Neighborhood Overlay, the River Valley Act, and the Cromdale Virginia Park ARP. And they should abide by the same, plus their own DC2 zoning. Giving them UI zoning might cancel or supersede most of the limitations that every household in Virginia Park has to abide by. It appears from both an equity and improving livability lens, important values in the city plan and throughout city documents, that the city administration has dropped the ball by recommending that Concordia be allowed to expand and grow under a highly permissible UI zoning without even trying to understand how that might irreversibly alter and transform Virginia Park, its 100-year host. So as we understand it under UI zoning, excuse me, Concordia would not have to answer to the Mature Neighborhood Overlay, nor the DC2 criteria, nor the Cromdale Virginia Park redevelopment plan. So all of us residents have to build and renovate according to that, but it's not the same rules for all of us. And if we have the same rules, it keeps things balanced. When you move into Virginia Park, you accept that, no exceptions. I reference equity because Virginia Park has 198 households, plus the 100 seniors living in the Virginia Park Seniors Complex. And we're up against a substantially growing university that has 2,300 registered students this past year and claims a 23% annual registration increase. That means unchecked, in 3 years, they'll have 4,400 students, maybe 6,600 students in 5 years, etc. Again, Dr. Lorman did not address what their overall plans are for how large they think they can become. We need to know what are the stated limits to the growth for Concordia. Virginia Park neighborhood has 4 streets, 4 two-sided avenues, and a 6-class elementary school and a seniors complex. There's no place to expand except across 112th Avenue. So if Concordia builds to accommodate growth and the increasing student body and staff will find it difficult not to overwhelm Virginia Park with student housing and their recreational cultural needs. We have one business and it's a hair salon. Normally students want to go to welcoming restaurants, bar, retail offerings. Under the DC2, we'd welcome some nice third spaces like some restaurants, a pub, and some suitable retail. Those spaces might even offer more opportunity for us to mix with students, much like we do already. Simply put, Concordia unfortunately outgrew Virginia Park some years ago, and we are happy for their success. But just like a family outgrows a home, they might be needing to look at a more suitable location. When King's College had to expand out of their Chinatown 97th Street location, they did so. When the Cité Francophone can accommodate the Faculty Saint Jean because it's a bigger neighborhood. MacEwan art students were able to stretch out onto Stony Plain Road when they had the west site. We're all about density. I have 3 university students myself. I understand what their needs are. I just don't see how Virginia Park is going to have the carrying capacity to be able to support expanding university that we don't completely understand what their growth potential is. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Dr. Krinky. Questions on her presentation?
Mr. Mayor, could I do a point of privilege?
Sure.
We seem to be getting that weird, or I am getting that weird echo effect.
Yeah, me too.
And it seems to be maybe coming out of council chambers.
Yeah, no, it's a good flag. It's coming through for me as well. But it is 3:30 right now, so if there are no questions for Ms. Krinky, what I'd suggest we do is break for the normal 15 minutes scheduled now and see if it can be resolved with a change to the settings. So, all right, let's recess for 15.
With that said, just so everyone's aware, we are going to be doing some testing during the break. The live stream will be on for part of it. So if you can just conduct yourselves accordingly. Thank you.
This is Will Vanderveld. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, I think I'll be set to go. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Are we supposed to call back in?
You can call back at 3:45, or you can stay on the line just as long as you are muted. Either is fine, whatever works best for you.
Okay, thank you.
Just confirming my mic is still working.
Yep, you're good.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
And just so everyone's aware, we are doing some testing. The live stream is on.
Especially since you're
Testing 1, 2, 3.
talented technology-wise.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
If I can just request that everyone on the meet remain muted until we get started again and you're called on at 3:45, please. Testing, testing. And you're in it, right?
Yeah, I'm not hearing you come through.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Testing 1, 2.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'd suggested we could start and hear from the speakers.
Yeah, fair enough, Councillor Katarina. I was thinking that myself. So I guess I should start with a roll call then to get us started. So I'm going to do this in order of ward numbers. Councillor Knack.
Yes, good afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Esslinger.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Zadok.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Paquette.
Hello.
Councillor Hamilton.
Hello.
Councillor McKean.
Present.
Councillor Katarina.
I'm here.
Councillor Henderson.
Yep, I'm here.
Councillor Walters.
Present.
Councillor Nickel.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Banga.
I am here, sir.
And I'm here as well, so I'm sure we'll have the mayor join us in just a minute. I'm sorry, I'm not sure which speaker we've left off at that. Perhaps, Madam Clerk, you can help me with that?
Yes, we are on speaker number 7, Donna Stasinski. However, we may loop back to Will Vandervelde as well. I believe he's on the line.
Right, we did hear Mr. Vandervelde test his microphone just before the break. So, Mr. Vandervelde, we'll go to you first. Floor is yours, sir.
Can you hear me this time around?
We can, thank you. Please go ahead.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Well, good afternoon. My name is Will Vandervelde, and I'm a proud resident and landlord in Virginia Park. I've been extremely fortunate to have had about 50 Concordia students live in my own home over the years. Most of these students have been international students. I can't emphasize enough how much these students have completely blessed and enriched not only my life, but as well as my family and my community and neighborhood. They have added so much color, culture, and beauty to our neighborhood. As a resident of Virginia Park, I desire to see Concordia grow, but it is very important to me that the planning of such be extremely thorough so that any expansion doesn't negatively affect Virginia Park in the future. I am concerned as I don't think the planning has been thorough enough to date, and there's definitely not been enough consultation with the Virginia Park residents. Many homeowners came to Virginia Park to enjoy a special quality of life, which for many includes the River Valley, the mature neighborhood, and for many families, the Virginia Park School. We are concerned that this proposed expansion may affect the quality of life we have come to appreciate in Virginia Park. We want to support we want to support Concordia, but we want to do so in a way that also upholds the vibrancy, integrity, and beauty of the neighborhood of Virginia Park. So thus, I oppose the proposed expansion, and I support expansion to the north of 112th Ave. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Vandervelde. Are there any questions for Mr. Vandervelde? Seeing none. Thank you.
I got hung up a little bit on the break, but I made it back. So thanks for getting us started again.
A pleasure. Go ahead.
We had Valerie. We have Valerie on there twice. I think so. So next up, I believe, is Donna Stasinski.
Thank you, Mayor.
Go ahead. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mayor Iveson, councilors, administration, Concordia, neighbors. My name is Donna Stasinski, and I live on 75th Street in Virginia Park. And this afternoon, I would like to share with you why I am opposed to this change in zoning from DC2, Site-Specific Development Control Provision, to UI, Urban Institutional Zone. A change that definitely, I believe, does not allow as much community participation as the present zoning. I think just like all of you who work so hard for the city, we too are proud of Edmonton and where we live. We love our close-knit community and we want to work with all involved to keep a balance for all neighbors, residents, as well as Concordia U. We have lived in Virginia Park now for 26 years and have an understanding and history of this community and neighborhood. When we moved to our house on 75th Street, a few blocks from Concordia, we were considered the younger folk on the block. And as you can tell by my gray hair, we're now part of the senior community. Our next door neighbor and our neighbor across the street have lived here for 50 years. They grew up here. They live and walk in a community where they feel safe. They join our block parties. We have a very close community. We're no longer considered the younger folk, but we live in a really exciting neighborhood. Our excellent renowned neighborhood school is drawing in new families where kids feel comfortable walking to their neighborhood school of Virginia Park. It's an excellent renowned school known for its art program. So just within our own block, to give you a picture of how Virginia Park is changing in a very positive way, because of that small, wonderful school, we have 2 houses just at the end of our block, infill development, new families, children who will be attending Virginia Park. Further down the street, another infill, and within our 2-block radius, we have 7 other new houses. We have a vibrant, growing, walkable inner city community that Edmonton prides itself in promoting. And we believe that Virginia Park could make an excellent role model for the rest of the city. And we couldn't be happier to be the old folk living here in this walkable community, knowing our neighbors and feeling that we have a successful, close-knit community. When we moved here 26 years ago, we were involved in the Community League, worked closely with Concordia Lutheran College, and the college leaders participated in developing our neighborhood plan, shared their ideas, and were so respectful to the community. It is administration dedicated the Green Campus to their students and provided opportunities for input from residents as to what was happening at the college. This open, respectful discussion allowed residents in Virginia Park to plan for the future, for the educational institution and all of the citizens. This was the kind of neighborliness that was once a dream, one of great dreams, one that we lived, a dream that we lived for the well-being of our community. Virginia Park residents have a wonderful opportunity of living here now in this historic green and close to this green campus, but I'm very concerned that our amazing dream is ending and a nightmare is about to begin. Mayor Iveson, councillors, as you think about this, I would respectfully like you to refer to the diagrams and the details that have been presented to you. As mentioned, Concordia is a beautiful, beautiful historic 100-year-old institution with that large growth happening, that beautiful building gone, dwarfed by those gigantic buildings. So as we move forward, I'd like to talk a little bit about the transparency and consultation. Really, there wasn't any that helped us. We received a notice about the December 9th meeting before Christmas, the pandemic, not, a good neighbor might come and deliver a message. We did attend the consultation later, and but that wasn't a face-to-face real discussion. We were not able to talk to our neighbors or give advice or provide information to the university. There was little opportunity, and what's really disturbing for me is one of the staff people said, yes, we want to buy up the houses in Virginia Park because we do want to expand. So my request, I'm running out of time, I know that, is councillors, Mayor Iveson, how can you help us go to sleep so we are nightmare free? Please help us. We want to meet with the university. We want to have a good neighborliness. We want it to continue in a way that expands and becomes a creative, wonderful.
I gotta stop.
I'm over time, but give us that opportunity to be creative, be that model community for Edmonton. Thank you.
Thank you. And nightmares may, I mean, we're mighty, but that may be out of our jurisdiction.
You have the possibility
your
with
point.
those little bells you vote with. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Stuzinski? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you for those comments. Next up.
Could I not take up time and ask my own questions?
There are no questions for you, so.
But it's a nightmare, so you could see me talking to myself and I could answer and respond back to you. But thank you, I really appreciate it.
Creative, but I'm afraid the Municipal Government Act doesn't have provisions for that, and it's quite inflexible with regards to the flow of these hearings. So
I just want to, I appreciate the time and thank you so much.
Mr. Mayor, if it's okay, I'll ask a couple of quick questions.
Oh, sure. Okay, Councilor Paquette, go ahead with questions.
Sure. All right. So from your presentation, what I'm hearing is that you felt that perhaps the consultation could have been more robust, and due to the impacts of the pandemic, there's a bit of sorrow here that it wasn't able to be face to face. Is that sort of and so in the best of all worlds, considering that we are in a pandemic, what consultation do you think would have been more appropriate?
Thank you, Councillor Paquette, for that question. I just believe that we have been offered, Bridget mentioned an opportunity to meet with the town and gown. Dr. Lorman suggested that there's a community policy committee that will be developed. And I think the opportunity for us to be invited to Concordia, perhaps a conversation like this, where we are able to meet face-to-face via Zoom until perhaps in July, that consultation can happen in a more robust fashion. I think if we are able to have an exhibition and be close together, perhaps by halting, I think our request is please consider listening to the community, opening those doors of the university and invite us in, invite all of the community in. And it's not just Virginia Park. Highlands is affected, Bellevue is affected within this process. So all of the community should be aware of what's happening at Concordia, and they are not. I've spoken to other neighbors within those communities. That robust discussion where the advertisement of the growth of the university has not happened. So I think during the pandemic, as things open up, I think we're asking for time to bring community members together with university faculty, with the administration to say, this is our future plan, as previous Concordia administration has done, and allow us that time to say, this is what works, this is what doesn't work. We go to cultural events at Concordia, we appreciate that piece. But such a huge expansion into such a small community does not make sense. And my other point was, again, the exhibition Northlands has 2 proposals coming forward, which have not been approved. They're still being discussed. So perhaps an overall area plan to be discussed. How can the good ideas that were brought forward, as Councillor Katarina said, there used to be lots of houses over on that parking lot. So it's free available land now for Concordia to expand into. What wonderful creative ways can we use that land and work together and have more time to build and make an overall plan for the city to have an exciting university. And I've taken up more time there, Councillor Paquette. I just think more opportunity, time to sit together and talk, to build that communication, that neighborliness that we would like to see. Thank you.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that you're not really opposed to the expansion, understanding that, you know, things are getting pretty tight at the seams, but you just, what I'm hearing is that there was a desire from an expanded sort of circle of the community to be able to give their input and maybe help the possible projects, you know, proceed in a way that has support from the community across the board. which
Yeah.
may not be possible, but as much as possible.
Absolute, yes, yes. So before the door closes and the expansion is just seen in this little narrow footprint, could we not meet together, the city, with we heard all those AI possibilities, wonderful, academic people are there, creative, innovative ways that we could develop this area in a different fashion, which acknowledges the new people moving into the communities, the new family, the wonderful Virginia Park School, bringing all of that together.
Okay, well, I'm about out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. I appreciate the questions. And my hope is that we can build that neighborliness, residents and university. Thank you.
Councillor Banga with questions, go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Stadinsky, I know you said a lot, but could you be able to tell me what kind of problem do you anticipate that this expansion will bring to you and the neighbors?
Mm-hmm. I think, Councillor Banga, you've heard from some of my neighbors the concerns about the expansion that is not compatible with the historic nature of the university that's 100 years old, building on such a small footprint that does not take that into consideration. I think we've looked at one of the concerns absolutely is already the purchase of the land west of the old high school, the Concordia High School, and the residences that are being put up there without any consultation or discussion with community. I think we do want to be part and understand better what a university could bring to the immediate area. We have a seniors residence. I didn't hear the university mention the seniors residence. What does it mean to the university to have a seniors complex residence and those seniors walking through the neighborhood? What can be offered there? There's that discussion. And some of the concerns definitely about speeding through the neighborhood, but hopefully that will be addressed by the new speeding regulations. I think the other things that I've mentioned is we want to be a Windsor Park. We do not want to be a Garneau, where, university expands and what's there but parking lots and no community involvement. And I think wonderful suggestions by the university to build that communication with the policy committee, with the town and gown. But that is after the zoning has already changed. That limits what and how we can continue with an open discussion. I think that piece is that the zoning change, we're talking about the zoning change. The zoning change, could that be halted until we can have better communication with the university and residents in Virginia Park and share the plans with Highlands and Bellevue and Cromdale, the other community members who will be affected by the expansion of the university. Virginia Park, definitely, because we're here, will be affected by that growth and expansion, but certainly the rest of the area will be also. Wonderful things for the city, but let's think about quality of life and as a model inner city walkable, vibrant community. How is that being addressed? How are we working together to ensure that continues?
Okay. And you expressed concern with the consultation process.
I did.
And could you be able to tell me what kind of resolution would that have brought?
I guess what I'm asking is that a real consultation process happen so that we can discover what a real consultation would look like. Definitely the February 9th opportunity to send in information, but that was one way. That was directed at the city about the zoning. But the consultation that happened at Concordia during the pandemic was very limited. Some notes were taken on, whiteboards and whatever. Very little follow-up. no information back to us, no continued discussion. So perhaps there were small groups of consultants or neighborhood residents who could meet with the administration at the university, but it certainly wasn't a full, as Councillor Boquette said, robust consultation. That did not occur. We were sort of in little groups. There was no opportunity to talk to neighbors or with administration in a full, meaningful way. So a consultation to me would be that there is more open, continued discussion. And that can only happen, I think, until we halt the zoning and let the district, DC2, work its way through with the university and the neighbors. Does that answer your question, Councillor Banks?
Thank you, Councillor Banga and Ms. Stuzinski. I see no further questions for you at this time, so I will next go to Celeste Comartin. Celeste, are you there? Okay. Is Celeste still on the call? Or as the clerks can see? How about we go ahead to Warren Orr? Warren's available.
I also do not see Celeste on the meet.
Warren?
Okay, yep, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, City Councilors, and fellow residents. I'm here today to speak in opposition to the current rezoning, but not to future expansion or development of Concordia University College. I think it's an important distinction that myself and several other residents would like to make, and that I believe that there is a mutual and very successful future for both Concordia University College and the community of Virginia Park, because after all, they are a member of our community. There's been a lot of talk about the consultation process, and unfortunately, I think in this case, my experience in the process was that it was a process designed to demonstrate consultation rather than actually a process designed to gather input. And so when requests were made to modify citing of, and I understand Tim's concern about conflating the current rezoning request with the academic building construction. Rest assured, these requests are very much intertwined, and it is evidence to the consultation process that Concordia has employed. And I think there was numerous requests to find additional or alternate siting for the current academic building. And all of those requests were, basically dismissed, that they weren't practical. And, in essence, what's happening is, as many other residents have stated, the current proposed rezoning to institutional requires only a 6-meter setback, which is the same as a residence and is not really appropriate for this kind of development whatsoever. And Concordia plans to fully utilize that minimum setback and push their expansion to the boundaries of their site rather and preserve parking in the center of their site. And there's other options for them to expand, and they just haven't shown themselves any interest in pursuing those other alternatives. And that's a real concern for us. And as far as transparency, what I learned as I sort of became aware of Concordia's expansion plans is that they do actually have plans to purchase 21 houses, properties in the neighborhood, of which they've already purchased 5 or 6, unbeknownst to the community, until there was a rezoning and a development permit sign up that there's going to be a multi-story development on the corner of 73rd Street and 112th. And it's not to say that as a community that we would not have supported that, but it's just quite shocking to realize that, you know, this kind of planning is happening within your community and you're not aware of it. The other thing that I would just like to mention quickly is there's been a lot of talk about, you know, the available land north of 112th for Concordia's development. You know, I was there watching those houses be demolished for a parking lot that sits empty 360 days of the year. Those were, you know, I don't even know how many households were there, but, you know, I would say 40 to 60, maybe more. Those were community households that are gone. And now, you know, we become aware that there's an additional 21 houses that are wanting to be purchased. And this rezoning is just only emboldening this, you know, this growth, which I really believe that there is a joint solution here that, you know, Concordia and the rest of the community can sit down together through an upcoming ARP redevelopment plan revision and really plot a course for mutual success that doesn't see one party overtaking another party or you know, really diminishing the other party's ability to even exist. And I think that's what really the concern is here. You know, when I talk about this with friends in the community who live in Highlands or elsewhere, they're like, "Oh, you should sell your house now." And like, no one wants to hear that, you know, that, you know, the house that they've lived in for 27 years, that we should be considering selling the house. And just to be, you know, fully transparent, my wife, pardon me, came to Edmonton as a student of Concordia and fell in love with the neighborhood and the community and ultimately bought a house here. And we just want other people to have that same opportunity. And if there's no houses left, you know, how is that going to happen for people? And I think this is really an opportunity for Edmonton to lead the way and how to integrate, you know, this institutional growth inside of a vibrant community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Orr. Questions on that? Going once, going twice. Okay, your presentation speaks for itself, sir. No questions for you. So those are all of the, I think those are all of the presentations. Did we miss anybody? Should we go back to Celeste?
Celeste has withdrawn her request to speak.
Okay. So then I think that's everyone. So we'll turn to questions of the city planners. Councillor Katarina, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And first of all, thanks to everybody for their presentations for and against to this. So to administration, some of the concerns, and I heard a little bit of it, not a lot, some traffic concerns, parking, certainly with the last speaker in that. So from my understanding from the side is that this building that's being proposed right now is required with underground parking in order to actually help alleviate the problem on the street. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. So the increase in parking there with the traffic, I know Bunt was available there. They didn't have any questions, but can you comment on your assessment of this particular building and what it would require if the roads around it can actually withstand the additional students?
Sure, I can give you a quick overview of the findings of the TIA.
Yeah.
So the TIA looked at a growth scenario going from about 2,800 students to 4,000 students, which is over a time of about 10 years. Based on the additional traffic generated by that growth, the assessment looked at 112 Avenue, Ada Boulevard, and the relevant intersections next to the site. Findings from that analysis indicate no additional improvements were needed either on 112 or Ada Boulevard. One thing of note is that we have looked at the historical data along 112 Avenue, and over time, we have seen a decrease in traffic volumes. This is more after the opening of downtown Marina, where the activity in Northlands have reduced. So there's a decrease in traffic overall if we compare 2018 to 2014-15 year traffic. So that's solely on the traffic side of things. In addition, I would definitely say, as far as the location of the site is concerned, it is well served by transit. There is a legal agreement between Concordia and ETS that will continue to provide transit service to the campus. There are additional connections as part of BNR that will be available along 112 Avenue. And there are about, I think, 10 transit stops that are within the 400 radius of this site. Lastly, in terms of pedestrian and bike network, there is already some enhanced pedestrian infrastructure proposed as part of the development permit application. The north-south connection between 112 and Ada Boulevard, and then some internal enhancements to pedestrian as well.
Perfect. Thank you for that. And so the ARP, that's been mentioned a number of times in that. First of all, how old is the ARP for Virginia Park, Cromdale?
The Virginia Park ARP was adopted in 1983.
In 83, so it's quite some time, and things have changed considerably, especially because of the exhibition lands, and that's been a topic as well too, Mr. Mickelson. And I don't know if there's an understanding that property, exhibition lands, that's city-owned property. It's not free property for somebody to do what they wish with. It's city-owned property that's still in the process of being planned. The plan is in place, but the actual process to get it to start developing is still a number of years away. Is that correct?
That is correct. And that was also mentioned by the Concordia University representation, that land isn't within their control or within their ownership. And the site we're talking about today is the current Concordia site, and that is the only place where the UI zone is being proposed at this time.
That's right. So, I mean, this is their land, and that's the only reason why they're proposing it here. I know that they've been in not negotiations, but questions to our administration about the exhibition lands to date, but that's not consideration today.
That's correct.
I'm out of time, Mr. Mayor. If I could just maybe, if there are no other questioners, continue on. But
I got
Councilor Henderson. Yep,
we'll get you another round. Go ahead.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the difference between what Concordia is allowed to build now and what this would do, and just if I can get a bit more detail on that, because to my eye, the height, there's what, a 2 meter difference, 2.5 meter difference in height along the edge of the neighborhood, correct? But most of the addition of height is pushed towards Capilano Drive. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes, that's correct. So where the university campus meets the residential to the west, the maximum heights are 14.5 meters. That's also where you'll see the largest setbacks required, which is 6 meters. And as it moves towards the east, Wayne Gretzky Drive and 112, you have higher heights permitted, so 21.6.
There's nothing to set back from there. So the other thing that is shifting is the FAR. And I'm wondering if how much of that FAR is because the heights are increasing, and how much of it is actually increasing possible use of land.
So it would be a combination of that. So the current DC2 isn't a very detailed DC2. No. We see the use of the UI zone as kind of a modernization. So that DC2 was approved in 2004, and a lot has changed in the city's context since then. So while they are proposing to go to FAR and it's currently 2.3 in the DC2. The UI standard has been to apply a 10 FAR, but given this site's context and their development plans, they felt that it was reasonable, and so did we, that they apply a 5 FAR.
Yeah, no, I'm really getting, I'm really just trying to understand, what they could build today, because I'm guessing a lot of the concerns that are being raised with us, that are creating concerns for the community, could happen under the current zoning. So that's what I'm really just trying to get a sense here of what's shifting and changing. So, if the FAR is mostly accounted for by the fact that there's some height going deeper into the, further away from the community. But if the FAR is also allowing for greater use of, being able to use some of the open space right now, that, I can see how that would raise a different set of questions. So I was just trying to really get a sense of that.
Yeah, so it's mostly the additional height.
Yeah.
There is trade-offs in the setbacks, so the height is overall increased, and then there is a marginal increase or a decrease in setbacks if you looked at the site overall in required setbacks. So while we required 4.5 on the west side, we are now requiring 6. But while we required 7.5 on Ada Boulevard, we're now requiring 6 there as well.
So, and the Ada Boulevard edge is probably the one that would, in the eastern one is not going to affect anybody, I don't think. There's nobody there. Correct?
Yeah, sub-area 3 is the eastern edge where there's Wayne Gretzky Drive. We see it as very limited effects. Ada Boulevard, there's a portion of area 2 that's along Ada Boulevard, which does allow a height of 21.75 meters.
Yeah.
With a setback of 6 meters for the highest heights. And those setbacks decrease only on the eastern edge on Wayne Gretzky Drive.
And on the western edge, part of it is increased and part of it's decreased. So
yeah,
the
height is only
against the
increased
school?
along the school.
Okay.
Along the school and where 73rd Street travels to 112.
So the setbacks up against the housing are increasing and the height is going up slightly.
That's correct.
Most of the changes are well away from the neighborhood.
That's correct.
Okay. Good. I mean, interesting to hear. I mean, and I guess my question is, because it sounds, from listening to people, that most of the concern is about the unknown, which has to do with conversations with the university itself. But that's why I'm just really trying to get a feel for what that situation exists today, whether or not the zoning changes or not, correct?
Yeah, in our opinion, the unknowns don't come from the change in zoning. There are many of the same unknowns in the DC2, and that's what happens with a 5.6 hectare site. It's a large site, and a lot can be accommodated on those sites. I believe there's been a shift, and I would let Concordia speak to it if they wanted to, a shift in their vision, and they went from a 20-year vision or a 10-year vision to a 100-year vision.
Yeah, and some of that could be played out in the DC2 as it stands, I'm guessing.
Exactly.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councillor Henderson, would you mind moving another round for Councillor Caterina?
Not at all. I'll move a second round for Councillor Caterina.
I'll second that. Let me just test unanimous consent. Any objection to a second round? Hearing none. Councillor Caterina, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and Ms. Mickelson. Just to reiterate Councillor Henderson's point, the DC as it is now really is very similar to what is being applied for, and I'll let Dr. Lorimer maybe speak to new information on the length of the plan. But right now we're talking about the one administrative building. The plan is going out almost 100 years, and depending on what happens with this exhibition lands, when that is finally comes to fruition, Concordia's plans for their own particular site might change considerably. That's one of the unknowns as well, too, at this point.
Yeah, so while there is a current development permit application in that is awaiting approval of this zone to be considered, we are looking at the whole site to be considered to rezone to UI. So that's important to note. And the major changes between the DC2, the current DC2 and the UI zone, of course, are the heights. So there's an introduction of additional height and changes in setbacks. And then there's a modernization of the uses. Just because that DC2 was approved in 2004, there's uses that no longer exist. There's uses that have been introduced. So that's shifting in the UI zone as well.
Yeah,
So there are more development rights in terms of size and reduced setbacks in some areas, and then additional uses. But overall, the details in the DC2 existing versus the UI are similar.
They're the same. So even with that, and I know the charts that were that you showed in your presentation shows the sensitivity as well, that it's being recognized that it's going from lower on the west to higher to the east, where there's virtually no impact, obviously, to Wayne Gretzky Drive and impact to the north. And part of that sort of the school side of things on Ada, that's almost up against the bridge there as well too. So that has some impact, but little impact, and that's been sort of planned out in the way that we've seen the plans going forward. But this building is strictly, we know what this is for because the permit process has been started.
Yeah, the permit that has been applied for is for Area 1, which has a maximum height of 14.5 meters and a setback of 6 meters. And the permit that has been applied for is within the regulations proposed in the UI zone.
Right. So, and that again too would be very similar to the DC zone that it is there now. So,
Increased height, but very similar.
Very, very similar. Yeah, very small increase in site. So, thank you, Mr. Nicholson. Mr. Mayor, that's all the questions I have for administration.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions for administration? Okay, not seeing any at this time. I'll call for new information. Is there any new information which arose during the public hearing that folks want to respond to? Let me just, I'll run through the speakers in the order that we heard from them, just to see if there's information. Mr. Lorman?
Thank you, Mayor Iveson. Yes, I would just like to say that the posting of the signs for the rezoning were all put up at the same time, and so it was suggested by one of the speakers that the signs went up last week, or one of the signs went up last week. That, in fact, I've had confirmation from our plant operations was not the case.
Thank you, Dr. Lorman. Questions on that for him from members of council? Not seeing any. Then next, I'll check with Mr. Hundred. Do you have any new information?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to mention that although the the UI zone as proposed does allow a maximum height of 14.5 meters in Area 1, which is on the western side of the campus, the development permit and the building that is submitted actually complies with the DC for height. It's 12 meters. It's not a 14.5 meter high building, and that is the building that'll be adjacent to Virginia Park. So it is actually respecting the current zone. Part of our rationale for increasing it is a little bit is because of an unknown in the future, but also we did have a little bit of uncertainty on how to calculate the height of that building because it has a sort of a circular glass barrel vault on top, and we just wanted to take some of the uncertainty out of that. But in fact, the building itself is 12 meters. So we're not building to 14.5 with the current building. It is under consideration in the development permit.
Thank you, Mr. Hundred. Questions and clarification on that? New information? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you. Ms. Burgess, do you have any new information?
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to briefly share, again, just kind of restating, we've talked a lot about engagement, and I think it's an appropriate time to sort of raise that question of what is engagement and what does that spectrum of engagement really look like. We've heard a lot today about the new academic building in particular, and I think my colleagues have sort of eloquently described what our plans look like for that and what the sort of heights and all of that and the feedback that has been incorporated in that regard have been. But I just wanted to sort of restate, President Lorman worked with various members of the community on an engagement policy. So a policy in the post-secondary world, super important to have those in place. And then my work with Town and Gown, which is a newer initiative, is building on that policy that Dr. Lorman and his colleagues and community members put into place together. And again, following that IAP2, the International Association of Public Participation, and their best practices, we are looking at that spectrum of engagement, which is informing, consulting, involving, collaborating, and empowering. And of course, I think that for folks living in the community, there may be a desire for always having every decision be one where everyone is empowered in that conversation. But that would be a dangerous precedent to set when it comes to post-secondary institutions, when it comes to creating innovation spaces and growing the economy. And it's not about buying all of the houses in Virginia Park. That certainly is not the plan. Virginia Park is an excellent neighborhood, and it's one that is going to continue to be wonderful for years to come. But it is about looking at that spectrum, and we're not always going to be on that empowering end, but it's making sure that with every decision we make, we are being very mindful of where we're going to fall in that. So I just wanted to share that. I think it's really important to just remember that engagement isn't always full collaboration or empowerment. There is a spectrum of engagement, and that is best practice, not only for Concordia as a post-secondary institution, but for the city of Edmonton and many other institutions across the city.
Thank you, Ms. Burgess. Questions on for new information? Not seeing any. Vivian?
Thank you, Mayor Iveson. I don't have any new information to add. I think that we've had a fulsome series of public engagement conversations in light of the pandemic, and I look forward to hearing the decision of council. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Willis?
Yeah, thank you. No, I don't have any further information to add. Thank you very much.
Good, thank you. Mr. Tillman?
No, I don't have anything further to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gendron?
Mayor Iveson, I don't have anything to add. Always a pleasure and much appreciated to present to you and council. I've enjoyed all the presentations from everybody today. Lots of learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Finley?
I'm all good here. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
You're welcome. Mr. Wade? Any new information? Sounds like no. Okay. Ms. Heschuk, do you want to respond to any new information arising from what's been said so far?
At this time, no. I just feel that the acute information has caused some of us to be in a situation where we feel that we haven't been heard. So therefore, I think that is something that they need to take into consideration. If it's 120 opposition by Virginia Park, by a petition that was provided since we heard what we heard in the documents that were provided to us, that they should be paying attention. I think on a level that would make us feel comfortable and at home in our homes. Thank you. Thank you for letting us speak today.
Thank you. Ms. Klein?
Great, thank you. I would just like to add that when we were part, can you hear me?
Yep, proceed.
I just plugged in. Okay, thank you. When we were
The new building, we had repeatedly asked whether the rezoning change was required for this building to actually move forward in construction. And at that meeting, the answer was that no, the rezoning change was not required for this proposed building. So the question that residents and I think our greater community is asking is, at this point, why do we require a rezoning change when we haven't had the opportunity for full participation of our community? So I just would like to go back to that
We're all about win-win. We're about working together and collaborating and finding solutions. But on the flip side, to move forward with this proposed building, my understanding from that meeting was that the rezoning change was not a requirement. And so for us, we feel that there isn't a pressure point for the rezoning change to occur at this moment. And we feel that further community engagement would be greatly appreciated, and I think very helpful for any future developments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Klein. Any questions? Not seeing any. How about Mr. Klein? Any new information arising from?
I will just speak. He is with our children at a music lesson, so I'm sorry that he is not able to follow up. But thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
He's where he should be, clearly.
Yeah.
So, thank you. Mr. Smits? Dr. Smits.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll be brief. Appreciate the opportunity to say a few words. I really want to emphasize that we support the university in our community and certainly admire their intent to contribute in a larger sense to learning and culture and innovation in our community. But I don't feel that they've really made the case of how this would benefit more directly in a really lived experience way the immediate community that is Virginia Park. And I think we've raised lots of issues that are of concern, including quality of life, the sustainability of the community, traffic, and so on. And while there has been consultation, obviously many of us feel that that is still an issue, that more opportunity has to be given for a real give and take between Concordia and the residents of Virginia Park. And to build, what I think is support for the university, but in a way that is really respectful, I think, of people's lives who will be living in the shadow of a larger campus. And then just one more thing quickly, one thing that has not been addressed, and I think is a real worry, is their purchasing of housing off their current site and what they intend to do that, and how that will be controlled, how that will be developed and how that will be controlled, because that would be a major incursion into what is already a small community in terms of the number of houses and so on. So I think our opposition is more in terms of the need for genuine give and take and consultation, and to really have a better understanding of each other's concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Hans? Not seeing any. Next is Mr. Vanderveld. I think I saw him drop off the call earlier, so I'm not sure if he's still with us. Are you there, sir? And do you have any new information? Not hearing any. We'll check next with Valerie Krinky. Dr. Krinky, are you still there? Perhaps not. Next would be Donna Stasinski. Do you have any new information for us, Donna?
Yes, I just very quickly, I think the focus really is not on the parking and the traffic. That's minor. I think the issue is really the consultation and developing a real plan. We, as Dr. Smith said, we appreciate the university being in the community and what it has to offer the city, but I think we need to really study the impact of the development on the community, and I think the halt is to let those two, the policy development or the committee that the university is hoping to develop and the discussions with Bridget, to allow there's no real rush to change the zoning, as we've just heard. So that information that's given to us, that building can still happen. So why not let that happen and not change the zoning until we have a real plan, see what's happening at Northlands with the two proposals. How about the university and the city and the community taking time, just step back? How can we have a wonderful, innovative program, university, community that's a model for cities across Canada and for Edmonton? I thank you again for having the opportunity to speak to everyone, and look forward to working together very closely with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette, go ahead with questions.
Yeah, just a quick question. You're mentioning the consultation and maybe having a more robust conversation so that the community feels that they were empowered in this and that there's a clear path forward for everyone that can generally be agreed on, if not in all the particulars. We've also heard that the rezoning for height actually isn't entirely necessary, but it's there just in case because of that glass structure that is going on the top of the building, just to accommodate that. But you've also heard that perhaps consultation where everyone feels empowered would be deleterious to economic development and moving forward. So I'm just wondering your thoughts on all of those things.
Councillor Paquette, was that for me?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, Councillor Paquette, I think there's so much we need to learn from each other. We want to continue, as we discussed, to have a good working relationship in Virginia Park with the university, with the community. And I guess if there is no halt to the economic development and the building, the new building happening, can we not just step back and say, let's look at the whole process. Let's bring people together and see what's happening at Northlands. That's going to have a huge impact on the surrounding communities. So before we jump to changing zoning in one little pocket, let's have a big picture, a consultation and a robust, as you mentioned, discussion with the city. What will be happening to that land, and how can it be incorporated into an innovative venture? There are so many things that were mentioned in that Northlands consultation that still could be included in this process. So I'm not sure if that answered your question, but I think we have time. The building can go forward. Please be respectful to the residents in the community to allow us time to look at the future plans, to look at the goals of that Dr. Lorman has proposed and are set out for Concordia. I think the question is, could we have more time? And let's stay with DC2 at this point.
Okay, so, and just because I think that it's probably a question that everyone has, is that looking at the plans, what would substantially change in your mind through the process of consultation? And I think that's the big question everyone would have, because otherwise the position would be, I think that, and I can't speak for anyone, but I think the position might be that, well, the rezoning is almost at the level of formality just to cover bases. Otherwise, everything as planned could go forward as planned. So what would be the material differences, do you think, that would come out of further consultation?
Councillor Paquette, I think some of my neighbors in speaking, we're talking about the compatibility with the present historical nature of our community. If you have a look at the two maps that were provided and look at what's presently there for Concordia, the massive, huge structures that do not mesh with what's presently there historically for Concordia. So is there an opportunity to work with the city and there was that discussion at our hearings with the exhibition grounds, is there an opportunity to take some of that building and look at really innovative green solar energy buildings that could be part of projects that the university can build from, can expand upon. So I think the concern is the density, the change in the nature of the footprint of that piece of land, and is there a better way to expand and make it beautiful by keeping the historical nature of the grounds? And if you walk down Ada Boulevard and see that gorgeous historic building, that is going to be lost when those
Right.
are fixed. Totally lost. We
They
lose
could build anyway.
Pardon?
Right now,
Yeah,
pretty much the same. So I'm just
but-
curious about how that would change.
yeah, I guess perhaps can that discussion happen so that some of that building can happen north of 112, where there are empty parking lots, where the expansion can happen there. And it's, I don't know, looking, yes, I've taken
I'm
notes.
out of time. Thank you.
Councilor Paquette.
Any other questions for Ms. Dzenski? Not seeing any. Mr. Orr, any new information?
Just one clarification. There was a mention that the current ARP for Virginia Park Cromdale was written in 1983. I think the section that residents are referring to is 3.7.5, which is part of bylaw 11275, which is September 3rd, 1996. And in that bylaw, it talks about architecturally compatible. And I think we've heard that a bunch today. And I would just challenge, the forum or the quorum here, who defines architecturally compatible? And is it, back to the discussion on, engagement, is it really something that's left to engagement and then ultimately for, a single party to determine? We've heard elsewhere that, we want to preserve, the character and feel of mature neighborhoods. And then, in the same breath, we're talking about a glass structure on top of a building. Well, I can assure you there's no other glass structures on the top of other buildings in the community of Virginia Park. The other thing that I just want to quickly speak to is, this concept of, it's really an ultimatum. It's the city's been given an ultimatum. If we don't get this rezoning, then, the AI is off the table. All this development's off the table. The growth and all of the benefits that are going to come from the university are not available to us if we're not given this. And that's just really not the case. I think that, many people have said, the existing expansion that's planned for the west side can happen anyway under the current zoning. The clarification is the zoning on the east side is substantially different, and there may not be any residents, directly impacted by that zoning, but there is a significant height difference on the east side. And, at the end of the day, I think that, many of the residents, we may find that acceptable. But I think what we're saying here is that given the consultation process that's taken place, we do not find it acceptable today. And the engagement policy that Tim mentioned earlier in the meeting was only just drafted sort of at the tail end of many of the community members, including myself, at the end of our sort of engagement process as Concordia zoned in on the resident 3rd Street and sort of, narrowed their consultation focus. So I think, really, I want to draw attention back to the bylaw, September 3rd, 1996, a bylaw that requires architecturally compatible development, and also to say to, a call to City Council to recognize that this is not a binary decision. If we say, we're just not quite ready to approve this, we're not saying no to AI development. We're not saying no to economic development. We're not saying no to Concordia. What we're saying to Concordia is, wow, you guys have a 100-year plan. We want to have a 100-year plan. The community wants to work with you on a 100-year plan. And as the city, we want to be there to facilitate that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Orr. Any questions for Mr. Orr on that? Not seeing any. Then that's a complete round of new information.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move closure of the public hearing at this point.
Mr. Mayor, can I just respond to some new information, please?
We
just mentioned
another round of new information if it is the will of council. But I understand there may be some new information. So
it's been mentioned by 3 or 4 of the last speakers, and I think it needs to be corrected.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Hunter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just want to correct it. I believe that there's reference to us not needing this rezoning for the building to proceed. That may have been stated, I believe it was in August of 2020 when we did meet with Virginia Park residents, and that was our interpretation of the DC. But after submitting and meeting with administration, it became clear that it isn't even clear. There are some ambiguities in the DC2, and so we aren't able to finish the processing of our current development permit under the current zone. So it isn't correct to say that we can proceed with our current building under the zoning. We cannot. Administration has determined that we do need this zoning for them to be able to issue an approved development permit. So I just wanted to correct that. I don't want council to think that we can proceed under the current zoning. Administration has determined that we can't. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you very much.
Understood. Thank you. Any other new information? Going once, going twice. Councilor Caterina.
I'll move closure of the public hearing on 3.7 and 3.8, please.
Second, or Scott can have it. Doesn't matter.
Okay. Please vote on closure of the public hearing.
Just waiting for Councillor Walters' vote. Perfect. We have 13 votes.
Display the vote, please. Great.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move first reading of 3.7, 3.8, and just a quick comment, if I could.
Let me just grab that. Thank you, Councilor McKean. Okay, go ahead. Introduce the motion, Councilor Caterina.
Did you want me to introduce?
Well, you may speak to it now.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to first of all, thank everybody for and against here. I just want to make it explicitly clear that Concordia has done an amazing job with their campus and with their university. And this is a long-term plan, and this is just a small start of it. Nobody's being held hostage. I haven't heard that at all. The AI will continue, and that's part of the process right now. So I think this is a great plan, and I look forward to either future expansion once we get some details and things settled with the exhibition lands if Concordia is part of that or not. So I encourage everyone on council to support this unanimously to confirm that Concordia University is a very valued institution here in our city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, this has been a really interesting one to listen to, because it strikes me that in actual fact, what we're being asked to decide on today probably is the right choice and the right call in terms of making sure that our interface with the community is protected, that the growth is actually pushed away from the neighborhood and the community. So from a land use point of view, I'm prepared to support this. But having represented the area around the University of Alberta and the Garneau, and lived with these tensions for many years, that there was a huge amount of growing pain there in terms of being able to get to a relationship that I think was a little bit more productive between a community that was under stress and a large university next to it. And it does feel to me like there's work that needs to be done there in terms of building this relationship going forward as as what's a fairly generic piece of zoning is honed into something that probably is more specific. And it's in those specifics, I think, that the most important piece is here. So I would, I think there's a lesson to be learned here today. I think we've heard that being able to be as forthright and connected to the community as neighbors, this is in part of the nature of universities, that they have a different relationship from a whole bunch of other land uses. And I would really encourage Concordia in the future to work on that relationship, because I think, in actual fact, I suspect what we're passing as land use here is probably in line with what the community would be looking for. I think it's not a huge jump or huge change from what we did before, but I'm hearing a huge amount of concern, which I recognize from Garneau and other neighborhoods around the University of Alberta, that when you're not part of that discussion, when you don't have input into it, when you feel like your community might be at risk, that you end up with the kind of pushback we've had here today. And I don't think it's appropriate to hold the zoning hostage to improving that relationship, but I would really encourage Concordia to work very hard on that, because my experience, and it's not been perfect with Garneau, but it's certainly been better over the last decade than it was in the decades before. So I think there are ways to have these discussions in better ways, and I would hope that would happen.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. I would largely echo what Councillor Henderson said. The frustrating thing is that because this is a land use discussion, there's not really a lot here to vote against as far as land use, because what we're not deciding is build form. That's something that we're not doing and we can't do. And so whatever the plans are actually kind of immaterial toward the decision-making process on the land use. Sometimes that can get a little bit gray area, but the frustrating part here is that the community members that have come up today largely support the university and largely support the direction they want to go, but it's the build form that they wish that they were consulted on, and how that rolls out. And that's something that we don't have a decision-making power on here. And so I would really strongly recommend to the university to build these ties, because the fact is, we've seen this in many communities, that when a large organization builds strong ties with the community, things tend to go forward a lot smoother and a lot better. And there's going to be a lot of changes coming to the community over the next years and even decades. And I think that relationship is going to be paramount. On the adverse side, we've seen organizations that have not partnered well with the community, and every discussion and every change is fraught with contention. And so, just a caution and an encouragement there. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Carmel, could you take the chair?
I have the chair.
I think all those points are well taken, and also not necessarily directly relevant to the question before us as a land use question. And so I think, with the hearing closed, I think that encouragement to continue working on the boundary issues and opportunities with neighbors, and trying to integrate, certainty for folks with the needs of a very important institution in the community. There's a natural tension around that. And again, it's not unique to this site and this organization. At the end of the day, the question is, are these uses and these potential configurations of building suitable for this site relative to its context, and what else is already happening there, both on the campus side and adjacent? And I think the answer is yes. And I think I didn't hear much dispute that that's the case, or that the change that's before us here is all that significant. but more concerned that this opens the door to other things that need further conversation. But from the perspective of the land use regulators, really, I think, and even regardless of the particular proposed that may be in for development permit, subject to the zoning going through, I think the primary question before us is, does this zoning make sense on this site? And do the other adjustments all make sense all around? And I think the answer is yes. And that's actually properly the question that's before us here. And I think the other issues merit obviously further conversation. I think, the city has played a facilitating role in some of those kinds of conversations, boundary interface questions before, and it's in everybody's interest, the applicants, the neighbors, and the city, to find reasonable path forward on all of that. And so again, constructively, positively, I encourage that to continue to happen. Pausing this nominal change to force that to happen is also not the role of the city in a situation like this. And so with the greatest of respect for the fact that there's obviously ongoing work to do around land use planning and campus planning for Concordia and for the neighborhood, I'm quite happy to support the specific application that is before us here today. So stop there and take the chair back.
Return the chair.
Thank you. And anybody else before I go to Councillor Caterina to close? Not seeing any. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have no additional comments.
Okay.
I agree that this is a land use, this is appropriate, and I again ask for full support. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote on first reading.
Yes, for me, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, for me as well.
Thank you, Councillor Caterina and Councillor Hamilton. We're just waiting on Councillor Paquette, Councillor Banga, and the mayor's vote.
Yes, for me.
Thank you.
Did mine not come through? Oh, it's still submitting. I'm a yes.
Thank you.
Mine is submitting as well. I'm a slightly frustrated yes.
Perfect. We have 13 votes.
Display the vote. Carried unanimously.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move second reading of 3.7 and 3.8.
Second.
Second reading, please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Caterina. We're just waiting for Councillor Banga.
Councillor Banga?
It's still spinning, but I'm a yes.
Perfect. We have 13 votes.
Display the vote. Carried.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move consideration for third reading on 3.7, 3.8.
Please vote to allow third reading to proceed.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
We're just missing one vote.
I think that's me. I'm in the affirmative.
Thank you. We have 13 votes.
Display the vote, please. Carried.
And Mr. Mayor, I'll move third reading of 19722 and 19723.
Second.
Third and final reading, please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Caterina.
Yes, for me as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Banga. We're just missing one more vote. Perfect. We have 13 votes. Thank you.
Display the vote. Carried unanimously. Okay. The next item of business, 3, 9, and 310, the West Ingle ARP. I think we can at least get the presentation in before the dinner break and think about whether we want to make any modifications to orders of the day here. But let's start with the presentation.
Good evening. I'm just waiting to see the slides there.
Do I get the slides up?
Apologies. There seems to be, they seem to be mislabeled where we have them. If administration could take a double check in the folder and.
Do you want to take 2 minutes?
I actually just found out I have access to it from another source, so I'll get it up shortly.
Okay.
Okay, there we go. So good evening, everyone. This application proposes a change in zoning from the US Urban Services Zone to the RF3 Small Scale Infill Development Zone with the Mature Neighborhood Overlay for a 0.26 hectare site in Inglewood. A year ago, an application to rezone this same site to the RF5 Row Housing Zone was brought before council and was refused. This is the landowner's second attempt to rezone this land for residential development, this time proposing a slightly less intense zone. Next slide, please. The proposed RF3 zone would allow for a mix of small-scale housing, such as single detached housing, semi-detached housing, or a configuration of multi-unit housing with up to 17 dwellings and a height of approximately 2.5 stories. The Mature Neighborhood Overlay would help ensure future development is compatible within the context of existing surrounding buildings and also maintain the pedestrian-oriented design of the streetscape. The RF3 zone is the standard low-density residential zone that applies to the majority of the Inglewood neighborhood, including to the east, west, and south of this site. The administration sees this proposed zone as entirely compatible with surrounding sites and the broader area. Next slide, please. This application conforms to the West Ingle Area Redevelopment Plan, which designates this site for infill and small lot housing using the RF3 zone. Residential development at this site would also support the establishment of the district node at Westmount Shopping Center, identified in the city plan within walking distance. Next slide, please. Once the school site was sold to private landowners, the site was no longer counted or interpreted by administration towards contributing to the public open space or park space in Inglewood. While formerly used as a schoolyard, the site is now separately titled from the now privately operated school and fenced off from public access. The existing zoning, urban services, is not explicitly for open space, but carries a bundle of development rights and is commonly used for institutional buildings like hospitals, cemeteries, places of worship, and schools. These site characteristics, being privately owned and zoned urban services, remain unchanged since the last time an application for this parcel was heard at public hearing last year. Without this space, Inglewood is anticipated to have 2.13 hectares of parkland per 1,000 people going forward, slightly more than the target of 2 hectares. This figure factors in the anticipated population and proposed park site at the Camsell Hospital redevelopment. Next slide, please. In conclusion, administration supports this application because the neighborhood's open space needs are adequately met through the existing park network, the redevelopment intensity is compatible with surrounding land uses, and the application is in conformance with infill objectives of the West Ingle Area Redevelopment Plan and the city plan. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Sylvia Summers.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, your worship and members of City Council.
It's our pleasure to be here today in front of you requesting approval for this application. I'm here today with Ms. Eva Tu, who is representing Limac Investments, Inc. She'll be available for questions. Next slide, please. The proposed development is a privately owned 0.26 hectare site located on 4 lots on 128th Street between 114th Ave and 113th Avenue in the Inglewood neighborhood. The site is currently a fenced-off grassed area. Surrounding buildings range from single detached housing to high-rise apartments. As previously mentioned, the proposed rezoning is from urban service to RF3 small-scale infill development. Next slide, please. To provide for some context, I'll go over the rezoning process to date. In early 2019, the Edmonton Catholic School Board declared land as surplus. The City of Edmonton elected to not purchase the land. The Edmonton Catholic School Board advertised the lands for sale on the market. In June 2019, Limac purchased the lands at market value. Early 2020, Limac initiated a rezoning process, initially as an RA7, and revised application to the RF5 after consultation with the community and administration. During the rezoning process, Limac entered into discussions with the Mac Islamic School to sell the land, but the school was unable to purchase the lands. On June 9th, 2020, the RF5 rezoning application was refused by City Council at public hearing. So we've listened and received to the feedback received from the public hearing. In November 2020, prior to undertaking the current RF3 rezoning application, in an informal discussion, Limac indicated that they'd be willing to sell the land to the City of Edmonton if it was needed for park space. The City of Edmonton determined that it was indeed not needed for park space. So moving forward, through January through June of this year, Limac initiated the RF3 rezoning process, which is in alignment with the West Ingle ARP, and we're currently before you today at public hearing. Next slide, please. So just to provide a little additional context, the location of the site provides for multimodal opportunities for residents. A bike lane is located on 127th Street. Frequent bus service routes are located along 114th Ave and 124th Street, which is also a designated transit avenue. Major arterial roadways are in close proximity, include 111th Ave, Grove Road, and 124th Street East. Next slide, please. As previously mentioned, by administration, there are a number of open spaces in proximity to the site, highlighted in green. And as also mentioned by administration, the city has noted that they did not have an interest in acquiring the site for purposes, and that as they've determined that there's sufficient land-based parkland within the neighborhood. This analysis is based upon the Urban Parks Management Plan. Next slide, please. When looking at city policy, the proposed development is in alignment with the new city plan. The site is located near the West Mount District Node, which is within walking distance. Primary corridors located on 111th Avenue and 124th Street, again within walking distance, as well as a citywide mass transit. The city plan envisions growing the city from 1 million to 2 million people with 50% of new units and over 600,000 additional residents, and redeveloping areas through infill. If the goals of city plan are to be achieved, sites like this will need to be developed at the densities envisioned in the plan. Next slide, please. As previously mentioned, our proposed rezoning is from urban service zone to small scale infill development, RF3, and is in alignment with the vision of the West Ingle ARP. Map 2 concept plan in the West Ingle ARP indicates that infill and small lot housing designation is desired when the site redevelops. And in addition, the rezoning also aligns with residential infill guidelines. Next slide, please. As can be seen on the zoning map, the RF3 zone is the predominant residential zone within the area. The RF3 zone and mature neighborhood overlay will regulate development on the site and will facilitate redevelopment that's compatible with the surrounding development. The RF3 zone and mature neighborhood overlay will allow for residential uses such as duplex dwelling, semi-detached housing, single detached housing, and multi-unit housing. A maximum of 17 units in a multi-lot development could be achieved on the site. The maximum height would be 8.9 meters, so 2.5 stories approximately. And in addition, the zoning would maintain a pedestrian-oriented streetscape. Next slide, please. So in summation, the proposed rezoning is in alignment with the vision of the city plan. It aligns with the vision of the West Ingle ARP and is in alignment with the intent of the residential infill guidelines. Next slide, please. Thank you. Questions?
Let's find out. Thank you, Ms. Summers. Councillor Essinger, questions?
Yes, thank you very much. Ms. Summers, since you've taken over, I'd just like to understand what engagement has happened with the community.
Basically, notification was sent out to the community with regards to the proposed RF3 rezoning. So that was pretty much the extent of the engagement process.
Because the community was quite upset by the previous plan that was defeated at council. So I would have thought there might have been more community engagement.
Well, what we heard at the public hearing was that that there was a desire for it to be maintained park space. So that was part of an informal discussion with the city when we went back, and it was determined that this was not needed as additional park space. And what we also heard alternatively at the public hearing, previous public hearing, was that there was a desire, if the site was to be rezoned, that it be rezoned in compliance with the West Ingle ARP. And that's why we're back here before you with an RF3 rezoning.
Okay, I'm just disappointed that you didn't reach out to the community. Thank you, that's all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Essinger. Any other questions for Ms. Summers? Not seeing any. Then next we'll hear from Justin Small.
Thank you.
Okay, microphone on, screen on. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, can't see you, but we can hear you. So go ahead. Oh, now we can see you. Proceed.
There I am. Hi, everybody. Hi, my name is Justin Smalley, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the Inglewood Community League Board. It's generally agreed upon by the community members that the preferred land use at this address remains as green space, and that any loss of green space is unfavorable to the community and its residents. It's the wish of the League and the community members that any and all efforts be made by the city to find a way for this land to remain as green space. With this in mind, the board does not see any straightforward path for this to remain as green space, given that it's privately owned now. The application is not simply a choice between green space or not, and the rejection of the application does not guarantee that the land will remain as green space. Many of the permitted and discretionary uses allowed under the US zone allow for a footprint and build form as large or larger than those permitted under RF3. In June 2020, when the rezoning application for this address came before City Council, the Inglewood Community League Board took a position in opposition but expressed support for the RF3 zoning. The board continues to support the RF3 land use for this block of land as identified in the West Ingle ARP. When the League is approached regarding land use, we refer residents, business, and property owners to the West Ingle ARP and mature overlay for guidance. Although not perfect, these plans help to minimize property development disputes arising in our community. Furthermore, these two plans represent previous community engagement with the City of Edmonton to create a shared understanding regarding redevelopment in Inglewood. The board continues to generally support the West Ingle ARP as it strikes balance between maintaining Inglewood's historical character, community interest, and planned approach to bringing in more mixed-use redevelopment. According to the ARP Map 2 Plan Concept Map, this parcel of land referred to is low-density development, RF3, and is expected to take the form of infill and small lot housing. We would ask members of council to consider our league's feedback and overall perspective. That is all I have prepared for you today, but I'm willing to answer further questions.
Thank you. Councillor Essinger.
Thank you, and thank you very much for coming today, Mr. Smalley. Really appreciate it. I just wanted to understand, the League was in opposition. The frustration is it cannot stay as green space, so you feel comfortable with the RF3. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Because I'm getting lots of emails from community members that aren't happy with it for a variety of reasons, including green space. So I'm sure you got some of that feedback as well when you were discussing it.
So the position I presented to you was the position of the Inglewood Community League Board. We attempt to take into account what our community members, but just like City Council, we try to make decisions based on all the information available, and sometimes those decisions might be unpopular in the community.
No, and I appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure I understood it. So I really appreciate you coming today and sharing those thoughts with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Smalley? Okay, not seeing any. Councillor Essinger, did you have questions for Ms. Tu?
I do.
Okay. Ms. Tu, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome. Okay, and go ahead with your questions, Councillor Essinger.
Thank you. Ms. Tu, I was just wanting to understand, are you building out the 17 units on this at this time, or that's the maximum? Oh, I didn't know what your intent was.
So our intent is to get the R3 rezoning so that we may begin planning on what we will build. 17 maximum units would be ideal, but we are willing to listen to the community and work with them and decide on the number of units to build there. We haven't gotten that far because we've been burnt before. We've been here last year and we never got a rezoning done. So we want to get the rezoning done first before we move on ahead.
Now, I think I heard you say that you had reached out to the school, I think to sell the property as well?
Yes, so we did contact the MAC school early last year, around February. We entered into some discussions. However, their board at the time decided not to purchase the land. And we haven't heard from them since for any further discussion to purchase that land.
Okay, and what is the state of the land now? I think it's fenced, is that correct?
It is currently fenced. Yes.
All right, thank you very much. That's all my questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have trouble clicking on, but
proceed.
Ms. Tu, you did not get the zoning that LIMAC was after the last time. But the testimony we've had before us today is that there was no engagement with the community. And I just wonder why that decision was taken, why you wouldn't have reached out to the community league and done some serious engagement to head off potential opposition.
As my colleague had touched on earlier, because most of the feedback was just regarding green space, we did most of our communication with the city and they determined that they did not need the green space. And so with that, we went ahead to start this rezone process here for RF3.
And yet, if I heard you right in your answer to Councillor Esslinger, that you would talk to the community about your proposal and the number of units you would put on there. Is that right?
Correct, because our intent is still to rezone this piece of land.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Don, you have to put your mic.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, we cannot hear you.
Don, turn on your mic.
Sorry about that. Yes, so those are all the questions we have for Ms. Tu, it sounds like. And those are all of the speakers in favor now. We'd be hearing next from those in opposition. Do you want to do that at 7 o'clock as we normally would, or do you want to shorten the break in some way? Any suggestions?
1 hour break would be fine with me.
I'll move that we come back at 6:30, Mr. Mayor.
Let me just check. Any challenges with that? Any objections?
I could be 10 minutes.
Sorry, I was supposed to speak. Mayor Iverson, I was supposed to speak. I don't know if I'm listed as a speaker there.
I'm not sure. If I could just first check with members of council to see if they're available to come back a little bit earlier. So
Okay.
stand by. I'll come back to speakers in a moment. But you first check with members of council if there'd be any objections to coming back. Shortening the break from 90 minutes to 60. Any objections to that?
Okay.
Okay, not hearing any. we have, I think, half a dozen speakers, give or take. And so we would need you all back at 6:30 to begin to hear from you. You may have planned around the orders of the day. Is there anybody who has a challenge with coming back at 6:30 instead of 7 from the speakers? It'll get you out of here half an hour faster. So unless there's a strong objection from any of the speakers, then let's come back at 6:30 with the unanimous consent of members of council. And we'll start up with Daryl Niedermeyer at 6:30, and then we'll work our way through the speakers. Then we'll do questions of administration, and we'll go from there. So let's recess now for an hour.
Mr. Mayor, was there an additional speaker that we needed to add? We'll do that when we come back.
Yes, if there's anybody else who hasn't registered yet who wishes to speak to this item, please advise the city clerks via the request to speak form or via city.clerk@edmonton.ca, just so we can make sure we have everybody registered who wishes to present at 6:30 when we begin to hear from more speakers. So thank you. Yes, thank you for that.
Could I ask if you are also going to get to 3.11? After the break?
Sure. No, that's a great question. Yes, we will, and also to be able to get hopefully to you half an hour earlier. That's why we're compressing the break. So we will have to finish 3.9 and 3.10, and they'll take however long they take. But then we will get to 3.11, 12, and 13 this evening, at least to hear from folks. Whether we'll finish the item or not remains to be seen. But I think we should be able to get to hearing to speakers.
Okay, thank you.
On those. So yes, stick around. Come on back at 6:30 and check in. I mean, it's going to take us till at least 7 to work through the next item. So just tune back in and keep track, because we will all of a sudden be ready to deal with the plans repealing a proposal. So thank you for that question. Any other questions on process before we go find some blood sugar? Okay, not hearing any. We'll see you all in an hour. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm home now.
Great. Thanks very much.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. Do I need to change it on the screen? It just says, doesn't say my name anyway, so is it okay if I leave it?
Yeah, we see the screen name Miles Davis, but as long as we know who you are, it's not critical.
Okay, thank you.
Evening. Have we got all the folks we need to get restarted? Maybe?
We are good to go on our end.
Okay. Let's roll call to resume. Just start this time with Councillor McKean.
Good evening.
Good evening, Councillor Nicol.
Good evening.
Evening, Councillor Paquette. Councillor
Sorry,
Paquette.
the screen was overtaken by someone coming in. I'm here.
Good day, Councillor Walters.
I'm here, sir.
Good evening, Councillor Banga.
Back on.
Welcome back, Councillor Carmel.
Good evening.
Evening, Councillor Katarina.
Good evening.
Welcome, Councillor Zadig.
Good day.
Councillor Essinger.
Good evening.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good evening.
Councillor Henderson.
Evening.
And Councillor Knack.
Good evening. Sorry, there we are.
You got power again?
Got power, yes. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, that's everyone. So let's resume hearing now from speakers in opposition. I just have to scroll to the right page. Ooh, hold on. Bear with me, apologies.
Mr. Mayor, are there any more registered that we need to add?
Oh, right, yes. Did we have any additional registrations?
Yes, we've had 2 added in opposition for item 3.9 and 3.10, Christy Wendell and Nada Handis.
Is Christy there? Christy Wendell?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I am.
Welcome. Just needed you to unmute, make sure we can hear you. We'll come to you.
Thank you.
Welcome. And Nada Handus. Nada, are you there?
I see they've joined the meet. Oh, looks like they've unmuted.
Hi there.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
You're very quiet. I can barely hear you. Well, hopefully we can get you some help before we come to you. That's a few minutes off, but we have your registration, so we'll see if we can get you queued up. But first, we'll hear from Daryl Niedermeyer. Mr. Niedermeyer, go ahead.
Hello, thank you, Your Worship, honorable councillors, and thanks for the time you've given us to speak with you this afternoon, evening. We last discussed the issue of the Mac School playground almost 1 year ago. Like last year, city administration supports the developer's request. Administration's current support is based on a number of claims. One, quote, the proposed zoning is in conformance with infill objectives of the West Ingle Area Redevelopment Plan. In 1985, this property, then known as St. Andrew's Catholic School, was already a school for 40 years, and it would remain a Catholic school for another 30. Yet the 1985 West Ingle ARP did not include the school in any of its maps. It listed the school under churches instead of public schools. And in a review of other ARPs approved by City Council, schools consistently have an urban service proposed zoning, and not a residential one. The St. Andrews School property is the sole exception to this rule. So, in 1985, either administration felt that there was one too many Catholic schools in the city, or it erred in the classification of the school for its continued and future use, an error that has perpetuated through the revisions of that ARP. Secondly, the administration claims that the land is, quote, not needed for open space to serve the community. It claims that even after rezoning, Inglewood will have 2.13 hectares per 1,000 population of parkland, exceeding the minimum 2.0 hectares per 1,000 threshold. On page 6 of the administration's report, it admits that it only arrived at this number by including, quote, the proposed park site within the Camsell development area. The Camsell project has been in flight for 26 years. Only 2 years ago were shovels put to the ground. There is still no timeline for when this housing development or its park space will ever be finished. If we only count existing green space inventory, Inglewood's green space is only 2.03 hectares per 1,000 people, and at current organic growth rates, which have been 9% every 5 years for the last couple of censuses, and excluding the Camsell development, by 2029, this ratio will only be 1.74 hectares per 1,000 people, below the city's stated minimum green space for the neighborhood. There are also issues that administration has not addressed in its report. The Alberta government standards for new schools require that a school playground be within visual sight of its school building, obviously for safety reasons. These standards also require that playgrounds must be of sufficient size to meet the requirements of various sports played as part of school curriculum. For example, a U13 soccer pitch requires an area of 90 meters by 45 meters. Right now, MAC school students must walk to other area parks for their recreational and fitness activities. Now, it is true that this land is in private ownership, but I disagree with the argument that because the land is sold, we must honor the wishes of the new owner. Doing so undermines urban and social planning. The new owner purchased this land knowing that it was zoned urban services. He made his decision without mitigating any risk that his application might not be approved. It is not the taxpayer's responsibility to indemnify him for his lack of planning or risk management. Limac is a wealthy and resourceful company and will do what any business does when faced with a challenge. It will adjust and adapt. If you choose to reject this application, Limac has options it can pursue. It can use the land for another urban services approved use, of which there are a number. It can sell the land or lease the land to another organization for an urban services appropriate land use. And I can think of one organization that would be interested in such an option. As has been shown, administration's recommendation to approve this application has flawed arguments and an incorrect analysis of history. But let's look at the impact should you approve this application. It will likely render an existing school non-viable. It could in turn erode the multicultural and multi-ethnic character of which Inglewood fully supports. And within the next decade, it will reduce the amount of land per resident in Inglewood to below a level that the city considers acceptable. Provisioning that new land to replace it will be at the taxpayer expense. Please say no to these bylaws.
Thank you, Mr. Niedermeyer. Questions, Councillor Essinger?
Yes, thank you very much for speaking today, Mr. Niedermeyer. And I guess my question to you would be, what is your greatest fear or your worry if this was rezoned? What impact would you see that having on your community?
If this is rezoned, I am afraid that the Muslim Association of Canada School will not be able to function. Some of the other area parks they currently are using for park space, such as the John Norris Park, is going to be redeveloped this summer or this year. It will not have the same amount of green space, open green space. It will be a much more planned with community garden plots and some other features added to that park. There really is not a lot of playground space for the 316 students that are currently in that school. It's unfortunate we got into the situation by splitting a playground into two and selling half of it privately and half to another school. But my fear is that we'll lose that school and we'll lose the character that school provides to the neighborhood. And it will just create an increased densification. And increased densification, in fact, if the 3-block area, including the Camsel, this property, and the next property over are built out, it will have a localized density equal to what we kind of expect in Oliver.
Okay, but you yourself said that the Charles Camsel development has been underway for 26 years?
Yeah.
So we're not really sure when it's going to be complete, do we?
There's construction happening now, but yes, we're not really sure when it'll be fully built out. It is a multi-building parcel, and it could take easily another number of decades.
Okay, and I guess the other question I have is, I think you were involved previously with the Community League, and my assessment of Inglewood is a very welcoming, accommodating community. You embraced infill for the most part. You have permanent supportive housing coming in. I haven't heard the great outcry. Would that be true? Would you characterize it that way?
I would characterize it that way. I think Inglewood is, we understand we are on the perimeter of the downtown core. We understand that densification is part of what our community is going through. We are okay with that. We do want to make sure we have enough amenities, including green space, to support that population as it densifies.
Okay. Now, if you had the opportunity to have some engagement, which you didn't have since the last year, would you have engaged in that? Would you have come and talked to the developer and said, you know, this is what we're concerned about?
I actually did have an engagement with the developer shortly after last year's meeting. He had some crews that came to the property and were in the process of fencing it in, and I just went out to say hi to them and to talk to them. One of them actually phoned up the owner who drove over and got out of his car and just lit into a very profane-laced tirade to me for a number of minutes. Some of the other people who are here speaking today might have, I think, were witnesses to that and could probably give you a more objective view of that experience than I had. I don't find this developer to be one that wants to engage with the community.
Well, I'm sorry that was your experience, but we'll have more conversation. Thank you very much for being here tonight. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Banga.
Thank you. Mr. Niedermeyer, we were here last year, as you stated, and we all remember it. Islamic school had an extra year to, I guess, strike any deals if they wished to do that. What makes you sure that if this land is sitting there, it will eventually be, I guess, Mac School will be eventually interested in purchasing that?
Yeah. I want to first of all state that I'm just a resident for the neighborhood. I'm not on the Mac school board. I'm not involved in these discussions or any discussions in any way. So I really don't know what Limac Investments is planning by way of any alternative option for this land. I don't know if they've had any discussions with the Muslim Association of Canada School over the past year or not. I suspect, and this is purely suspicion, well, not suspicion, this is purely conjecture on my part, that if I was a land developer who would purchase this land and hoping that it would be zoned residential, then that makes the land more valuable to me and raises the price of the land. And so any transaction I want to engage in with a future purchaser of the land brings more return to me. By keeping it as an urban service designated property, which it is, and which it has been for the last 80 years, by keeping it with that designation, then I think it becomes a more affordable package of land for other community organizations or possibly even the city again, to want to enter into an agreement to purchase from Limac Investments.
Okay, and then my next question is, you mentioned the price of the land, I guess, if Mac School wanted to purchase it, whatnot. But for city council, is it fair to bring the selling price down by limiting its options?
I'm not suggesting that city council should reject this application so that the city can buy up the land. I'm suggesting the city reject this application so that the neighborhood can have additional green space that it will require, and it will save the city the cost of purchasing that land down the road at whatever price it might be down the road. We will need more green space in this neighborhood. The administration's report is looking only at a snapshot in time. It does not include growth curves for the neighborhood and the densification of the neighborhood, nor does it include, it includes projected green space that won't be built for a couple of decades. But we will be short on green space using the city's own threshold for the neighborhood.
Okay, but what may happen tomorrow or 10 years down the road? Is it fair to hold anyone from developing their property?
The purchaser of the land bought the land with an urban service designation. There are a number of uses that the purchaser can make of the land with an urban service designation. It can be, granted, he probably wants to return some sort of a profit, but fitness centers, there's some medical options if you wanted to have a medical clinic on that site. There are a number of other commercial uses that are non-discretionary that he can turn that land into, and that would be a chance that I think we all have to take because it's in his hands. I would like to see him and the Mac School see if they can work out some sort of a purchase or lease option, but again, that's out of my hands.
And would you agree with city council to strike it?
I'm sorry, either my signal broke up or your signal broke up. I did not hear that question.
Well, is it city council's job to strike a deal between the two?
I'm not sure about the mandate of the city in this respect. I can't speak to that question.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Councillor Banga. Councillor McKee.
But Mr. Niedermeyer, you might suggest that it's council's role and responsibility to ensure that a mature but redeveloping neighborhood like yours has the green space to accommodate future growth. That seems to be your argument.
That is my argument.
Yeah. And are there other parts of Inglewood where the city could purchase land for a future park? That it's obvious?
There are no spots that are not already publicly defined green spaces that could be rehabilitated in this way. There's no abandoned industrial lands or certainly, no other large area of derelict buildings.
Right. So, but the city was buying private property to establish a park down the road.
That would be the remedy, yes.
Even though for some reason they turned down this opportunity when it was offered to the city, which I'll be asking about. Tell me, you said there was the current zoning, there was some sort of use there that you would sort of agree with. Can you elaborate on that?
So the existing, just let me get my sheet up here. So the existing options for urban service zones include cemeteries, child care centers, community recreation services, government services, public education or private educational services, public parks, public libraries and cultural exhibits, religious assemblies, special events, supportive housing, urban gardens, fascia on-premise signs, projected on-premise signs, and temporary on-premise signs.
I'll get you
a whole bunch of discretionary uses.
Yeah, I'll get you there. And I think supportive housing might be not advisable, given that Englewood was so gracious in accepting a recent supportive housing facility to go into your midst, which is greatly appreciated. The other thing, because public engagement, I think council always wants to know that a developer engages with the community and gets some feedback to be considered in any development they're doing. I just wanted to ask you about that one interaction you had with the developer where he was called out to come. Did you do anything in any regard that would have upset him? Like, I don't understand why he was so angry with you.
I think he was, we obviously did not get to that point in our conversation. I suspect that he was still feeling a little raw, as one of the previous speakers put it, because he was burnt by council's decision last year. And I think it was still a little raw for him. I was actually standing on the city sidewalk and he was going to charge me with trespassing and get off my effing property. So, yeah.
Interesting. Okay, well, thanks very much for your answers. Appreciate
Thank you. Yeah.
I think those are all of the questions we have for you, Mr. Niedermeyer. Thank you very much.
I will mute and then remain in the meeting. Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're most welcome. Is Bob Arsenault there?
Yes, I am.
The floor is yours for the next 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Again, thank you for the opportunity to speak to this matter. I'm a resident in Englewood. I'm just about half a block away from the schoolyard. And I still call it a schoolyard because that's where our kids learned how to play soccer, how to throw a baseball, take the dogs for walks. So it's been around for a long time as a schoolyard. So I still have a problem with the city not purchasing it at the opportunity when they had it, because I feel we're depriving children of a schoolyard, and that seems to be the case if they have to go to another field away from the school to have physical activities. I also believe that if the city allows this to go forward, it'll open up doors for other schools to lose their schoolyards to developers. I would like the city to know that once you lose these green spaces, you don't get them back. In that particular corner by the schoolyard, there are 3 properties that had trees along 113th Avenue on the west side of 128th Street, just across the street from the schoolyard, that have been demolished with the intent to build multi-unit housing. Half of the block on the south side of 113th Avenue and half of the block on the north side will be used for these developments. Again, more people, more vehicles, and more traffic issues. With the completion of the Charles Camsell development, which will contain 580 to 590 housing units, and the recent development of 87 units at Greenstone Park Apartments, which is right across from the school, I believe it'll create traffic problems for years to come. Presently, parents dropping off and picking up children from school park on 113th Avenue south of the schoolyard and along 128th Street west of the schoolyard. Traffic is bad at these times. Some parents are already using our back alley to avoid the traffic jams that are caused by having to pick up their kids at that location. I believe that the parking will be a major problem if you allow a 17-unit development to be placed on this site. I would like this site to stay as green space for the children it was intended to. I would recommend that the city purchase the land from the developer and lease it back to the school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Arsenault. Questions for Mr. Arsenault? Councillor Essinger, go ahead.
Thank you very much for hanging with us today, Mr. Arsenault, and for your comments. So you shared with us the idea that all the developments will increase the traffic, and that's one of your concerns, that another 17 potential units would just add to that, be the tipping point, so to speak. Is that what I'm hearing from you?
Yes, and it already has with the number of multiple houses on the skinny houses that are being developed in the Inglewood area, is that now you have two families on one lot. Most of those families have two vehicles because they have two parents or two adults that are going to work. So traffic is building up as we speak, and we haven't even had people living in the Charles Camsell and or the Greenstone apartments. I would ask somebody from the city to go to 113th Avenue at where the schoolyard is when people are picking up their schools, just to get a feel and an idea of what traffic is like. I think they would have a better appreciation that if a 17-unit development is put on a schoolyard, what that will cause, the problems that it will cause.
Thank you, and I will ask our administration about the traffic. It's one of the things I've heard from a number of folks. But I did hear as well that you really prefer it to stay as a green space for the city to purchase it and or lease back at the very minimum, I think is what you had said.
Absolutely. I mean, I have concerns for the children that are there because every time I would go for walks, you'd see the kids on recess or during lunch break, and they had the whole schoolyard. And for them to be fenced out of over half their schoolyard, it was sad. And when you see something like that happening, I then take a look at, well, there's Westmount School. I wonder if they'll be selling half of that schoolyard. And what about, for me, I think we're just not taking into consideration that children need schoolyards to play.
Thank you very much. I think we're all very aware of the value of children these days. So thank you for your comments.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Arsenault. I see no further questions for you, sir. So
thanks.
You're welcome. We'll hear next from Mary Jo Gariano. Mary Jo, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Hi.
Go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor Iveson, City Council members, and fellow attendees. I've been living in the Inglewood area for over 60 years, so most of my life, and have watched it grow and develop over the years into the community it has now become. We are both a homeowner and we own other properties in Inglewood as well. I'm here to oppose the proposed rezoning of the land south of the Mac Islamic School, and for the application to be changed from US to buildings larger than those permitted under RF3. Changing the zoning is the first step in giving the opportunity to a future developer, not the current owner, since they are selling this land, to come in and apply for a further application for potential applications for higher density. Just like we've gone through with the developer of the Charles Camsell, where the original application has been modified numerous times, and we're still waiting for new applications from the Charles Camsell site. And you know, it's kind of scary to think that it could be going through proposal after proposal to increase the density of an area. And actually, it's a small pocket of area here that already has high density, which includes the Baywood Apartments, the newly constructed Greenstone Apartments, and all of the proposed development that will surround the Charles Capsule Hospital, not even including the Charles Capsule Hospital itself. I also wish to propose that the City of Edmonton purchase this land and develop it as a green space, or also as a park dedicated to the strong Aboriginal roots of this area, which was promised by Gene Dubb that he would do that at the Charles Capsule site, but I don't know if it's going to happen there. Maybe it can happen here. It's probably time for that too. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Gariano. Questions? Councillor Essinger, go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Gariano, for your comments. If I understand correctly, your greatest concern is that this is just the beginning. If we rezone it to RF3, it'll be rezoned and someone could then come back with a future application.
Yes.
There won't be able to say it's not a school anymore. We will just have to look at another development. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, and I heard your comments about the green space, and I'll be asking about that as well. So thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. My other question for you would be about, you said you're a landowner and you own other properties within Inglewood, but there's more than just apartments there. There's a lot of infill, number of duplexes, etc. So there has been density growing on many levels. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to, that was my understanding when I visit there as well, that it's more than just the apartments, it's really growing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's all my questions.
Thank you. Any other questions from Ms. Gariano? Not seeing any. Next is Miriam Hashmi. Ms. Hashmi, are you there?
Hello. Yes, good evening. Thank you so much. Good evening, Your Worship, Mayor Iverson, honorable city councilors, community members. Thank you for the opportunity to share our voice regarding the zoning of the parcel of land in my school's backyard. My name is Miriam Hashmi. I'm the principal at Mac Islamic School in the beautiful Inglewood neighborhood, our home away from home. I represent over 300 students, their families, our dedicated staff members, our parent council, management committee, and also some of the Inglewood neighborhood neighbors that have reached out to me. Mac Islamic School is a nonprofit school. We're a vibrant part of the Inglewood community, and we aim to stay connected with our neighbors. I have served on the Inglewood Revitalization Steering Committee and currently serve on the Inglewood and Area Interagency Committee. Our interagency committee is a forum for community leaders to collaborate and to serve the community. My school community is not in favor of rezoning and advocates for keeping this parcel of land zoned as urban services. Honorable Mayor Iverson and councillors, I have 6 points for us to keep in mind. The first one being, we're currently facing challenges with parking and traffic congestion. Adding to the population density of our neighborhood will only add to the challenges related to parking, traffic congestion, and amplify our traffic safety concerns. The second point, just take a stroll through our neighborhood and you will see that there is a plethora of residences already in Inglewood and under development. There's no shortage of residential homes in Inglewood. To rezone this land with the intention to build more homes is not necessarily in the best interests of the community. My third point, we need to reflect on the original purpose for the urban services zoning. I truly feel that we are losing sight of what our community needs. If this land was zoned for urban services, then it's our responsibility as community leaders to provide facilities that are a community service in nature. The community members have all echoed the need for green space, for example. My fourth point, what lessons are we teaching our students at school and in our neighborhood by slapping up no trespassing signage and barricading open green space that was once used by our children, our neighbors, and community soccer leagues? Have we thought about the impact that this has had on our children, our neighbors, by barricading this green space that once supported their physical and mental health? If we've learned anything from this COVID pandemic, it's to prioritize healthy relationships, healthy bodies, and healthy minds. Barricading this green space contradicts all we teach our students about generosity, compassion, love, good health, and being neighborly. My fifth point, as a community leader in Inglewood, this is a reminder to myself, first and foremost. Let's revive our tradition of servant leadership. We need to put the needs of our community first. Let's reflect upon the following. Have we really reached out to the Inglewood community? Are we making decisions based on personal gains? Or are we fulfilling the true meaning of land being zoned for urban services? My sixth point, I urge developers to stay connected with the Inglewood community so that decisions that are made will truly benefit the existing Inglewood neighborhood. Let's connect with the Inglewood residents and local businesses. Let's support the Revitalization Committee. Join the Inglewood Interagency Committee. Give priority to reconciliation efforts. Join the Inglewood associations and neighbors and have an open discussion on what we really need in Inglewood. All in all, COVID pandemic restrictions have reminded us that our actions can strengthen our connections and support for community. In conclusion, let's listen to the sentiments of the residents and community service institutions such as Mac Islamic School in Inglewood. The approval of the proposed rezoning would negatively impact our school and surrounding neighborhood. Mayor Iveson and councillors, let's keep this parcel of land zoned as urban services and use it to serve the community as originally intended. We kindly request your support in this matter and thank you for your consideration.
Well, thank you, Principal Hashmi. Questions? Councillor Essinger, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hashmi. Could you tell me a little bit about when the fence went up and the no trespassing signs, and then what has been the what has resulted for your students and how your school days is oriented, etc.?
The fence went up as a surprise to us. I had received a few threatening nature emails from the developer regarding keeping off his property and no trespassing. So of course, we don't want to create trouble and I don't want to feel uncomfortable with my neighbors. The fence went up, the signs went up, and we were told to just stay off. And I had said, okay, well, we can maintain the land. Let's come up with some kind of agreement. We can take care of the land. Let's let the children play. It's used by everybody, soccer leagues, our community, not just the students at Mac Islamic School. And that was not an option. Then I was given an ultimatum to purchase the land within a week if I'm interested. We're a nonprofit school. I cannot make a decision in a week or two, or even within 6 months to make $1 million land purchase. We're a nonprofit. I'm at school every day for almost 10 to 12 hours a day. Ask me how many times anyone has ever approached me or talked to me in a professional manner. It's not happening. But I am thankful for the support of our neighbors who do see it from a humane perspective, where the kids at my school have very little space to play. The community soccer leagues don't have a place to play. And the children and the pets in the neighborhood don't have a place to play, but it's okay to fence it up. We're sending the wrong message by supporting this developer who knew when he purchased it, it was zoned as urban services. So leave it as urban services.
So where do your children do physical activity? Do they have to go somewhere else, or you just take shifts on the small yard you have?
We take a lot of shifts, and they do walk actually to the neighboring school and also use their yard and the neighboring yards.
So does not having green space limit your growth?
Absolutely. Green space supports our physical health, our mental health. Looking at a sign that says no trespassing all around is not good for anybody. It doesn't promote neighborly spirit. It doesn't promote the love and compassion that we teach our students. It doesn't promote respect for our neighbors.
Thank you, and thank you very much for coming today. Appreciate it. That's all my
Thank you.
questions.
Thank you. Councillor Banga, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Hashmi. Do you think that this is the first time a school site that was declared surplus is being converted into something else?
I haven't done the research to know how often this is done in the city, in this city or other cities, but I do know that as community leaders, it is our responsibility to listen to our community members and to do what's in their best interests, and not simply in the interests of someone trying to make money on land that they purchased and try to rezone it for personal gain. That I do know.
Okay. And then you said that you were given an ultimatum and that, you come up with the money in 1 week. But didn't you had more than a year now? At least I know that, yeah.
So I don't know if you've been a part of nonprofit organizations.
Yes, I have.
A week or a year to come up with over $1 million. How easy is that?
It's hard.
Right. So I need to be honest. If I had over $1 million in my pocket, would I purchase the land for our community members? Absolutely. But again, why are we being punished when this land was zoned for urban services and we were told that it will be green space when we purchase what we have? Why is the neighborhood and the school being punished because a developer wants to make money? The landowner wants to make money selfishly.
So under urban services, there's a whole list of uses that can be this.
Right. I'm aware of. Right, absolutely. I'm aware of that. But the intention behind urban services is to serve our community. So if I'm serving my community, I'm going to talk to my neighbors. I'm going to give out surveys. I'm going to connect with them. I'll go door to door. That's the intention behind urban services. None of that has happened.
Okay. And what kind of engagement did you do with the neighbors and over the last year, I suppose?
What kind of engagement I have done?
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about this land, though. So I have not.
But what I'm saying is, did you get the feedback from some folks anyway about what should be made of this land?
So there have been neighbors that have been approaching me regarding this piece of land, yes. Shared their concerns, yes. I have joined the revitalization committee. I have joined the community agency. So we do have forums in which we do communicate and share our plans and the impact it has on neighbors, yes.
Okay, and I'm gonna be a little blunt there. Why your organization should be the only one that is going to be supplied with basically the city money to establish a school?
That's a very good question. I don't claim that it would belong to our school. Our community members use our playground. They use our schoolyard. We don't hang up signs and we don't lock our fences to keep people out. Our building is open and available. We just recently had reconciliation efforts across the street at the Charles Camsell area. Our school building was open to our neighbors and those efforts. So we're not locking anybody out. We're not excluding anybody from using anything. We have a lot of families who come to our playground after hours. We have soccer leagues that are disappointed in what happened. We used to use the field for our soccer leagues. So this is not just about Mac Islamic School. This is about the Inglewood community as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Hashmi?
I actually do, Mr. Mayor, sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Principal Hashmi, I appreciate you coming here tonight. I was wondering, so you said that $1 million would be really difficult for your organization. Just wondering if it becomes less, if the city were, I'm going to ask about this, why we didn't purchase this land, but would there have been some way over time that you could have leased the land or purchased it eventually for your school?
Absolutely. I'm at capacity. I have students on waiting lists. I'm out of space. I have no place to place a portable in my current schoolyard. Could we have used it for an expansion? Sure. Could we have used it for other purposes? Absolutely. But that was not offered to us in a means that I could sustain and carry out a meaningful conversation.
So we've heard that the city was approached to buy the land as well after a year ago when the original rezoning was turned down. Did the city reach out to you at all to discuss potential future for the land with the school?
We did not have lengthy discussions. I did meet with Bev Esslinger to try to understand processes and procedures, but we didn't have this discussion in detail.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure that that's the councilor's role. I just wondered if the administration had done any outreach to you.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Banga, did you have more questions?
No, I don't, sir.
Okay, just a little glitch in the speaker order then. I think those are all the questions for you, Ms. Hashmi. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is, Robert Ritchie. You there, Mr. Ritchie?
Hello. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Okay, great. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for taking the time. I basically would just echo what a lot of the points that Daryl has already brought up so far, based on the historical context of the West Ingle ARP. When it was when it was a Catholic school, it seems like it was a flawed decision based on its use before that decision was made, and then afterwards to put the designation on for a future RF3 development. You know, it's a schoolyard. And it's not actually that large of a schoolyard in the context of our neighborhood and the city as well. So that seemed a bit odd to me. Unfortunately, we're in the conundrum that we are in now. But that being said, I think where it's located and the context of the area, it would still make sense to keep it as urban services. And repeating what Principal Hashmi said, just based on the urban services designation being to serve the neighborhood, once you go from the sort of the public field of that urban services to the private ownership of RF3 and then future development, as I'm sure many of us have seen in different areas of the city, once you get there, there's not a lot of going backwards. And I've paid a fairly close attention to a lot of the green space loss in the city, and there's not many projects I see where you get a lot back. Our densification in our city is just always increasing. That's just the way it is. So some of these areas we really have to protect. And in that vein, especially in the context of our particular neighborhood in Inglewood, our density is quickly increasing. And based on Daryl's calculations, we risk overshooting our minimum threshold of green space from the city's urban parks management plan. And even disregarding that, I think we risk overshooting what is reasonably acceptable for a livable neighborhood. Our density historically is already quite high. I know Councillor Esslinger mentioned that we have quite a mix between, you know, RF3 zones and the apartment zones. But living in the neighborhood, I've lived here for 5 years now. I'm fairly new to the neighborhood, but in this short time, I've actually seen our density increase enough that it has affected my livability in the neighborhood, and witnessed how much these green spaces are used by our residents. Another point I'd like to make is the types of green space that are available for students at a school like Mac Islamic School in the neighborhood. Not all of our green spaces are actually conducive to things like play that you would need from students at a school. A lot of our green spaces are parks that are not, you know, wide open spaces. They're kind of more, you know, I guess to use the analogy, it's hard to throw a football at a crowded beach. Or, you know, that's sort of the idea of here we have our crowded parks. Some of them are open next to the schools that already exist, but a lot of the other ones are, I don't know, it wouldn't really make sense to consider that as additional green space for Mac Islamic School to use. And I think the sort of the overarching argument here is it seems like it's the land developer's current wishes in the local site context versus planning for our, you know, long-term neighborhood and the greater neighborhood future. And I don't think it's, you know, prudent to be separating field space from a school, and I don't think it's responsibility of us residents to ensure that the schools have the acceptable play area, especially when, you know, just even looking on Google Maps that I have in front of me, the field areas around the other schools in our neighborhood are probably at least two or three times the size of what they have, including this parcel of land under discussion. I guess my time's up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ritchie. Questions? Councillor, no? Okay, your presentation speaks for itself then. No questions for you. Next up then would be Alan Zhao. Alan, are you there?
Hi, good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of Council. My name is Alan Zhao, and I am a resident on 127th Street in the Inglewood community. As many of my peers have already expressed their concerns, I would like to avoid reiterating all of them and their distress. I like to express and share the same interests as them, and I am opposed to the rezoning and wish for the lot to remain as a green space for the students and for the entire community of Inglewood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing any, thank you for your comments, sir. Brevity is not mandatory, but it's certainly appreciated. So thank you. Caitlin Bodowitz is next.
Hello, everybody. Just losing my small child there. Good evening. I am speaking as a Inglewood resident, a mother of a young child, and also a professional artist that advocates for green spaces, both in urban and natural settings. And I'm speaking in opposition to the rezoning of this property. My major concerns are once again echoing what the majority of my great neighbors and community members have already conveyed. But the increase in density is a concern, primarily with the increase in traffic that comes along with that. I live just a couple blocks north of where this property is, but that being said, we live directly across from an apartment building already. And while we have wonderful, wonderful neighbors that we interact with and have great relationships with that live there, it inherently comes with a lot more cars, commonly speeding issues, and that that affects our quality of life. As new parents, we have concerns with our child. I would not wish that upon an entire school of children to be concerned with those kind of safety issues or just increased, issues that come with that. I understand, that some of these proposed projects or development projects on a case-by-case basis may not seem like that big of a concern, but as a lot of other members have already conveyed, there's a lot of development that already exists within our neighborhood, and a lot that are still unfolding. And I think there's still a lot of uncertainty with what our capacity is to even manage those projects. So just adding 17 units doesn't seem maybe too bad, but in the context of where our neighborhood is at, I just don't think we have the capacity to support that. I did find, I think some other members have pointed it out already, that some of the maps that were presented in the developers or the people representing the developers, some of the maps in their presentation were showing this green space that was just west of the Mac school that no longer exists, that is already apartments. So that area is really, really losing out on their green space. So yeah, I guess I'm in opposition. I echo what all of my community members, fellow community members have already presented. I share my concerns as a resident, as a mother, as an artist, as an individual. And yeah, I just would like to applaud my neighbors, especially Daryl, and I appreciated, Miriam, all of your input in regards to the school. I'm really proud of the diversity of our neighborhood. So I'd like to keep everybody happy. Yeah, so thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Budowitz. Questions? And offspring show and tell is always welcome at the hearings.
Careful what you wish for. He could come back any moment.
That would be delightful, I'm sure. I see no questions for you at this time, so thank you for joining us and for your comments.
Thank you.
We'll next hear from Christy Wendell.
Good afternoon, evening now, I guess, everyone. I believe I sent letters to you all. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to present, just given the fact that I was taking some elderly parents to medical appointments today. So I apologize if I'm a little mixed up in my details, but I do share the sentiment of all my neighborhoods, friends, residents, the school as well. Yes, my major concerns would be the density. Another side that hasn't been mentioned yet is the drainage and the infrastructure, the parking, the traffic, we've all heard about. But I guess my major concern is the safety of the kids and the well-being of the kids at Mac School. I'm just down the road. I hear the squealing tires. I hear the horns beeping, cars going too fast, kids screaming sometimes. It's really, really scary. I also like to see it stay as a green space. How'd you like to be being taught baseball and saying, hey, don't hit the ball too hard. Don't kick the ball too far. If this was a real soccer game, it would look like this. It's restrictive and it's sad. And I would like to see the community and maybe the city buy it back, lease it to Mac School, keep it as an urban green space. Yeah, it's the safety and the well-being of those children. What did come to mind at one point is, yeah, the kids can go to another school field and play, but the Mac School is their muster point, essentially. If they're at another school far away or at another field that's blocks and blocks away, if something was to go wrong, I know it's not a big chance, a probability, but a weather system or something like that, where the kids have to get back to where their home base is to be accounted for. I don't know how the logistics of that works. If the kids are at another field somewhere, or if they're off site at another field somewhere. Hate to say it, we all hear school shootings. Hopefully, please, it never happens. But what if those kids need to be brought into a safe area? They're too far away. I ideally would love to see it stay as a green space. Again, bring in the reconciliation field of it because we're so close to the council. Can we come up with something that signifies the reconciliation with the council, that keeps it as a green space, the community gardens, a place for us all to gather? That to me just seems and feels right. And not to have further development. The density around here, again, in my letter to you all, I invited you again, like some of the others, please come down, see what this corner looks like on 113th and 127th and 114th. For lack of better words at the moment, because they are digging up the roads and redoing the sidewalks, it does look like a war zone. It is crazy around here right now. And I know that won't be forever. But once that green space becomes something else, it is gone forever. And it would just be really nice to see those kids play back on that field and not see that fence with those keep out signs on it. It's heartbreaking. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Wendell. Questions on her presentation?
Yes.
Go ahead, Councillor Essinger.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wendell, and I really appreciate you coming and sharing with us today. And I did hear you had a concern about drainage and the impact of more density, and I will ask those questions for you because I think they have been addressed, but let me make sure we clarify that. But I heard the biggest concern you had was really about safety and concern for the children, and I'm sure the principals very happy to hear that the community is really worried about their children and own those children and want them to be safe. So I just want to make sure that's what I got from your comments. Is that what your heart is?
It's the safety of everyone in the neighborhood. Actually, they recently redid the streets last year, 127th Street, to incorporate a medianed off bike lane going both north and south. And I see many people, especially right now, with everybody getting out and about so much. There's people walking, kids biking, everything like that, all along this blocked off, very nice bike lane that the city has added for us, which is wonderful. Again, that was added out of safety because of the traffic volumes. They narrowed down the road to slow traffic down because traffic had previously been an issue. Again, heading north off of 111th, down 127th, signage was put up for a few years back for a no north turn up the lane to again limit that and instead encourage more traffic through Grote Road and down 124th Street. So efforts have been made to reduce the traffic because of safety issues. But even now, it just seems there seems to be a bit of a desperateness to get around the neighborhood already with the existing traffic. And there have been many times as I'm sitting in my front living room, out of the peripheral vision, some cars actually driving down the bike path lane. And if there's kids playing on there or they're biking, I don't even want to know. Even if I was on a bike and all of a sudden I saw a car coming towards me, I would be sick because now that there is a physical median there, the cars can't get out until they come to an intersection. So I think it's just out of desperate and just traffic confusion that these cars are going and using the pedestrian bike lane as a roadway. And it's scary.
Yeah, thank you very much for your comments, for coming out tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Beth.
Any other questions for Ms. Wendell? Okay, not seeing any. Last but not least, unless we've had any other registrations, would be Nada Handus.
Good evening, Mayor Iveson, councillors, and our incredible neighbors.
We're still having a bit of a challenge hearing you. Wonder if you can get closer to your microphone or you have a different device.
Is this better?
A little bit, yes.
Can I continue like this or?
I think we can make that work. Yeah.
Oh, all right. My name is Nada Handous, and I'm a member of Mac Islamic School's Parent Council. All three of my children attend MIS, and we've been lucky to be a part of the MIS family since the year after MIS's inception. During these last 8 years, I have seen this area of Inglewood go from an empty, abandoned pocket to a vibrant, happy community hub. Children and families have brought life back into the area, and our dedicated volunteers have worked tirelessly to fund and build a playground for students and neighbors to enjoy. Furthermore, our students, families, staff, and admin have worked hard to make Inglewood our home and our school a part of this wonderful community. With over 300 students, the current proposal creates safety concerns for our students. With the area redeveloping rapidly, the traffic in and around the school site has been chaotic, and we have yet to see the Charles Camsell Hospital site to the north of the school completed, and residents have yet to move into the Greenstone. As is, parking is extremely limited, and access in and around the school site has become hazardous, especially during school peak hours. Moreover, I've heard city admin explain that one of the core reasons that they are in support of the proposed rezoning is that the proposal is in line with the ARP, with the West Ingle ARP. However, the ARP being adopted in 1985 does not take into consideration that an elementary school building is in close proximity to the proposed site. Furthermore, it was with great disappointment to learn that the applicant reapplied for rezoning from city admin. With much community opposition the last time around, we would have hoped that the applicant take the time to consult the community before making the application. As the land is already up for sale, I find it very unlikely that the applicant will come to the drawing table with community members if the rezoning application is approved, as the rep from the developer had suggested. We urge council to vote in non-support of the proposed rezoning, as this decision will put our 300+ students' safety at risk and will have irreversible negative impacts on our Inglewood community. We ask at the very least that the rezoning be put on hold until the applicant can sit down with concerned community members so we can work together before moving forward. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Handus? Councillor Essinger, go ahead.
I think that was from before. I just wanted to say thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us tonight.
Thank you, Councillor
Thank you.
Essinger. I appreciate it.
Echo that on all of our behalfs to all of our speakers. We appreciate each of you bringing your perspective, your patience with us getting to you in the order of the day here. And so now...
Apologies, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to confirm that Issam Salah is on the meet and that he does not want to speak. We just haven't seen any intent from them.
Mr. Salah, you're just monitoring and not wishing to speak? Okay, we'll take silence as declining the opportunity. So we will now switch gears to questions of city planners. Councillor Essinger, go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you very much for the presentation. And I'll just start with the elephant in the room, and it's really about the green space. And you heard many of the folks have counter thoughts to the green space. And could you just really help me understand where you were coming from and why we included the Charles Camsell in the calculations?
Councillor Essinger, yeah, with this application, we are talking about privately owned land that's being proposed to be rezoned to residential development. It is fenced off and restricted from public access. So the application before us today is a rezoning application. And when we looked at the calculation with regards to the existing open space, we calculated the Camsell site into the figure, not just the Camsell future park site, but also the Camsell future population added to it. And so I think it's important to note that both of those things were factored into that calculation.
Okay, typically when there's a school and we set up so much land, it's a shared partnership with school boards. How much land is typically around the school that we invest in?
Councillor Essinger, I can speak to this case. In this instance, the city did not choose to purchase the land when it became surplus. As mentioned already, we did evaluate options to that. We pursued it at one point, but ultimately decided not to seek out the purchase of this land when it was for sale.
No, I understand that clearly, but maybe Ms. McCabe can answer, because often, and I think just yesterday at budget, we invested in a school site for a new school, and I was just trying to understand how much land typically goes around a school, and the city invests, it's a shared investment in those spots. So I'm just trying to understand so I can compare this in my mind?
Yeah, that's a great question, Councillor Essinger. Is there somebody on the line who can answer for a typical greenfield school? What would the green space around that school be?
Councillor Esslinger, it's Tim Ford here. Typically, when we look at new communities, we base it on the district and we take probably about 7 or 8% of the land. But we also take big district sites. So in this case, you've got the Coronation Park as well factored in. So it just depends, but there's no hard or fast rule, and depends on the number of schools and sites also identified by the school board.
Okay, and we do that with, we invest in public and Catholic and Francophone schools, correct? We don't have a comparable investment in private schools. Would that be fair?
That would be very fair indeed, yes.
Councillor, just to go back to your original question about how big a school site would be with sports fields, they're typically around just over 3.5 hectares in size in greenfield sites.
3.5 hectares. And this site left the school, I'm just trying to compare that. Can you come, just so you can help me understand, because this doesn't seem that large.
It isn't that large, but you have to remember that this is a school site that was lotted prior to any sort of joint use agreements or modern planning practice. So it was lotted back in the early, probably about 1920s or 30s.
So I'm just struggling on this because out of respect for schools and whether they're private or public, wouldn't we want to ensure that kids had adequate green space? And this is what we had an opportunity to purchase it again twice now, but we keep choosing not to. And yet we will invest in greenfields and other areas. And I think every child is worthy. So help me understand this.
Thank you, Councillor. It is a good question. The city doesn't have a mandate to provide open space for private schools. It does have a mandate to provide open space for public schools and separate schools. And as you said, the Francophone School Board as well. That doesn't cover off the private schools. It's up to the private schools to ensure that their site selection takes into account their open space needs. As mentioned previously, both sites were sold on the market, essentially, one picked up by a private developer and the other by a private school.
And Councillor Essinger, we did attempt to purchase it and we were unsuccessful with those attempts to purchase the land in the past. So now it's privately held.
Okay, because I thought they had said they offered it again after the last public hearing. Did I misunderstand that?
We were unsuccessful in that and it's been sold to a private developer.
No, and now maybe someone in new information will tell me, because I was pretty sure I heard that they offered it again after the last public hearing last June.
Mr. Pollock, are you able to clarify that? Does somebody have that information?
So after the last public hearing, the land went up for sale. The applicant came to us for another rezoning to this RF3. And at that time, they asked if we needed it for our open space needs. And again, through our analysis, it was determined that we did not, because the neighborhood met the guidelines and standards for the amount of open space in the neighborhood.
Okay, well, I might disagree on that, but two more questions quickly. I'm out of time. Could you speak to me about traffic concern and sewer drainage concern?
I'll pass it over to Mr. Saeed to talk about the traffic concerns.
Yes, Councillor Esslinger, in terms of the traffic generated by this rezoning, it's going to be insignificant in the realm of 8 to 10 vehicles during the peak hours, but there is an existing challenge in the area. We all appreciate that during the pickup and drop off of the school hours, the congestion and traffic issues are there, but that is not unique. We do have other situations like this in other neighborhoods where the schools do not have adequate pickup and drop off facilities. So having said that, that's we appreciate that there is issues, but one thing I would just add quickly is in terms of the improvements that have taken place in last couple of years and continuing this year as part of the BGN program in terms of enhancing pedestrian safety around the schools in this area, especially 127th Street, the intersection of 115, 125, and to the south as well. So those considerations are there. Those are definitely things that will improve pedestrian experience, bike experience in these areas as the density increases.
Okay, I might have to come around. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor McKean is next.
Thank you, Mr. Pollock. It seems to be the planner's plan for the future. And it seems to me that our city plan is a plan for a city of 2 million people. And a lot of that is to be with infill into mature neighborhoods. And why would we not look at green space like this for future needs, given population growth, and just look at the snapshot of today and say, well, it's enough for today. Why would we not look down the road at our green space needs rather than just reject this out of hand?
Thank you, Councillor. It is a good question, and I don't think it was as easily thrown away that this parcel didn't meet any needs of the future or not. As mentioned, we did look at pursuing this purchase, but we could not come to terms and purchase it within our current practice.
Did you consider bringing that to executive committee or anything for a decision? This has happened to me in Oliver. This has happened to me in Oliver twice, where Parks Planning let parcels go in the most dense, population-dense community in Edmonton, which has a lack of green space. And one site is a tower and the other one's another tower. So I want to know how we plan for parks, given our city plan and this plan for more density in mature neighborhoods.
So, Councillor, right now, we have to realize we do live in a resource-constrained environment. There is a process in place when these surplus school sites come on the market. They're evaluated in terms of the need of the neighborhood and if they're meeting the various open space network needs within that community. For instance,
sorry, go finish, Mr. Pollock. I'll follow up.
For instance, when this site was being looked at as an opportunity purchase, it was to fulfill the needs of a passive recreational use. So not a sports field use, but more passive recreation, because the neighborhood was analyzed and it was showed that there was enough active space and open space in general to serve the community. It did not have enough of that passive space, which is what the potential was going to be for this site.
Ms. McCabe, I'd be interested to hear your answer, but I think I would suggest that it is incumbent on administration when these opportunities come up to bring it to council or to executive committee, to have us have a look at it, given that we want density in these mature neighborhoods, some of them who are reached their peak or don't have enough, don't even have the average amount of green space. And that is such an important draw for these mature neighborhoods.
Yeah, understood, Councillor McKean. That was going to be my follow-up, that we'll have to take a look at the process we have in place for opportunity purchases like this one, and see if maybe we should be coming to exec committee for individual purchases. So I'll have to go back to Chris Hodgson, our properties team, and discuss that with him.
Well, I could tell you green space in mature densifying neighborhoods, that's priceless. I want to ask Mr. McClellan, the testimony we've had before us tonight is there was no public engagement in the last year. Is that not something that we would expect as just table stakes in this? Like, I'm surprised that we would get this before us knowing that there's been no public engagement by the developer.
Councilor McKean, when we have this kind of rezoning application, obviously the city has our mandated public engagement requirements. We do often suggest for private landowners or applicants to converse with the community. Obviously, we can't force them to do so. When the city received the application, though, I mean, we do look at what we can do for engagement, whether we think something more enhanced in terms of engagement. And when we looked at this application, we did our standard sending out notices to surrounding property owners in the community league. We also directly reached out to the Mac Islamic School, understanding that they would have specific interest in this. But the nature of the concerns were related to the open space, and that was very clear both through this application and through the conversation at public hearing a year ago. So we had a very good handle of what the concerns were from the community, and the nature of the application also was relatively simple from a land use rezoning perspective. And so we felt that the level of engagement that we carried out was proportionally proper for this type of application, but ultimately we can't control what the landowner or the applicant does before they might make that application.
I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor McKean. Next is Councillor Banga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Pollock, or somebody else. Is it our city's practice to buy land from private owners and then basically give it to other not-for-profit organizations for free? Has it ever been done?
Councilor Banga, it's not standard practice. We, like Mr. Pollock said earlier, we don't have a mandate to do that outside of some sort of specific direction from City Council.
Okay. So when, I guess there was a question that you guys should be looking at in the future there, that we are trying to densify the neighborhoods and the green space. But we would not know how much space do we need? Do we know that?
Councilor Bango, like I said earlier, we have calculated, anticipated future development into the open space needs that we see for this neighborhood. And that includes the largest of the expected new population in the Camsell Hospital site. And there's a reason that hospital site has, with that redevelopment, dedicated land for public parks use as well. And so that's all part of trying to make sure that Inglewood has enough open space needs going forward. But I just want to reinforce that, relatively speaking, this neighborhood does have enough open space. If you look at the school sites within this neighborhood, both Westmount School and Inglewood School, that's more than, for example, Westmount directly south of here only has West Glen School, and they have about the same population and probably more land area. So, when we are thinking about, the amount of open space for these mature neighborhoods as they densify, it needs to be recognized that Inglewood is not one of the ones that's particularly lacking in terms of open space relative to future development.
Okay. And my next question is for the drainage and sewer, I guess people there making sure, do we have enough capacity in those systems to adjust to this, I guess, increase in housing?
Councillor Banga, specifically for this development, the increase is minimal. There are two aspects. There is an existing combined sewer in the lane adjacent. This combined sewer is essentially a sanitary sewer. There are no storm flows going in. It has adequate capacity. With the proposed development, the sanitary generation is less than a liter per second, and the capacity is about 25 liters. Within 113 Avenue, there is a separate storm sewer. So our requirement for this development is to control storm flows on site and then release them at a controlled rate. Specifically speaking of numbers, the release would be about 10 liters per second, and the storm sewer capacity is about 204 liters. So we don't anticipate any issues as regards this specific development.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, I have questions for Mr. Johnson, I think, because it seems to me, that we've got a very complex process here in terms of what our desires may be and what tools we have to get there. Because if we had believed that it should remain parkland, we did not have a mechanism to compel that because there's no council collectively, I think, could have said we think they should stay parkland, but that question never came in front of us, I don't think.
Correct, Council.
Yeah, so, and that may be our desire, but where does that leave us in terms of this decision? Obviously we can't compel this to be parkland today. I don't think we can.
No.
But obviously there's a choice that we could make today that would make the decision much more difficult for us wearing a different hat. So I'm really struggling with how, we backed ourselves into a fairly problematic corner here, probably because we're missing processes in how we deal with these land sales from the what council's input is into the original decision, which was whether or not we thought this should be remain as parkland when the school board was putting it up for sale, and that was not a question that ever came to us. So your thoughts on that from a process point of view? Because it seems to me we've tangled ourselves in, if that is our desire, we've tangled ourselves in a really problematic web here.
Councillor, is a great question. So at the high level, what you're deciding here today is which zone is more appropriate, US or the proponent's RF3. That's what you're looking at here today. If council feels that RF3 is too dense or would eliminate opportunities that are more beneficial to the neighborhood, then it would either deny that rezoning or refer it back. I would propose that the issue of land ownership, as is always the case, is not relevant for the public hearing.
Okay, that's interesting.
But could be as a subsequent motion if you wanted to give direction, depending on either way that went, so that it does put that process back into administration's hands to go and look at what direction council gives.
If we thought the most appropriate zone was ARAP, which it seems to me where you would land if you wanted this to be parkland.
Yes.
I'm just wondering what, if that's what we think is the appropriate use, because I'm not hearing anybody saying that US is what they really think the appropriate use should be either, ironically. But zoning against an owner's wishes is possible to do, but it's not usual, and I presume would involve further advertising.
Yes, we'd have to refer that back for advertising. We'd also be very careful rezoning to AP against the wishes of the owner.
Yeah.
The legislation does give protection to private property owners in those situations. We would be required to negotiate a sale or an expropriation or revert it to some other zone. So there has to be rights left.
Yeah, and if we try to compel a purchase, we're not leaving ourselves in a very good negotiating position either, which is the other bind we've created for ourselves.
Correct. And we'd also want to be careful that, trying to depress the fair market value of this land or something is not on council's purview today.
No, understood. No, and that's the bind where, yeah. I'm just trying to think a way through this. So
understood.
But if ultimately we felt that from a land use point of view, if ultimately we felt that RF3 was not an appropriate use, even if, and that was something that still needed to be sorted in the future, that probably from a land use point of view would be an appropriate decision there. It's
correct.
It's a struggle given the fact that we have a plan that says that it is. I suspect that probably further complicates this.
Probably in the long term, you'd want to be mindful of that because we do expect neighborhoods and developers to rely on the planning framework to have an understanding of what their possible options may be. But maybe the better question I could put to you is which of the two zones before you is better? It may be, clearly the conversation here is that there is a different one that's desired by many people in this call, but that isn't for you. So then the question becomes which of the two options you have is the better option? And that could be
for the city. Yeah, I mean, we're making a decision not based on what's being asked of us by the neighbors, but trying to make the best decision for the city for what the best long-term use of that land is from a city perspective. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Going to assume you gave me permission to speak, Mr. Mayor. You were on mute.
I didn't catch the button. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't want to just jump in. I'm struggling with one piece of information based off a number of the answers. I've heard both today in the responses that there is enough park space, or open space, sorry, I should use that. I think that's exactly the terminology we've used today for this. And at the same time, there was a point in time at which we looked to potentially purchase this on an opportunity basis. Likely due to the value that was being asked, it didn't go through. That's not really so relevant as to why it didn't go through. But it feels like those two things are at odds. If there's enough open space, why was there any attempt to look at purchasing the land?
Councillor Knack, that's a very good question. And the answer is that when the opportunity, and I think that's the key word, presented itself, we did pursue that on an opportunity basis, but it was not to address a specific target or shortfall that administration felt existed. And so ultimately that didn't pan out. But it's important to note that the opportunity that was being pursued was actually to potentially acquire land for a different type of open space. So there was never any intent from the city, if we were successful at purchasing that land, to leave it as a sports field type open space. In order to try and create a greater diversity of types of open spaces, it would have turned into something more related to passive recreation opportunities. So even if the city had been successful at purchasing this land, I think that would have still led to a change in the function of that open space. So I think that's where you're kind of getting both sides of the answer. Is we did look at it as an opportunity that ultimately didn't pan out, but it was not to address a certain target or need.
Let me just ask a little bit more on this, though. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Mr. K.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Councillor Knack, there's over 300 unfunded parks in the inventory right now. So there's a very large backlog of unfunded parks, as you're well aware. And sometimes we look at things at certain times with the lens of a potential opportunity purchase, whether that be for redevelopment and or for park. And so this is an area that we need to have a look at our process. And I know Kent Schneider, our branch manager in City Planning and Environment Services, intends to look at this process for assessments in areas that are intensifying, so that we've got a better process for when we do bring these types of purchases to council for decision making, as well as looking at areas that are currently intensifying for that alignment to breathe and our open space plans.
No, that's very fair. I appreciate there's a lot of spots. We have spots in the West End that we're in need of park space. Because I feel like I need to make sure I understand this, because this I think helps inform our decision that we're being asked today. Even if we were thinking about this as a potential passive space, does that not mean that we felt there was a gap in this area, in this community at large, not in this specific space, but in the community overall? Because otherwise, if there wasn't, we wouldn't have even looked at that opportunity. I imagine there are communities that are truly full of space that we wouldn't even consider purchasing. We did consider that here, though.
Councillor Knack, yeah, I think there's many examples, especially in mature neighborhoods, where they were developed at a time where there was not as much thought given to not just having open space, but the different types of open spaces. So there's many examples of mature neighborhoods that are kind of lopsided with regards to the types of open spaces that they provide. And so again, as an opportunity, there was for a brief period of time an opportunity that we could look to diversify this to improve that diversity of open space in this area. but it was not something that was considered an absolute need. When those opportunities come up, they're pursued to a point, and if there's funding and things can work out, then great. But ultimately, that's not what happened in this case.
So generally speaking, is there still a desire in this community as a whole to have additional passive park space?
So the way I'm going to answer that is basically that the application before us today is for rezoning of private land. I think it's fair that we would welcome a motion to look into that further and do some analysis and report back to you in a different forum, because that is a good question. I'm just not sure this is the appropriate venue or conversation to have that question when we're talking about the rezoning of this privately owned land.
Mm-hmm. I'm out of time, so I can't offer anything else. Thank you. Oh, well, I guess I'll move a second round as I see some other members of council on.
Yeah, that'd be helpful. Thank you. Seconder?
Second.
Thank you, Councilor McKean. Any objection to the second round? Hearing none, then on the second round, I will go to Councilor Essinger and then double back to Councilor.
Thank you very much. And I guess I'm wondering, because Inglewood is also part of the revitalization program, and they have dollars for capital, you know, would we not have worked with some of these groups together? We seem to be in isolation, and there's a lot of work happening to build community, to add things to the community that are missing, and then we miss this opportunity. And maybe Ms. McCabe, is there a way to get some of these programs together? How do you envision it going into the future? Because I think we're missing something here.
I don't have the particulars about how I'd figure that out into the future, how I'd envision that for the future in terms of getting groups together. I agree that there's a need to get stakeholder groups together. And I know when this opportunity purchase was looked at many years ago, there was a number of different stakeholders involved in that process. And some of our relationships with the joint use agreement would have helped inform the decisions that were made at the time. And the city wasn't successful in that purchase.
But we don't consider private schools as part of the joint use agreement, right?
We don't, that's correct.
At this time.
Yes. At this time, we don't consider private schools as part of the joint use agreement. So if we were to use the joint use agreement and some of the stakeholders involved, it would have been Edmonton Public, Edmonton Catholic, and the Francophone School Board.
Okay. And maybe Mr. Johnson, depending on where this goes, would would we have to work on a process for future land consideration, because they do not come to council, but you know, maybe we need to evaluate that. Would it be valuable to have a subsequent that said we need a process, a better process, no matter what happens here?
Councillor, I think that's what Ms. McCabe has generally indicated. So I think direction from council to explore the process or bring you the benefits or risks of the current process or potential improvements, something of that sort. Maybe Ms. McCabe had an idea of what she's looking for, but I think that gives them the starting point to then come back and report on where we're at and where we could be.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions for now.
Thank you, Councillor McKean.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Johnson. I just want to follow up on Councillor Henderson's question, so I'm clear. A lot of the discussion around green space, not really before us tonight, but we heard a lot of testimony from the community just to leave it in the current zoning. So our options are binary here. Yes to rezoning or leave it in the current zoning. And the community outlined some of the uses that would be potential for under that zoning, which would seem to me at least to give some more breathing space for the school. But any comments on that? Just I don't want to stray.
Yeah, Councillor, you've identified it quite rightly. So it is a binary decision before you. We often refer to that as a quasi-judicial decision. You are making a decision between two options: remain with current zoning or accept the proposal as before you. If you want a different option, of course, it would be referred back and need advertising and further work. And that would be quite an extensive one, given what the other option that seems to be desirable is. So under that framework, yes, there are development rights under the current zoning. And so therefore they aren't entitled or have a right to some type of different zoning from what is currently on site. There are uses available there. Some of them are commercial, some of them could be for profit, and would also be, from what we've heard here under the various evidence, would be for the benefit of the community. And yes, it would kind of give a bit of breathing space to see what other available mechanisms or options are available long-term for this community. Recognizing this is a privately held parcel, and anything subsequent to this public hearing would require negotiations and some type of discussion to see what works for all parties.
Whatever we decide tonight in that binary, we cannot compel the private landowner to remove the fence. Am I right?
Correct. Private property rights are paramount.
Right.
He hasn't broken the law. He hasn't done anything to the offense of our bylaws or anything of the sort.
Right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks, Don.
You're welcome. Any other questions for city staff? Not seeing any, then I'll call for new.
Hello, Mr. Mayor Iverson.
Mr. Mayor, you muted yourself, Don.
I think something's wrong with my trackpad. Sorry, guys. For now, I'll just go through the list. So under new information, which is, I called for new information, but I've muted myself. So strictly speaking, I should do this again. Under new information, Ms. Summers?
Yes, please.
Proceed.
Just trying to turn on the camera. So as mentioned, this site is a private site. My client has indicated that the fencing was erected due to legal liability issues. So as also mentioned, there's no guarantee that the site will remain green space under urban service zone. There are other built forms that would build out the site and would impact traffic that the community has been discussing. The nearby private school had the opportunity to purchase the site and were unable to. The rezoning would allow for up to 17 households living in the near to schools, making use of existing infrastructure and living near transit. The proposed zoning aligns with the city plan. It's supported by administration. The city's rejected buying it as park space, as it's been indicated that the area has enough parkland. The rest of the issues raised are the same types of arguments raised when the city of Edmonton developed surplus school sites. This is infill. It aligns with city plan, the ARP, and contributes to a denser, more efficient city. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Summers on the new information? Not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Henderson.
The one thing I just wanted to give you a chance to respond to, because you referenced the surplus school sites. And if this had truly been a surplus school site, as in the new sense when it comes to us, where we don't have to purchase, we have only ever developed on the part of the lot or the school site that actually was slated to have a building on it. So I think I need to give you a chance to respond to that, because I think that's part of the bind we've got ourselves in here. This is not part in the original plan of the neighborhood of a site that was ever intended to have a building on it. The building was built, and it's where the school is right now, and that's why we're ending up in this bind. So I want you raised the question, so I thought I should give you a chance to respond.
No, and fair enough with regards to that. As I also mentioned, from my client's perspective, they did do due diligence. They looked at the ARP. They looked at this and said, this is shown as an infill opportunity. Yeah. He's in the same bind that was previous. Like the Catholic School Board put this property up for private sale. Whether it's my client or somebody else, it's a private site.
Yeah, no, I understand that. It was just the parallel with the surplus school site was the only one
Yes.
that I was, thanks.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Summers? I'm not seeing any. Thank you. Mr. Smalley, do you have any new information arising from the public hearing so far? Mr. Smalley? No? Okay. How about Ms. Tu?
No, I do not have any further information.
Okay, thank you. How about Mr. Niedermeyer? Any new information?
Yes, thank you. And thank you for the very fruitful and wide-ranging discussion that has gone on. And I want to thank Mr. McClellan for the information that he shared as well. When I prepared my initial comments, I took the city's number from their report of 2.13 hectares per 1,000 people at face value and re-engineered that using the 2019 Edmonton City Census, which had 7,320 residents in the neighborhood, and came up with an actual green space allocation of 14.88 hectares. But since that time, I actually had just received information. I'm going to just kind of hold it up. This is a green space inventory that was created by the Inglewood Community League, put together by the civics director of the league. I can make copies available. I just found out about it over the supper break. According to Inglewood's own survey of the green space, including the future council pocket park, there's actually only 10.04 hectares of green space in the neighborhood. Divide that by the population from the 2019 census. They're actually right now current inventory plus the future council pocket park and today's the 2019 population. There actually is only 1.42 hectares per 1,000 population in the neighborhood. So we are already well below the 2.0 hectare per 1,000 population that the city cites as the minimum threshold for a neighborhood. I only point this out because the administration in their report cite 3 reasons for their support of this application. One being that the land is not needed for open space to serve the community. I think we've shown that to be a falsehood. The proposed zoning is in conformance with the infill objectives of the West Ingle Area Redevelopment Plan. I think we've shown that that plan has a historic error in it that has been perpetuated through its consolidation into the 2020 plan that we reference now, because a private school or a school 35 years ago was listed as being surplus and better used as a residential use. So the only reason the administration is supporting this application is because it would make this land similar to the land around it, which is the second point in the administration report support of this application. I think given these new facts, administration may want to withdraw or rescind that support, but that's up to them. In the meantime, if this goes ahead, if this becomes RF3, then we definitely will be below the threshold for green space, according to the city's own benchmark for this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. Questions on the new information?
Are you talking to me? Sorry.
No, I was just, we'll come to you in a moment, Mr. Arsenault. Stand by, please. So I see no questions for you, Mr. Niedermeyer, on the new information.
Okay.
Mr.
Thank you.
Arsenault, did you have any new information arising from the public hearing so far? Mr. Arsenault?
I'd just like to address to Mrs. Summers if she could maybe ask her client to be a good corporate citizen and sell the property at a reasonable price back to the city, and the city to lease or rent to own to the school. I'd like people to do the right thing in this particular situation so the children would have a schoolyard. It's pretty simple.
Well, I will hear your question on behalf of council, and we won't sort of have a mechanism for crosstalk between presenters, but I think the point's rhetorical. So thank you, Mr. Arsenault, for your new information. Ms. Scariano, do you have any new information?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, okay. This is just off the top of my head, a challenge to the principal of the Mac Islamic School to perhaps try a GoFundMe in order to purchase that land for the school.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Gariano. Any questions?
Thank you.
For her? Not seeing any. Ms. Hashmi, new information?
Thank you. No new information from me.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ritchie?
Yep. I'd just like to comment on just through this process of hearing out the urban planners, as well as council's opinions and feelings on this. It seems like there's a will here to have two different conversations. I guess the starting rhetoric was that we had a choice between these two options. It was a binary decision, but it seems that this decision should have been made previously 2 times by the city to probably purchase this land based on the analysis of the density increasing in the future. And that's just my personal take on what I've heard. The analysis cited seems to be to do with current densities, or shortly into the future predicted densities, and not aligning with what the city's density plan is moving long term into the future. So I think I'm not sure what I can do other than comment on that and saying those decisions seem at odds with each other, and it seems backwards to go through with the binary decision right now at this point. I would like to see the land purchased by the city and maintained as open green space, just as it is in all the other park spaces and school zones around the city as well. I think the opportunity was missed to do that, and I would like to see that rectified. And I think a lot of our neighborhood's residents would echo that as well. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ritchie. Any questions for Mr. Ritchie? Not seeing any. Thank you, sir. Mr. Joe, did you have any new information?
No, I don't have anything to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bodowitz?
No new information, but I just wanted to thank everybody for taking into consideration to protect our green space for our community and our kids. Have a great night.
Thanks for that. Well received. Ms. Wendell, new information?
I just would like the city to consider possibly not making a harsh decision at this point, maybe taking this as an opportunity to potentially, for lack of better words, undo a wrong perhaps that happened in the past. I think the fair thing for all parties would be perhaps for the city to consider buying back the property from the current owner, so he's not in a glitch, and then consider possibly the option of coming with arrangements with Mac School for a lease opportunity, or sort of a lease to own or at a future date, if that's something that's in the realm of possibility and scope. I don't think with Mr. Benga, when he brought up that it's in the city's realm to gratis property to a nonprofit, I don't believe that was something that was implied or anyone would really expect would be a gratis give of a property. but to make alternate arrangements to try and make this the best outcome for all parties involved. I think there's an opportunity to do that. And I think that we consider that taking that opportunity would be a nice neighborly gesture.
Thank you, Ms. Wendell. Councilor Paquette, questions? Go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick question. And I really could have asked this of any of the speakers, but I'm going to be limiting myself to a land use decision, obviously, because that's what's before us. But a lot of the speakers have talked about a lot of different opportunities and land purchase and things like that. So I just wanted to explore that question a little bit. For everything that we spend money on, it means that there's something that we can't spend money on. And sometimes I'm wondering if that's if the public sort of weighs that metric. So, you know, just throwing a ballpark figure out there, let's say $1 million spent on land means it's $1 million not spent on you know, employees to help with permitting, or it's $1 million not spent in cleaning garbage along boulevards and things like that. Everything has a cost. And I'm just wondering, from the point of view of a resident of your neighborhood, what is the thing that you would give up? And maybe it doesn't have to be anything specific, but you know, when we're having these conversations, I'm wondering if residents think about what they give up and what the trade-off is, and whether they feel it's worth it.
Absolutely, I can see why. I can see your ability to ask that question, Mike. And I guess I didn't. I'm not asking the city to purchase it outright. It's almost kind of, if we could arrange it, almost giving Mac School a bit of a loan to help them out, to put them in a position where they could afford it, like a rent to own kind of a situation. That's sort of my take on it. Is it may be a bit of an initial cost outlay, obviously, to the city, but it's not an actual full out expense per se. It is something that they would in time get back.
Yeah, and of course, this is a little bit outside of the realm of what I should be talking about, but I'm just curious about how residents kind of felt about the fact that for everything that they want their city to do, it is a trade-off for their community about what services they get, because there's always so much money. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. See no further questions for Ms. Wendell. Finally, Ms. Handus. Any new information?
No new information, but just to answer Councillor Paquette's question there, I would urge him and citizens and council to put safety above all else first. And I think we heard from the residents, from Miriam, you know, from myself, that student safety should be paramount, should be above all else. So if it comes down to garbage or student safety, children's safety, neighborhood safety, I'm going to choose safety every time.
Thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
questions for Ms. Handus? Not seeing any. Sorry. Okay, so that's all the new information. What is the will of council at this moment? Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
I will move closure of the public hearing.
Thank you, Councillor McKean.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Banga. Please vote to close the public hearing.
I'm a yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillors Mickle and Banga.
And yes.
Yes from me too, Madam Clerk.
Thank you from Councillor Zadek and Councillor Walters. And then I'm just waiting on Councillors Cartmel, Katarina, and Mayor Iveson.
I'm a yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes for me as well, Madam Clerk.
Perfect. Thank you. We have 13 votes.
Okay, you should have mine now. Display the vote, please. And that's carried unanimously to close public hearing.
I'll move first reading.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
Second.
Councillor Banga. Okay. Do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, I'll give this a shot. Everything everyone has said here today is absolutely right. Unfortunately, in my mind, it's not. We're faced with a different question than I think the one that has been addressed substantively here. As Mr. Johnson noted, we have a choice between maintaining the urban services zone or going to the RF3 zone. And if I review the urban services zone, I would say that not only is the urban services zone not probably not appropriate land use for a private person, but or a private individual, but it might not even be appropriate land use for this site in the current context. Well, I am deeply sympathetic with the school and the loss of the schoolyard. The reality is that this land is now privately owned. And I think the RF3 zone is a less intensive use than what urban services would likely provide. I would also argue that in maintaining urban services, we are putting ourselves in wearing a different hat in a very difficult position, because it is very hard to develop urban services without government being involved. And I just looking at most of the allowed uses and discretionary uses, they do require either a school board to be involved or the municipal or provincial government. And that, and I think I heard Mr. Johnson kind of hedging around this. The issue with that is that if the government is the only person that can operate it, then the government may be the only person who can buy it. And that puts us as a municipality in a really challenging position with this land and land use and land ownership, if the will of council is to buy it. And that question's not before us either. And I also want to note that talking about that, negotiating that in public also puts us in a really challenging position. So I'm putting this on the table, sympathetic to the community, but I think that with the decision we're faced with today, in the best interest of the community, RF3 is the highest and best land use facing us. This isn't to say that all of the concerns that have been brought forward by my colleagues in this debate are not valid. I've personally spoken with people in administration about how we both assign and dispense with surplus school sites, because I think just about every councillor has had a surplus school site interaction that was frustrating, if not disruptive to the community. And I think we've all handled it our own way, or will be handling it our own way. The issue is, I think, the process by which we assign and dispense with the surplus school sites. And I think that there is a conversation awaiting us, albeit in a council context, about our policy of ascribing the school sites in new areas. Unfortunately, there are a lot of school sites in older areas of the city that would not be affected by a new policy or new thinking around this. And unfortunately, the Inglewood site would be one of them. So I personally, again, can't say enough how sympathetic I am to the community on this, but I don't think the RF3 zone is unreasonable for this site and for the context of the neighborhood. So I'll be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Henderson's next.
I actually have landed in a different place, and and it's complicated, which is why I wanted to ask the questions to Mr. Johnson. And the thing that really struck me is that the decision we're being asked here to make today is not based on who owns the land. It's based on what the best planning is for the neighborhood and for the city. And I, and given that, and this has come up time and time again, there were reasons why in the original plan a school and a green space to go with it, and people and communities get used to those green spaces, was put in this community as part of that original plan. There's nothing that I'm seeing that would suggest to me that those reasons are no longer valid. In actual fact, they're probably more valid in the future than they were in the past in terms of the need for that kind of space in the middle. It is made complicated by the fact that the school is no longer in public hands. But the reality is, for the same planning reasons, we have been desperately trying to make sure that when schools fall out of public hands, that they stay active and useful in the community. And I would say having the Mac school there has allowed us to do something that would not have happened if they had not been prepared to step up and run it as a school. So I think for good planning reasons, there's also really good reasons why it is in the city's interest and the community's interest to still have somebody using that land as a school. It's the major reason why we 9 times out of 10 will often let the building go, but buy the land, is precisely because it fulfills a role in the community that's important. Clearly, an odd choice was made when the ARP was done back in a different context and a different time. But let's face it, we have ignored ARPs in the past because we consider they were done in a different context and a different time. So it's an irony to me, given that we've gone against ARPs in a number of other places, that this is the one time that we're arguing we should abide by it. So I think, being faced with the choice of what is the right, and I'm very, I think Councilor McKean's points made earlier that, and I'm very aware of this for all of us that are, it's these kind of green spaces in the middle of neighborhoods that are only going to get denser because we want to get denser are not possible to get back again. Once they are gone, they are gone. So the fact that we would be letting them go now, I think is going to create huge grief for us later. I don't think US is probably it is the most appropriate zoning for now for the kind of use that I think the plan has been called for. It is the use that was put there to allow exactly the current use of the space or the previous current use of the space. So although it may not be the ideal zone, although it may allow for some other things to happen, it is more appropriate if we think that that is the best planning use for this neighborhood. And I think being able to hold on to these green spaces in our core neighborhoods is going to be vital. And if we believe that, it is the most appropriate, it's a more appropriate use than the RF3 zone, and leaves the door open, I think, for further exploration of ultimately what, from a planning point of view, from a good planning point of view, in a core neighborhood where green space is going to be a priority and will be only continue to be a priority, it is the best way to make that best planning choice and say that is the most appropriate use of the land. So I will be voting no.
Thank you, Councilor Anderson. Councilor Essing.
Thank you very much. This one has bothered me. And when I looked at the proposal, there was no community engagement. It didn't seem to be like they were proceeding in good faith. I was disappointed that we put up a fence, and why liability came after the ruling, I didn't know. No trespassing. This is a school, albeit a private school. And being a former public trustee, I value public education, but more importantly, I value children. And to think the kids have to leave the site to go and find another space seems totally ridiculous to have phys ed. I recognize the Community League came and supported it. They would have preferred green space, but they felt obligated to support the ARP. But I've listened to people tonight, and I've heard, well, US is not the right zone, RF3 is the right zone. For me, the US is a better zone than the RF3. And I think if we're going to look at it, and I have a subsequent coming to look at the process for buying green space, I think US allows us time to look at options. And if the only people that can buy US is governments, I am sure that every government is bound to do public engagement, and at least the community would have an opportunity to have a discussion. And I think that's important as well. I think that if we go forward and we just let it become RF3, it might get sold and become whatever it becomes. We can't go back at that point. But US, we'll have a chance to have another discussion on what goes on there. As far as if we change the zone, maybe there's an opportunity in the future, I don't know. But if I'm looking at what is the right zone, what do I think is the right land use? It is not RF3, and I'll be voting no.
Thank you, Councillor Essinger. You're just topping up my tea. Councillor Knack is next. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and want to thank everyone. This is a good discussion and very good points. And for me, I'm going to echo a bit of what I've heard from both Councillor Henderson and Councillor Essinger. While acknowledging, I think Councillor Hamilton's opening point is very, very fair. Like, there's nothing unreasonable about an RF3 zoning immediately adjacent to a school. That is a reasonable zone. That is what we've been doing across the city for a very long time, and this community, it would be no different. I think that's a very reasonable zone to move towards. But the question before us is it the best of the two zones? I'm being asked to determine, is this a better zone than the US zone? And for many of the reasons that were already shared, I am not convinced that RF3 is the right zone for this area based off a number of the other factors. And I think this is an area that is zoned and has, I think it's one of the few areas, if I recall correctly, it's actually zoned all RF3 except for some of the larger density sites. And I do worry about that loss of space as we think about the overall work that is happening to densify our mature neighborhoods. So I am not, when I think about the city plan does ask us to densify our spaces, and we need to do that across the city. But many other communities have much lower zoning than what is already here. So I think about, when I'm comparing these two zones, adding this additional RF3 is a little bit different than most of our other mature neighborhoods, which might not have that ability to, or haven't had that ability to have that type of zoning installed in the past, and now might need to look at that as we go forward. So again, it's not an unreasonable ask by any stretch. I don't believe going to RF3, and I say this with the greatest respect to those who are in opposition. So while I won't be supporting this application, I'll also say I don't think going to RF3 would be disastrous. I don't think going to RF3 would at all be unreasonable based off where it is, what's surrounding it, how the rest of the community is developed. What I do think is that when I am looking at those two zones side by side, I think right now the US zone is more appropriate, even recognizing that some of the uses in the US zone might be less desirable than what could be built under an RF3. While some of those permitted uses would be less desirable, I think one of the most desirable of that zone, when I think about the needs and based on the discussion, does allow for a park space on that site, even without a change in zone to anything else. So for those reasons, and for many of the reasons spoken by Councillor Essinger and Councillor Henderson, I won't support this, but with that noting that it is not an unreasonable ask for this to be here today. I do not think that, I think administration did a very good job in recommending this. I can understand why they came to that conclusion, but I don't think that when put together and comparing these others, we should be making this switch. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Banga.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to keep it short and sweet. The decision before us is a binary land use decision. We have an application before us to rezone a private property. So we are going to decide whether this zoning from one to another is a reasonable one or not. We had quite a few, I guess, suggestions from the community, and also maybe even with the subsequent motion that we should be thinking about other options. But as far as I am concerned, the developer, owner, whoever that person had to be, everybody had an ample opportunity to pursue those options if they wanted to, and strike a deal if so desired. I personally don't believe that it's fair for us to handcuff a private property owner with the zoning to do what they like to do with their property. If the administration wasn't supporting this application, then for any particular reason or bunch of reasons, then it was for us to, I guess, consider. However, this has come before us twice. And at some point in time, we got to make a decision. By delaying it, I don't know if there is going to be any other solution to it. But if land, I guess the green space is the only issue, then we would never sell or buy any property in the city, whether it's in the middle of the city or it's in the outskirts of the city. So again, my main stress is that we can't just keep postponing decisions. We got to make a decision at some point in time. Applicants, they discussed with our administration in an open, I guess, mind. They're with that what is possible, and they worked with the administration, and eventually administration supported their application. And I'm not saying we can't reject what the administration does, but this is twice already. I don't think it's fair for us to keep holding somebody's private land, handcuff them from the proper use of it, just by saying that we need to do something else with it. Either we do something with it or just go ahead and approve it. And I will be voting yes. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Banga. Councillor Paquette is next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I'm going to take a bit of a different approach than Councillor Banga, but I understand his position. I largely agree with Councillor Knack and Councillor Henderson and Councillor Esslinger. As far as land use goes, I'm not convinced that this is the best use of the land in the area. I do really appreciate administration's work, and I think that has to be mentioned. Administration is functioning based on council direction, based on the city plan, and based on the realities of a fiscal situation that is tight, to say the least. And so I understand where they're coming from. I appreciate all their hard work. But I also understand that as we densify, one of the very important and maybe most important aspects of densification as far as quality of life is concerned is that we must ensure that we have adequate green space. There's no question about that. That is in all the literature, in all the studies, and it just makes sense. So with that in mind, and just frankly, the reality of the fact that we're talking about young people, we're talking about students, and that's, it's not that is informing my thoughts, but it definitely is on my mind. Really makes a difference here for me on a personal level. On a council decision level, again, I'm still not convinced that this would be the best use of that land, and so therefore I will not be voting for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKean.
Thank you. I want to begin by refuting some comments that were made by a colleague earlier, that the land was offered up for sale and nobody took advantage of that, like there was some open good deal on the table that was rejected. The fact is, we heard from the Mac School that they were given 1 week. We also heard from administration that a deal couldn't be done. So we don't actually know all the details there about the good faith offer of land for sale. And in fact, we've heard the opposite, as Councillor Esslinger said, some bad faith operation by this particular developer, and so far as trying to engage with the community, and in one engagement that turning into yelling. Now we're here only to decide land use, not behavior of anyone. I understand that. But I carefully asked the question of Mr. Johnson because I wanted to be clear on our options. And our options are between the current zoning, which the community has begged us to leave in place, or RF3. And I would suggest in the context that the urban services zone is more appropriate, given that it's adjacent to a school with very little space. And I don't know about all the mistakes of the past that were made around this, but frankly, I think this is not an appropriate use for this parcel of land. And I think that is an easy binary for me, is to say, no, the RF3 in this context is not appropriate. And as Councillor Henderson said, yes, this opens up other options. And I think that might be the opportunity that good land use planning would suggest there are better options for this community and for our administration to work with community, and then down the road for council to look at. But I think all those things add up to me to saying the current zoning is the absolute appropriate zoning, and I hope my colleagues will agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor Hamilton to close.
I have nothing further to add.
Please vote on first reading.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Banga. It's just loading, it seems. One moment, please. We're just missing Councilors Katarina and Councilor Hamilton.
I'm a yes.
Thank you.
I'm a yes as well, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. We have 13 votes.
For the vote, please. And that is failed 3 to 10. So first reading having not succeeded, that is all there is to do on that item. Okay, do you still have a subsequent, Councillor Essinger?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm just getting to it. I would move that the administration provide a report to committee outlining the benefits and risks of the current process and exploring potential process improvements for the opportunity purchases of open space.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor McKean. Did you want to introduce it, Councillor Essinger?
Well, obviously tonight we've seen there's some challenges around how we purchase open spaces, when and where. So if we can look at some opportunities to improve that, I think that would help us move forward on some of these unique ones. And as we're going to move to a higher density in many places, I think this is going to be an important conversation that might be needed at council's level. So that's why I'm putting it forward.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
I actually think the more I think about it, but just to ask the question out loud, do we want to make it specific to school sites, or I'm just wondering if it gets too broad, or maybe we need to understand that. Maybe we need to make a special, maybe we should add into this, including school sites or something like that, just to make sure we capture that piece of the puzzle. And let admin be able to bring back what other things may be included.
Is that a question to the mover?
It's a question to the mover, I suspect.
I think we can add again because I was trying not to be prescriptive, but leaving it.
No, I think you're right to have it to have it, i.e., or maybe it's an I, and if, for example, surplus school spaces.
Or including.
Just to make sure we capture that, yeah, including, yeah, okay. I would suggest that then as a slight amendment, just to make sure that we remember what this was about when it comes back.
Yeah.
Would be friendly.
Okay, so we can add
Thanks.
That at the end was your thought, Councillor Henderson? Bases, comment?
Yeah, sure, including surplus school sites, yeah.
Okay, but not limited to, obviously. But.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think that's friendly, thank you. I would just double check any objections to that. Hearing none, we'll take that as friendly. Councillor McKean.
Yeah, I just wanted to offer my support for this based on history. I don't know how many times I've had to answer questions from all of our residents about why the city didn't buy the St. John school site. And I've never had a good answer. And then that predated me, but during my term, there was a lot that was later rezoned for a 30-story tower that was owned by the city, and our parks planners decided it was too small for a park. Well, I tell you, any park, any green space in a community of 20,000 people would be appreciated. So I think there's been a flaw here. We need to have a process that brings some of these opportunities at least to council, or at least to the ward councillor, who then may be forced to bring it to council and fight for it. But we need a process to identify this, because these things are slipping by, and as was said by somebody tonight, once they're gone, they're gone. And in these mature neighborhoods, there's no way the city of Edmonton is going to buy up buildings to put a park in. It'd be way too expensive. But these opportunities come up from time to time, and we need to know about them and be able to make decisions on them, because in a lot of cases in the urban context, these spots can be priceless for not just the community, but also as catalysts for future development. So I fully support this motion and thank Councillor Esslinger for it.
Thank you, Councillor McKean. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Esslinger for bringing this forward. We're in a state of growing pains, obviously, as we go forward with the city plan to grow upward and to densify. This question has to be answered because we need people to buy into this idea. And if we don't have a proper policy in place, it's going to be really tough going forward for future councils to follow this path. And frankly, this is the path we have to be on, and it has to succeed. And I can foresee a time when these issues can get politicized in such a way that it derails good and sensible work. And so, again, thank you to Councillor Esslinger for bringing this up. It has my full support.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And sorry, I feel it was important to speak to this too. Just bringing up one other example. Council actually did set aside money for mature area land acquisition in our most recent capital budget for a variety of different areas, one of which includes an area that I represent, West Jasper Place. And for a variety of reasons, we haven't been able to acquire land. And I think part of it is that we've had maybe a different approach around what would constitute good park space. So similar to what Councillor Kane mentioned, I think we've missed out on opportunities because we've had a very sort of set position on what a park should be and what that would mean for residents. So I think we need to have this conversation because, you know, we set that budget. And again, I'll use West Jasper Place because it was one of the communities identified in that capital budget. There's been lots that have gone up for sale at market value that we haven't bought to then fill in a gap that we had identified in the capital budget. And I think, again, that goes back to an issue we need to tackle here through policy to really make sure that we're all sort of working on the same page here. So I very much support this because I think I think we might be thinking occasionally too big for what green space needs to be for the needs of some of our communities, and so I hope this can maybe move us in another direction or maybe multiple directions. It's good to have some of these large spaces, but it's also, I think, completely reasonable to have 150 by 150 foot lot that can be activated or have a few benches and be a gathering point. These don't have to be spectacularly large to add significant value. So I hope we can tackle this. So that's why I'll be supporting this, but I felt we need to bring up that example because we actually have a budget set aside that we haven't been using during this capital cycle. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Any other speakers on the subsequent motion? Councillor Esslinger to close.
I think enough's been said.
Agreed. Let's vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina. I'm just waiting on Councillors Banga, Hamilton, Paquette, and Walters.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Banga.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
I'm a yes.
Perfect. Thank you, Councillor Walters. We have 13 votes.
Play the vote, please. Carried unanimously. Okay, so we still have, in a way, 75 more items on our agenda, but really just the last item, which is the repeal of the 75 plans. Thank you, Ms. Handus. I'll just ask everyone not to use the chat. It can create some issues for us. So here we are with 26 minutes left in this scheduled public hearing, which will not be sufficient to hear from everybody, I don't think. We can get started, and so I'm going to ask for the presentation just so we can kick things off here, and ask members of council to decide whether they would like to stay late tonight or continue in tomorrow's overflow time or something different. So you got some options there. We'll ask the clerks for some suggestions while we're getting the presentation here. But in the meantime, let's focus on the recommendations for bylaws 19724, 26, and 25.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before you is the consideration of items 311, 312, and 313, which together make up administration's application to repeal a selection of land use plans that have served their land use purpose and have guided the development of land in Edmonton. Many of these plans go back to the 1980s when Edmonton's population was in the 500,000s. The proposed bylaws are intended to streamline and simplify the land use planning in Edmonton, and to really align our planning tools as part of implementing the city plan. I think I'm on to the next slide, please. Thank you. Through the repealing these plans will also help create trust in local government. It'll streamline our planning tools. It represents the first phase of work related to the city planning framework, a very important implementation piece to the city plan. The city plan envisions an Edmonton that is healthy, urban, climate resilient, and has a population ultimately of 2 million people in a prosperous region. The city plan outlines the choices we need to get there and sets a policy direction in line with this vision. Next slide, please. And as you're well aware, Edmonton is constantly growing and changing to align with the needs and priorities of its residents. And the city plan guides and changes embodies Edmontonians' vision for the future. The plan itself had a very extensive engagement plan associated with it. It was a two-year extensive engagement process. And we heard clearly from council, industry, and residents through the development of both the infill roadmap and the city plan that our suite of planning tools is cluttered. It is hard to understand. And in some cases, it does not provide relevant or clear direction to guide growth or decision-making, or to understand what's important. Planning tools, like many tools, do have a life cycle, and we need to align our planning tools so that people know what's important, and that is achieving the city plan as we evolve towards becoming a more rebuildable city. I'm now going to pass it to Shauna Kuiper and Travis Pollock to present the proposed bylaws.
Thank you. Next slide, please. The city planning framework is identified as a key component of the implementation of the city plan related to planning and policy regulation. Next slide, please. As was shared at the February 2nd Urban Planning Committee, the city planning framework will result in a life cycle process to manage our planning tools and keep them aligned as we grow to a city of 2 million people. The proposed bylaws presented today represent the first phase of the project. In addition to modernizing Edmonton's planning landscape, the city plan implementation projects currently underway include preparing district plans for the city's 15 districts, prioritizing Edmonton's future transportation investments in alignment with council's goals and the city plan, creating a growth management framework that will support growth in priority areas and inform priority-based budgeting, as well as completing the zoning bylaw renewal initiative. Next slide, please. The city planning framework is a two-phase project with main project goals including simplifying the planning framework, clarifying our planning tools, develop the land use plan lifecycle process, and align the framework with work planning and corporate budget cycles. The first phase of this project is to repeal plans that have fulfilled their purpose. Next slide, please. These outdated plans no longer provide certainty for communities with respect to what they can expect as their communities grow and evolve. Additionally, the proposed repeals would create the following benefits: clearer policy that reduces barriers to economic development. Fewer plans mean fewer amendments, saving our city building partners application and consultant fees, the costs of which are often passed on to home buyers. Improved resource efficiency for administration and communities by reducing the number of notifications to prevent engagement fatigue. Simplified, more accessible application process by reducing plans that are outdated or challenging to interpret. Improved alignment with growth expectations and greater flexibility in how we plan and achieve our city building goals. In addition to advancing the city plan, this work also advances Action 15 from the Enfield Roadmap to review, update, or retire plans and policies, and contributes to the upcoming work for the transition to district plans. Travis?
Thank you. The application before you today includes 3 components, with the main purpose to repeal 75 plans that were fulfilled their purpose. To facilitate the repeals, a few area structure plans need amending, and the zoning bylaw needs to be updated to ensure that any DC1s or special area zones tied to these plans remain in effect. Next slide, please. The 75 plans proposed for repeal were created between 1970 and 2003. Each of these land use plans are being reviewed and meet one or more of the following technical criteria. Next slide. They no longer advance their intended purpose, such as to guide the orderly development of new land, infrastructure, or land use. A newer planning or policy document that provides more up-to-date direction for the area has been implemented. The city's planning and land use practice has evolved since the creation of the plan. The plans are beyond their intended life cycle. And lastly, they are done informing the creation of other subordinate statutory plans which are now in place. The 57 ASPs, NASPs, NSPs, and outline plans included in this list are now all significantly built out with infrastructure and zoning in place and do not need the plans for further direction. All 6 area redevelopment plans on the list, such as the Ritchie, Alberta Avenue, Parkdale, Montrose, Coliseum Station, and Cromdale plans, as well as the 12 other types of plans, such as the Park Allen Community Development Plan, North Glenora Community Plan, the Southeast Area Plan, have been analyzed. Their implementation policies have been complete or now form part of our regular planning process, such as neighborhood renewal, the bike strategy, and on-street vehicle parking programs. Further, many of these policies are outdated and do not match current planning practices, creating an environment that is complex and misrepresents guiding policy. Next slide, please. Here's an example of a plan, the Aldergrove Neighborhood Structure Plan, which has fulfilled its purpose of directing the first generation of development within the neighborhood. The policy in this document was created to guide the development of this new neighborhood. The neighborhood has since been fully built out, is now identified through the city plan as a redevelopment area, and the plan's policy intention are no longer applicable in guiding the neighborhood's future redevelopment growth, and it's time to move on from it. Next slide, please. In another example, the Ritchie Neighborhood Improvement Plan was intended to guide the neighborhood improvements that occurred in the late 70s and 80s, and it was in part a response to some of the nuisances and pressures from the Gainers meatpacking plant that officially closed in 1982. These objectives of the plan have either been fulfilled or have no relevance to today. In saying that, as we can see, many of these plans contain a rich history of the neighborhood, which will be preserved by ensuring these documents remain accessible once repealed. Next slide, please. In other instances, land use plans were created to implement now outdated planning policies and principles. Once again, in Ritchie, we have an example of a plan that permits only single-family residential in areas. This was a common practice and designation in most planning documents of the day. However, these policies no longer align with the broader citywide land use policy and further refers to zones that are no longer in use. For instance, the current zoning bylaw does not have an exclusive single detached housing zone. The zoning bylaw now allows semi-detached, duplex, and secondary suites in all residential zones. In this example, we see that the city has evolved beyond these plans, and these plans reflect past expectations and not today's reality, creating complexity and confusion in our planning system instead of clarity. Next slide. We understand the apprehension of losing a plan that has been in place for the past several decades. However, as mentioned previously, the plans in this repeal bylaw represent ones that have completed their purpose by achieving their implementation objectives, or that have been superseded by other programs or newer policy direction. When it comes to future development, application in areas with repealed plans will be renewed or will be reviewed in the same manner as the more than 70 neighborhoods, including many mature neighborhoods that currently have no local area plan. In these instances, administration's recommendation to council will be based on the evaluation of the application with respect to citywide direction found in the city plan, guidelines, best planning practices, and local context analysis and technical considerations, and informed by public engagement on a site-by-site basis.
Next slide, please. Engagement for the city planning framework has been in progress indirectly for many years. It is a direct result of the city plan and evolving infills, multi-year engagements, and technical studies with consideration given to what we heard through this previous work. Next slide, please. Prior to submitting the application, the project team met with key stakeholders, including the EFCL Planning Committee, UDI, CHBA, Edmonton Construction Association, BOMA, and IDEA to discuss the approach and the criteria used to develop the list of plans proposed for repeal. To provide opportunity for targeted feedback from the public and stakeholders on specific plans proposed for repeal, administration used the Engaged Edmonton site. Administration also used a variety of social media platforms, and notices were sent directly to affected community leagues, business improvement areas, and area councils to direct people to the Engaged Edmonton site. Surveys were open for 5 weeks, and administration is thankful to all those who were able to take the time to learn and engage with the content. In addition, the project team fielded emails and telephone inquiries from residents, organizations, and industry. Comments received through the survey or other means prompted additional review by the project team of the plans to be repealed to ensure that all points were considered. Only 2 areas had more than 5 survey responses, and most responses related to neighborhood planning and redevelopment. There was 1 community where there were significant concern raised regarding the repeal of their plan. However, further assessment confirmed that the repeal criteria was met. The feedback from industry partners was generally positive. We heard that there was a desire for administration to propose repealing more plans, specifically those with more significant impacts on areas with more development pressure. Next slide, please. We thank residents, communities, organizations, industry, and other city building partners who have contributed to developing our planning tools over the past 50 years. Edmonton is the city it is today in large part due to the many positive contributions Edmontonians and the countless hours that they have invested in shaping the communities we call home. Each of the plans proposed for repeal before you today have gone through a review process whereby they have been assessed and found to have fulfilled their purpose. These documents are no longer adding value to the planning decisions being made in our modern city and only serve to confuse both members of industry, communities, and creating a lack of trust. These plans do not represent how we do our work in a city where we need to respond to emerging opportunities and deliberately shape our future. These plans reflect a decision-making framework rooted in the past. By repealing these plans, our decisions will be more transparent and equitable, and this is what is expected today from our residents, from industry, and from council. These plans have created the Edmonton that we all love today. They have served their purpose and can be celebrated. Administration recommends approval for these bylaws. We thank you and look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. So we're now 12 minutes out from the witching hour, and there's been a little bit of chatter about options for when we might continue, but we don't need to make that decision quite yet. So Stephanie Kovacs, if you're there.
I am.
Thank you for hanging in there.
Yes, no worries.
The floor is yours.
Okay, awesome. Thank you to Mayor Iveson and City Council for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. My name is Stephanie Kovac, and along with our Executive Director, Laura Cunningham-Chaplay, I'm here on behalf of the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues. We're here today, or tonight, to raise some concerns we have with the engagement process being used to create the forthcoming district plans. We do understand that prior to the creation of district plans, the plans identified before you must be repealed to create a regulatory environment that aligns with the direction from the city plan. Operating alongside this process is the creation of district plans that will translate the direction given by the city plan to achieve 15-minute districts. The FCL, along with a cohort of citywide stakeholders, has participated in several workshops to provide input on the content for the policy and the prototypes that will eventually be used to create the individual plans. We have welcomed this opportunity, but we do feel quite strongly that the creation of individual plans should happen alongside those community members and businesses that actually live and operate within the district boundaries. At present, we understand that the creation of each plan will be largely an internal City of Edmonton exercise, and that communities won't be invited to provide comment until the plans are completely finished in 2022, limiting their ability to influence the content of the plans. This is a top-down approach that will leave communities feeling as if district planning is happening to them as opposed to with them. As you well know, residents value early and ongoing engagement and want to be offered the opportunity to participate in planning exercises that will shape the evolution of their neighborhoods for years to come. We're so grateful that the project team has listened to the feedback from community members and is in the process of creating more opportunities for information sharing about this important work. However, as you'll likely hear from the other speakers today, there is a great desire from community members to be involved in the creation of these plans, especially those communities having plans repealed that have specific guidance based on unique features of their neighborhoods. We realize that the development of the district plans is being informed by engagement conducted for the city plan. However, this engagement was high level and did not invite community members to share specific thoughts about the areas where they spend the majority of their time, which is their neighborhoods. We've been told that at this point, the development of these plans is a technical exercise and it is not appropriate to involve the community just yet. However, each of the district plans will have a district context section, and we believe this section presents the perfect opportunity for communities to be invited to share those people-centered details that intimate the vibrancy of their districts and to articulate what they envision for the future of their communities. For example, we think the community could be invited to express the cultural and historical features that are important to the district, the features of the district the community wishes to see preserved and enhanced through redevelopment, and elements or features the community feels are currently missing and would like to see as the district develops over time. Allowing community members to help shape the portion of the document that deals with those contextual pieces where city staff and citywide stakeholders like the EFCL may not be as well versed would not only allow community members to have a voice in these plans that will guide development in their communities, but would also have the added benefit of introducing the concept of district planning earlier in the process and to explain how all the pieces fit together under the city plan. We believe early engagement will be critical for the success of these plans, including public acceptance. We support the vision of the city plan and understand there are necessary actions that must be taken to achieve its goals. However, we do hope that City Council will join us in supporting more robust engagement for district planning, and we respectfully request that Council direct administration to create an engagement plan that involves direct involvement with district-level stakeholders, including community leagues, for each plan so that residents can see themselves and their communities reflected in this important exercise. I thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. Laura and I are both here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Kovac. Questions? Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Kovac, for your presentation. And I know you said you're both here for questions, but since we have to go in order, you're the first up, and I just want to double check. So, I mean, you both registered in support. So I want to double check. Essentially, what I've heard from you and what I read in the letter that was sent. Thank you for the letter, by the way. This by acknowledging your receipt of the email, I'm not going to reply to the email separately, just to save myself a step. But what I've heard in this letter is that you support what is before us today, assuming there is some type of subsequent motion that asks for that additional work to occur on the next stage. Is that correct? Is that a correct interpretation of EFCL's position?
Yes, so we certainly understand that some communities have identified some challenges with plans that are being repealed, and we absolutely support their right to advocate for themselves. But yes, that is an accurate interpretation. We want to see more engagement for the district plans.
Just wanted to make sure I understood that. Thank you. That's very helpful clarification. Those are all my questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, just really quickly, because one of the things that crosses my mind, looking at most of these plans, they were original plans. The neighborhoods are built out. For the most part, that's what they are. There are some, though, that have been acting more as redevelopment plans. And I'm guessing they sort of, where there are redevelopment pressures currently underway, which may end up in a kind of gray area in between. So I just wouldn't mind your thinking on that, because I'm not sure everything, which is why we've heard from one or two neighborhoods, but not all of them. And I think there probably are some of the area redevelopment plans where there's not huge pressures right now, or where we've already moved past them and beyond them and we have better tools. So, understanding that we will have this gap in between, just your that will be able to guide our redevelopment within this interim period while we work out these district plans. Just, your thoughts on that?
That's a tough question. It's always hard to speak on behalf of communities when I haven't actually spoken
I can
to
ask that
communities.
question of them, so that's fair
Sure.
enough. It is a generic question, just, because I'm wondering about that gap for places where there are redevelopment pressures right now,
Mhm.
where we may leave a gap as we work out these district plans, especially if communities are not going to have input into those plans. I understand you're wanting to have input right away, but would it be fair to say that if we're going to get rid of these ARPs, that there's some urgency to get communities being able to weigh in?
Yes, absolutely. I think that especially with that gap, we need to start talking to communities now. I'm aware that the municipal election is coming up. I'm aware that there's funding issues for some city processes, but I think we are really doing ourselves a disservice if we don't start talking to communities about this now. And I think we're likely going to sow seeds of discontent further along in the process. I know we've seen in Calgary is a pretty good example of what's happened around their guidebook for great communities. Communities not feeling engaged in that process. They've taken, a lot of the engagement input that was used for different processes, and there has been a tremendous amount of pushback. I think that process has stretched from what was supposed to be like a 2-year activity. They're now going into their 4th year. It's gone back to administration multiple times, and I would hate to see that happen here with the district plans. And I think we can get ahead of it by starting these conversations with communities now.
Great, thanks. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. So with 4 minutes to spare, my read of the virtual room, which is not easy to read, is that most folks seem willing to stay to attempt to finish tonight, which means staying up a little bit later rather than coming back at another time. Pros and cons to that, but I will take a motion to extend orders. I am going to suggest that we take a quick break because we've been at this for 2.5 hours, or 3 hours since dinner. So with a maybe 5-minute bio break and then resume to power through this, that would be.
I'm prepared to do that, Mr. Mayor. And understanding we can put it way out, but I think we probably should put an ultimate limit on it tonight in case things go sideways. Because otherwise we'd have to come, if people are getting too tired and we're not getting to the end, we're not going to make good, and I'm happy for that to be a couple of hours out. But I think it would be irresponsible to go much past, a certain point. I know our desire is to finish tonight, and I think we can put it way out. But
make the motion with a time, and then we can debate.
Well, I would suggest why don't we add 2 hours? I'll say we go to 11:30, or if we're close at that point, we can always revisit.
Second.
Okay, so Councillor Henderson moved that we extend up to 11:30 to attempt to finish, and again, I'll suggest we include a quick break.
Yeah, I'm assuming the quick break.
Yeah.
And take a quick break.
Yeah, and seconded by Councillor Knack. Debate on that? Okay, let's vote. To extend up to 11:30.
I'm a yes.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina and Councillor Hamilton.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Banga. I'm just waiting on Councillor Walters.
Yes.
Thank you. I have 13 votes.
Display the vote, please. That's carried 12-1. Okay. Keep on trucking. Well, no, sorry. Let's take 5 minutes right now. Let's come back at 9:35. I'll roll call again, and we'll pick up with Ms. Cunningham Shepley if there are questions for her. So 5 minutes. Make more tea. Be right back. but I'm calling us. We will carry on here bravely into the night. I'm just stalling here while I get my list because I definitely won't remember all your names in alphabetical order at this time of night. So, where did we leave off last time? Councillor Nicol?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'm here, but you'll only have me for another hour. Sorry.
Understood. Councillor Paquette?
I am here, and fun fact, those are literally the only words of the song.
Councillor Walters?
Hello, Mayor Iverson.
I deserve that. Councillor Banga?
Just as a point of order here, Don, I just don't know why so many people can't pronounce your name. It's starting to drive me a little crazy.
Well, as Councillor Paquette pointed out, about 2/3 of the people he met really appreciated what Mayor Iveson was doing for the city, and the other third he met on the doors hated everything that Iverson guy does. So there's a bit of a Venn there. But anyway, some selection bias perhaps. Councillor Cartmel?
Present.
Welcome. Councillor Katarina?
I'm here. Cheers.
Zadok? Cheers.
With coffee.
That's espresso, right? Maybe? Okay, I won't ask. Councillor Zadok?
Yeah, with coffee, like I said. I'm good to go.
Councillor Esslinger?
I have my coffee. I'm ready to go.
Awesome. Councillor Hamilton?
I'm still here.
So say we all. Councillor Henderson?
I am here also.
Thank you. Councillor Knack?
I'm here with my water. That'll keep me awake.
Well done. Councillor McKean?
Mayor Bob Iveson, I'm still here.
That's my dad.
Well, whatever.
Anyway, okay, that's everybody. Let's carry on here. Miss, are there any questions for Miss Cunningham Shepley? Not seeing any. We'll move then to Miss Samji from IDEA. Floor is yours.
Good evening, and thank you so much, Mayor and Council, for extending this evening. Sorry, I'm a little shaded, but most of my light comes from the natural daylight in my apartment. The goals of City Plan will enable Edmontonians to continue building desirable communities with successful businesses that will draw people in, well-attended schools where students can build lifelong friendships, and diverse housing options to suit many people's needs. I would like to acknowledge the important role that the proposed plans played in building Edmonton's communities. We wouldn't have gotten here without them, and without the people who helped to create and implement them. I know I'm preaching to the choir, but Edmonton is a fantastic place to live, work, and play. We're at an exciting moment in Edmonton's evolution. Don't get me wrong, exciting moments are fun, but they also come with a little bit of uncomfort. And we all know that change is uncomfortable. As we work towards Edmonton's shared goals outlined in the city plan, we'll have to make some hard changes on how we do things. Our current plans and processes no longer align with today's needs. As many of us have heard time and time again at public hearing, many of the proposed plans today create uncertainty for the community and industry because the plans are no longer aligned with city plans, and they continuously have to be amended to bring them into line. These continuous amendments creates distrust and confusion in what the community will look like. It's a frustrating process for everyone, and repealing these plans will help to create certainty and reduce the frustration that everyone feels in the development process. IDEA understands that repealing these plans is a difficult step to take, as plans have helped to build Edmonton. However, to create clarity for the community and the industry, we need to align our planning policies and processes with City Plan, and repealing these plans is a necessary step. We would also like to thank administration, as they had a big task of going through past engagements of evolving infill and City Plan and creating a new process to receive further engagement to review and balance the goals of the over 200 plans and bring them into alignment with City Plan during a worldwide pandemic. Is it not a job that I would like, and hats off to them. Thanks so much to Council for taking the time to hear from me today, and I hope we all get out in the next 2 hours.
Thanks, Ms. Samji. Questions? once, going twice. Not seeing any. Next up is Chris Keeler from Beverly Heights Community League.
Oh, hello. Hey, thanks for allowing me to speak. Yeah, I know it's been a long day, so I sure appreciate all your attention, really. I'm Chris Keeler, the Civic Affairs Director for the Beverly Heights Community League, and I'm here to share our community's thoughts regarding the proposed repeal of the Abbotsfield-Rundle Heights Community Development Plan. Next slide, please. So the current plan applies to the broader Beverly area, which includes the communities of Bergman, Beacon Heights, Abbotsfield, Beverly Heights, and Rundle Heights. Now, the plan has its roots back in the mid-1990s when our community found itself in a little bit of a crisis. So the primary issues at that time were the result of concentration of poverty in the multifamily developments east of 34th Street. Now, the housing was built during the 1970s boom as affordable rental homes for low-income families and individuals. Now, they were built with good intentions, but the concentration and the resulting social issues overwhelmed the community. Next slide, please. So for context, all of Abbotsfield and the north area of Rundle consists only of a mix of multifamily townhomes and apartment-style complexes. So in response, extensive community engagement and effort, we produced a plan with a clear vision and with goals that are still current and valid to us today. Next slide, please. So this plan has guided our neighborhood planning over the years, and like regarding community economic development, our Beverly Business Association, with strong support from Council Member Tony Caterina, has done a terrific job to beautify 118th Avenue and to attempt to attract new businesses to the area. So one of the primary areas of focus has been to improve the commercial vibrancy with efforts to minimize the number of secondhand stores and pawn shops that are typical in an economically distressed area. So the other key goals of the plan include working to develop a balance of affordable rental and privately owned housing. Now, many of the developments that we identified in the mid-1990s has since undergone renovations and many upgrades, with some actually transitioned to private condominium ownership. So I think we consider that to be a success. And we worked really hard to preserve and enhance the unique small town character of this historical town of Beverly. But however, in spite of all our efforts, our community still has areas of high social vulnerability. So our challenge lies in trying to meld our diverse multicultural and socioeconomic citizens together to form a strong sense of community and belonging. So in summary, the Beverly Heights Community League supports the vision of the city plan and also recognizes that the Abbotsfield-Rundle Community Development Plan is no longer an effective tool in currently guiding planning and development in the community. However, the goals that we set out in the plan are still valid. And our concern is that without the guidance of a community development plan, how is the unique character and the needs of our community to be considered? So the city plan itself is too broad in scope and is non-specific, and the zoning bylaws really don't discriminate. So we ask for your consideration in lieu of the plan that the district plans that are part of the response to advance Edmonton towards the targets identified in the city plan allows us to be involved. And I think that was mentioned earlier. So please allow for community league input, public engagement, and then let's also consider the goals of this existing plan when you actually form the 118th Avenue District Plan. Now, I also ask that for city planners, when they review proposed supportive housing projects and multifamily projects, that we consider our concerns of intensification and the desire for a good balance. So we would like that we require the developers to develop with us in the community a good neighbor plan. And we really need to find a way to work and build together if we're going to thrive and succeed. And also for planners, when they do review rezoning application and appeals, to consider our input once again and consider the goals of the plan. And as we heard earlier in the Inglewood, some of these decisions can have pretty important impacts down the road to the community, and you can't put the genie back in the bottle. We also ask that council actually supports our community initiatives for revitalization and renewal. So thank you very much for your time.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Keeler, for sticking it out here with us tonight. Questions for Mr. Keeler? Not seeing any. Thank you, sir. Next up is Michaela Davis from UDI Edmonton Region.
Hi, sorry. Thank you very much for having me. Good evening, Mayor Iveson and Edmonton City Councillors. My name is Michaela Davis, and I'm here today on behalf of UDI Edmonton Region as the chair of the UDI Planning Committee. I also work at Melcor Developments here in Edmonton. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I would like to express our support for the 75 plan repeals put forth by administration. As an organization, UDI has been engaged with this project and we've provided feedback accordingly. We believe these repeals will help to streamline the decision-making process and will help enhance clarity and transparency for our industry. This work is not only necessary in conjunction with the completion of other ongoing updates that we're doing right now, such as the district plan or zoning bylaw renewal, but also simply because it's just good business practice. UDI Edmonton Region sees this step as an important initiative to improve efficiency and thus overall competitiveness, which is fundamental to achieving investment in the Edmonton region. In closing, UDI is supportive of this proposed plan repeals, and we are appreciative of the city's ongoing engagement with our organization. We look forward to continuing our work with city administration on such projects as these, including the forthcoming district plans. So that concludes my remarks, and thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Davis? Seeing none. I understand we've had one more registration in opposition. Carla Randy. Are you there, Carla? Okay, well, we've had the registration. She's 9 speakers out from here, so hopefully we'll be able to get her on deck by then. So first up in opposition is Yanni Girona.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Good evening, everyone. Hello to Mr. Mayor, the City Council, administration, fellow speakers, and Edmontonians. My name is Yanni Girona, and I'm a resident of Ward Testawinawak in the Kilkenny neighborhood. I have lived in North Edmonton area since 2006, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself as well as family and friends residing in the neighborhoods that are affected by Item 311 by Law 1975 to repeal 75 plans. So the affected plans include Bylaw 5739, the Edmonton North Area Plan, Bylaw 6288, the Pilot Sound Area Plan, and Bylaw 7361 being the Castle Downs Extension Area Structure Plan. In particular, I have heard from numerous Elsinore residents that this repeal will be affecting a proposed rezoning application for the Horrocks Farm property located across St. Charles Catholic Church. Though I am not a resident of this particular neighborhood, I have many friends and family, as well as community members who have approached me with concerns regarding the development of this area. Being a graduate from St. Cecilia Catholic Junior High School, I held my grad at this church, St. Charles across this land, and that was back in 2011, and there still hasn't really been any progress to what is to become of it. And many close relatives and friends use this neighborhood and its corridors regularly. So my main concern today is that I am against this repeal, as I believe that these plans should not be altered without further consultation with the residents of the neighborhood. And, you know, as someone who lives next to these neighborhoods, I, along with many others, would be affected by these changes, as many are listed, and many SPs listed are in our surrounding areas, are part of our daily commutes, and they are corridors to access services and amenities in our respective wards. There has not been notice for everyone in this neighborhood, but lots of people I've spoken with, lots of residents I've spoken with have expressed their concerns as changes to development will affect infrastructure needs and the existing capacity. So I believe that folks are both directly and indirectly impacted by these proposed changes. Therefore, they deserve transparency on what the plan for these areas are in the near future, what they can expect, and when these changes will happen. I can say for myself and from hearing from numerous individuals who cannot be here today that development and change is inevitable. And I, along with many others, are not against development. What we are against is the lack of transparency in what is to come as a result of repealing such plans. So where do these rezoning applications stand if these plans are repealed? These applications and further changes should not be dealt with until the community is meaningfully consulted. And so I will say that residents and those who have reached out to me have gone above and beyond to share research with one another, as there has been a lack of communication between the city developers, especially regarding proposed rezoning applications that will be affected by these changes. So how many times and how many public hearings will residents of the Ellesmere neighborhood have to attend in order to know what is going on in their area? And so I urge the city as well as city council to take these residents' concerns and comments seriously, as many have been more than willing to be engaged and have conversations. But it is the lack of accessibility from the city that I would say has been disappointing. And residents have to go out of their way to get this information from developers on what is being built, and they only find out when they look outside in their backyards. In conclusion, these NSPs and other plans affected should not be repealed without fully informing residents on what the alternative plan is and in turn, they should not be repealed without receiving meaningful public participation. City council needs to understand that the priorities of the community are important prior to making any changes to these plans. And therefore, I am against administration's recommendation to approve bylaw on 19726. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to answering any questions, if any.
Thank you, Ms. Jerome. I do have a couple questions lined up for you, Councillor Paquette and Councillor Zadick. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thanks for coming up to speak. And I have to say, I really appreciate the butterfly nebula behind you. However, I'm just wondering, are there specific aspects to this change specifically that are concerning you, or is it more of the unknown?
It's more so that there's these rezoning applications that are still waiting to be processed. And so I think my main concern and the concern I've heard from other residents is that with this repeal, how will these rezoning applications be dealt with if there's no other plan yet prepared?
Okay, that's great. I will ask that of administration on your behalf.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you coming out and coming with us into overtime. I know you have an interest in being on council, so I think it's awesome actually that you're participating in the process leading up to this. So you mentioned lack of transparency. So can you elaborate on that? And I'll just note that all the community leagues, we heard from the overarching body of community leagues, but the local community leagues are all aware of these NSP being proposed for repeal, and they haven't shown up or provided any opposition. But I've also flagged myself that with the Elsinore NSP, given that there's actually an application coming forward for rezoning in 2 weeks from now, that NSP should stay in place. So I'm going to be making a motion to do that, because this is a case of sort of a sleepy NSP, if I could use that term, that's been around for a few decades. It was useful in guiding development a long time ago, perhaps at the initial stages, but it's really been a quiet neighborhood. And now we have some activity. So the fact that this process is coming forward right now gave me some pause too. And I'm not sure if that's the main thrust of what you're getting at, but I'd be interested to know more about what you think is the lack of transparency that's happening here.
So I am aware that there was a town hall meeting held with a developer for the rezoning application. And the main concerns that I was hearing from residents was that, you know, it was just kind of like just a pretty picture, you know. And so there in the original like neighborhood structure plan, I believe there's around like 60 to something single family homes expected, and then this new developer what would like to rezone and increase that density to like 90 to I think it was like something like 80 to 90 or 97 lots. And so I was curious how that, like, if anything would change in that aspect as the postcards that were sent out to residents, from my understanding, from what's been shown to me, is that it follows the ENSP, like the Elsinore Neighborhood Structure Plan. And so if this plan is repealed today or this evening, how will that change that, how that land is developed?
Okay, so hopefully council, not to talk about a motion that I haven't made yet, but hopefully we can address the Elsinore NSP. But you did mention several other area plans. Is there anything else that you think it's not appropriate for right now to be repealed?
Just in general, because I do have family in Matbury and Ozerna and like Bellarive and some of those North Edmonton area plan in that North Edmonton area plan. You know, as someone who is kind of just like, you know, stepping into this municipal politics stuff and who doesn't know much, I know a lot of individuals as well who's in the same boat as myself, where, you know, this information isn't accessible to them. You know, like they're just caught up in like, you know, life, working, getting from point A to point B, so they don't even have time to realize they don't, like my family never thought to register for a community league ever when we were younger, because we immigrated here, right? And so my concern is that there's a lot of voices left behind, and they need to be included in the conversation, as has been stated previously by other speakers, should this plan be repealed, and in part of the production of the new district plans.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that perspective. I'll just say I know the city does try and reach out to as many people as possible. And as the area councilor, I also try and double those efforts as well. But it's clear that not everyone is aware of what's going on. And again, thank you for participating in this. You see, we're here at 10 p.m. and we started the day around 9:30 a.m. So thank you. And I'll be asking administration some questions based on what you've provided, as well as, I guess, Councilor Paquette. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Councilor Zadek.
Thank you, Ms. Girona. Those are all the questions I have in the queue for you. So we'll move next to Dawn Jelena.
Good evening, Mayor Iveson and city councilors. I sure appreciate you guys hanging around to allow for these last few speakers to say their piece. I am speaking specifically to the Elsinore Neighborhood Structure Plan as well. And as far as myself and a lot of our community members are concerned, the Elsinore Neighborhood Structure Plan has not yet fulfilled its purpose with respect to the direction it contains for development of the last remaining parcel of undeveloped land within the Elsinore neighborhood. And I'm referring to that Horrocks Farm property, which is a 10.4 acre parcel of land currently sitting as unused pasture. The Elsinore Neighborhood Structure Plan provides clear direction relative to the development of the Horrocks Farm property, including population and housing density. In fact, the infrastructure is already in place that will support the housing density provision contained in the Elsinore Neighborhood Structure Plan. As such, the Horrocks Farm property must be developed according to the provisions of the Elsinore Neighborhood Structure Plan to ensure compatibility with existing infrastructure. Therefore, the Elsinore Neighborhood Structure Plan remains purposeful and should not be repealed at this time. Currently, there is a rezoning application for the Horrocks Farm property, which will result in development that is not compatible with the provisions of the Elsinore Neighborhood Structure Plan. Specifically, the current owner of the property has indicated he plans to increase the housing density on this 10.4 acre parcel of land by 53.85%. He wants to go from the 62 single family lots, RF1, that were contained in the plan, to 97, I'll call them shoebox lots. They're only going to be 29.2 feet wide. And he's going to cram 97 of them in there, and a lot of them are going to be the zero lot line type. According to the City of Edmonton plan, infrastructure capacity will have to be expanded to enable redevelopment. That's found on page 57, section 2.3.1.4. So while development of the Horrocks Farm property should not be considered redevelopment, this point is still valid. The existing infrastructure will not support a 53.85% increase in housing density, and no infrastructure capacity expansion is planned for Elsinore that we're aware of. The argument put forth by city administration indicates development in communities with repealed local area plans will continue to be guided by the City of Edmonton plan. Guidance is one thing. However, site-specific decisions require site-specific plans that address all aspects of infrastructure requirements associated with housing and population densities. Further to this, utilities and technical agencies have confirmed the plans on the list can be repealed without impact, as they have served their purpose and are no longer guiding infrastructure improvements. That's found on page 189 of the administration report. Well, these plans were never meant to guide infrastructure improvements. They were meant to identify the infrastructure requirements compatible with development of the land within the neighborhood and supportive of the population and housing densities identified in the plan. The plan repeal rationale matrix indicates the Elsinore Neighborhood Structure Plan meets the first three criteria for repeal. I believe I've provided concrete evidence that refutes this claim. Firstly, from a development standpoint, the Elsinore Neighborhood Structure Plan is still relevant and is needed to complete its intended purpose relative to the development of the Horrocks Farm property. Secondly, as for there being new direction in place, I have argued that in the absence of the Elsinore Neighborhood Structure Plan, the City of Edmonton plan is not an appropriate tool to make site-specific development decisions. And finally, with respect to policy evolution, the evolution of the city's planning approach and direction doesn't necessarily mean that the Elsinore Neighborhood Structure Plan conflicts with any of the provisions of the City of Edmonton plan. In closing, redevelopment within Elsinore is really decades away. Let the Elsinore Neighborhood Structure Plan continue to serve its purpose and the residents of Elsinore before any decision is made to have it repealed. I therefore respectfully request that proposed bylaw 19725 be amended to remove the Elsinore Neighborhood Structure Plan from the list of plans to be repealed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jalina. Questions on that?
I've submitted a request to speak or ask questions, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Zanuck.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the e-scribe is working this late at night. So Don, good to see you. Thanks for speaking. I know you're passionate about this. To
That's
say
one
that,
word.
yeah, for sure. And as I indicated, not much has happened in Elsinore until recently, and then we have these two applications which are separate. And you did a good job of speaking to both, but there's only one before us right now, which is the repeal of, I thought it was 77 plans, but I've seen reference to 75 now. I should check my agenda package, but it's for all the reasons mentioned by the city administration, this has come forward and the timing is less than opportune because this neighborhood structure plan could guide a conversation that this council will have in 2 weeks from now. And if I just want to make sure that you fully understand that distinction. And if you saw how we were parsing the issues with the previous item on this agenda about our role as councillors and our role as landowners within the city of Edmonton, do you realize that the specific development proposal is not before us today about the rezoning of the Horrocks Farm?
Oh, I totally understand that. It's just that the the business of repealing the Elsinore neighborhood structure plan struck us as being taking away our opportunity to address the rezoning application in 2 weeks, like on the 23rd. If that plan is repealed, we basically don't have a leg to stand on with respect to our arguments and the content of the Elsinore neighborhood structure plan with respect to things like population density and all the other infrastructure concerns that we have. So we bring up the Horrocks Farm property because it's not developed yet. So it's not really in a redevelopment type phase. And that means that the Elsinore neighborhood structure plan, which has guidance for how that property should be developed, needs to be kept in place. And that's why I was saying, don't be throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Okay, I can see 75 plans being repealed. And I know administration has looked at all of them and said, hey, they definitely need to go. And at some point, yeah, they all do need to go. But this one here, the Elsinore neighborhood structure plan, still is relevant and should at least be carried on until a final decision is made on that rezoning application.
Okay, so thanks.
I'll just caution, and I think you both get this, but just more for the record, that we really need to be quite cautious about not starting the public hearing on that question that will come before us properly with notice and participation and materials distinct from this process. So what I understand why you're here, Mr. Jelena, and I understand where your question comes from, Councillor Zadek, but I just, let's make really crystal clear that we're not starting that public hearing.
For sure.
I thought I was trying to stay clear of the other by just saying,
I think you've threaded the needle. I think you've threaded the needle so far. I want to make sure we stay on the right side of right.
Thank you.
And thanks for that clarity. I'll be careful. I do want to get something out of you, Don, just for clarity. And I mean, Mr. Jelinas, not Mr. Mayor, when I say Don. So, Mr. Jelinas, if a resolution happens on that site that's in question in 2 weeks from now, I'm just wondering, is there anywhere else in the Elsinore neighborhood where you think we should hold on to it with the neighborhood structure plan in place? And I ask because the motion I'm contemplating right now would request that repeal is reconsidered at some point in the near future after an active application on lands within the neighborhood is considered.
That's basically what I'm saying. Yeah, is that hang on to the Elsinore neighborhood public structure plan until such time as the rezoning application for Horrocks Farm, or if you want to just say in general, until it's actually completed its first life cycle. If you want to stay general, until the plan has completed its first life cycle, don't be throwing it out.
Okay, thanks. And I hope we stayed clear there of the caution we just received. And that was helpful to me in informing how I'm going to phrase this motion that I've been contemplating. I want to ask you one last thing. I only have about 30 seconds, but you'll be able to respond a bit longer if required. You talk about, and it was other speakers have suggested that there would be no direction for the neighborhood if the local plan, the NSP, is repealed. And while zoning provides some direction, I'm curious to know if you're familiar with our city plan and if you participated in any of the engagement that happened on a citywide scale over the past few years.
I became aware of the city plan in detail only as a result of the thing that we saw in the paper that said that the NSPs were being proposed to be repealed. That's when I really got into it. I have heard, when you listen to the news and you know about the whole thing about the city plan and hey, we can no longer afford to move up. We've got to, move out. We've got to move up, infill and all those good things. I mean, I've heard all those, but I didn't really get into the city plan until this application for the removal of the NSPs came up. And I am familiar with it very much so. In fact, I quoted one of the sections and whatnot in there that I thought was relevant to our case.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Jelena? Not seeing any. I've just been informed that speaker number 10 has withdrawn. That's just FYI. So next up is Sharon Bolton from the Park Allen Community League. Ms. Bolton, the floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Sharon Bolton, and I'm a member of the Park Allen Community League Civics Committee. I'm here this evening to talk about citizen engagement in the proposed repeal process, or rather, the lack of it. Policy 2.1 of the land use policies in the MGA states, municipalities are expected to take steps to inform both interested and potentially affected parties of municipal planning activities and to provide appropriate opportunities and sufficient information to allow meaningful participation in the planning process by residents, landowners, community groups, interest groups, municipal service providers, and other stakeholders. City administration has not followed this policy with regard to the planned repeal of the many community plans. In fact, the objective appears to be to provide as many hurdles as possible to communities desiring to have meaningful input into their future development. This is Park Allen's experience. On March 1st, 2021, the city provided communities with a notice of the proposed repeal of 77 existing plans, 21-day notice. This was later extended by 2 weeks. The city asked communities to identify which specific policies in the existing plan should be retained and which policy directions have not been completed. This process imposed on communities a significant time constraint with no help from city administration. But Park Allen managed, through great volunteer effort, to complete a review of our plan and provided feedback to the city, including comments from many citizens in the community. On March 19th, a letter was sent to council and the city manager requesting that the city work directly and collaboratively with community and citizen stakeholders to identify and mitigate risks associated with infill redevelopment to these stakeholders, to retain the Park Allen Community Development Plan in its entirety, and to work with us to see our plan incorporated into a future district plan through a collaborative process that includes direct city engagement with Park Allen to review, revise, and update our plan. And here you see it up here. Many emails ensued with attempts to set up a meeting with the city planning framework team to discuss our concerns. An email from Andrew Zinga on April 1st advised that the plan was being recommended for repeal and any meeting would simply be to discuss our concerns at an advised level. In other words, the decision to repeal had already been made, likely prior to the March 1st notice. Well, this was not acceptable, and Park Allen continued to advocate for a meeting on the matter. The city continued to ignore our request for informed engagement, and now we're at the point of a public hearing. And by the way, this is contrary to the statement in section 2.2 of the What We Heard report, which indicated that Park Allen refused a meeting with the city. The fact is that we requested an answer in writing to our questions by May 13th and agreed to a meeting between May 18th to 20th. We did not hear anything further from the city. Park Allen is a community that's passionate about how we grow. We're eager to collaborate with the city in a meaningful manner, yet continually get rebuffed. So here the city has an opportunity to work with the community in a meaningful manner. What a great opportunity. And yet, even after spending many, many volunteer hours doing exactly what the city requested of us with regard to plan review and citizen engagement, we're left feeling that it was all an exercise in futility, designed to check off the engagement box on a decision that had already been made. Why ask us what policy should be repealed or retained if repeal was planned all along? What a waste of our time. Could it be that the desires of developers referred to as key stakeholders are more important to the city than the concerns of the folks who actually live in the affected communities? Many times in administration's presentation, I see industry referred to as city building partners. What about the citizens? In closing, I'd like to ask that the city put a pause on the plan repeal until the affected communities have an opportunity for meaningful engagement in melding the existing community plans with the new, as yet to be developed, district plans. What's the hurry for plan repeal, especially since there are as yet no district plans to replace them? Please don't lose this opportunity for a real and meaningful collaboration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Bolton. Questions? Ms. Bolton? Obviously, your presentation speaks for itself. So thank you. Next, we'll hear from Diane Forbes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, proceed, please.
All right, so good evening. Before I get started, I'd like to acknowledge the comments from our companions, the speakers from Elsinore. They've really pointed out the fatal flaw in this process, that there's going to be a policy gap between repeal of existing plans and institution of district plans. This is going to happen sometime many months, up to a year down the road. To use a metaphor that might be suitable to the time of evening, you either buy a new coffee pot before throwing out your old one, or you immediately buy one upon the collapse of your old one. You don't throw away your coffee pot and then decide you're going to buy one 5 months down the road. Anyways, I am clearly speaking in opposition to the repeal of plans as recommended. It's indicated in the documentation before you that the city needs to develop to welcome 1 million more residents, and that administration is working to align its plans and processes to support an Edmontonians' vision for growth. But does administration really know, or has it taken appropriate steps to understand Edmontonians' vision, or what citizens think might be needed or valued 20 years from now? I would argue no. Looking at the results of city planning framework engagement, adjusting for the individual who provided 77 responses, the survey collected input from 53 engaged participants. The What We Heard report does not identify whether the responses supported or opposed the repeal of plans. Analysis does show that those who indicated plans were complete or could be repealed are outnumbered by the other input received. Furthermore, of 34 emails received, 50% opposed, 41% were unclear, and 9, that is 3 inputs, supported. There is not convincing data to support the CPF proposed repeal of plans. At face value, the findings refute the recommendation. A single news story in March entitled "No Longer Needed, Edmontonians Look to Repeal Edmonton Looks to Repeal nearly 80 community development plans" generated 35 responses and arguably stimulated as much citizen input as the consultation process undertaken on the repeals. Just this morning, CBC released results of a 900-person survey exploring the issues that Edmontonians find important. In addition to the fact that their engagement completely outweighs that gathered through the repeal consultations, its findings point to citizens' interest to address concerns of existing residents, not the speculative future residents who may materialize over the next 2 decades or longer. With respect to citywide policy and plans in effect, the city states it has shifted over the past few decades towards a more citywide planning policy direction. That may be true, but it has not garnered trust that this has resulted in application of policies to address community issues with respect to encouraging and guiding density, infill, and mobility choices, nor that development is being encouraged using best practices in planning. I highly doubt that most citizens would see the direct link between any feedback they provided on evolving infill 2014 and 18, the city plan, and today's proposed repeal of plans. Were these consultations clearly communicated as informing the city plan, the replacement of local plans with district plans, or the upcoming changes to the zoning bylaw? So regardless that the infill roadmap action 15 is to develop a process to review and update or retire plans and policies that are no longer aligned with current policy and regulations, the process being undertaken by administration is insufficient. In my opinion, it does not acknowledge that EFCL is placed in conflict to act as an agent on behalf of communities with respect to this process, as it does not apply to all communities. I do see that the citywide policies being executed allow for more effective and efficient maintenance of policy tools by staff, but we don't plan cities for their convenience. The planning process appears to be self-fulfilling. City administration has internalized a significant amount of planning activities that should and can be conducted more transparently and collaboratively with citizens. It justifies its recommendations through poorly constructed consultations, which cannot be considered representative of the interests of residents. A statistician would certainly find these methods invalid. Administration has indicated that their recommendation is based on 5 criteria. It appears only that development, new direction, and policy evolution form the basis of their recommendations. All 75 plans proposed for repeal meet these 3 criteria. Life cycle and subsidiary plans, not so much. 25 plans meet 1 or more of the remaining 2 criteria, and only 3 meet all 5. The explanation for removal of the Northlands and Weber Gardens plans from consideration demonstrates that alternatives to repeal do exist. Before further moving on to the city plan, I recommend the city's public engagement policy and supplemental public engagement procedure and public engagement framework is in serious need of improvement. There is no basis in the current process on which to suggest the information gathered is sufficient to empower the public to make decisions directly or on behalf of the city about policies, programs, projects, for services, as DECIDE is defined in the spectrum of engagement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Forbes. Questions? Not seeing any. Thank you. Next up is Bev Zuba.
Good evening. I'm here today because I'm part of the Park Allen Civics Committee, and our Community League is asking Council not to repeal our plan today. Instead, we recommend you instruct administration to review and revise the plan, our plan with the community. There's no sound planning reason to repeal the Park Allen plan right now. The plan, our Park Allen plan, aligns with the city's city plan. Thus, to repeal our plan rather than revising it could set back the achievement of the city plan. The city plan states that it is an invitation to join in building a version of the city that respects and preserves the things we value today, while also creating a city to attract and inspire its next million residents. The city plan invites all stakeholders, including citizens and communities, to be city building partners. If you truly believe that we are city building partners, you would not turn your back on us today and repeal the plan we created in partnership with the city. And if you truly support the big moves and values articulated in the city plan, you would not repeal the Park Allen plan. Let me give you some examples of how the Park Allen plan clearly aligns with the city plan. The city plan envisions the redevelopment of existing neighborhoods to absorb half of Edmonton's future growth. Park Allen's housing vision statement is to generally maintain the low density residential character of the area while at the same time providing opportunities for the sensitive integration of higher density infill redevelopment for a wide range of housing needs. Given the existing bylaw, low density RF1 house lots can now have 3 dwelling units per lot with the potential to develop 6 units on larger lots. Plus, if the current walk-up apartments were developed today under existing zoning bylaw regulations, the number of units could increase 600%. We've done the calculations. Under the existing zoning bylaw regulations and Park Allen's existing community plan, Park Allen could easily achieve a density target of 75 people per hectare, the future growth target in the city plan for areas within the secondary corridors. Also, the city plan envisions communities within communities where neighborhoods within districts have 15-minute access to services and amenities and employment by transit and active transportation. Park Allen is a model 15-minute area where 50% of trips can be made by using transit, biking, or walking. Park Allen Plan's vision statement is to enhance urban lifestyle that promotes walking, cycling, and the use of public transit for residents, which minimizes the use of private automobile. Given our plan, it's not surprising that Park Allen was chosen by the city to host the Locomotion project to encourage sustainable active forms of transportation. Park Allen continues to promote these. Also, The city plan has a catalyze and converge goal of accommodating 50% of all employment in nodes and corridors. The Park Island plan has promoted and continues to promote business development in our neighborhood mode, our mixed commercial residential strip in the middle of our neighborhood, as well as along 109th Street corridor. Our Park Island plan has been a useful tool in attracting entrepreneurs who are looking to work and live in the same area. Our mixed use area remains vibrant and is growing. In closing, I would like to emphasize that the Park Island plan clearly continues to be useful to the neighborhood and the city. Don't repeal it. Instead, let the people of Park Island have a hand in revising what needs revising and keep what is still valued and working. Don't turn your back on us. We're your city building partners. And I must add that there is absolutely no reason. You could go home right now, just say we're not repealing any plans tonight, because there's no need to repeal any plans until you've got something to replace them. You have not developed the district plans yet. So why leave the void? There's no good planning reason to do that. I know people have mentioned that before, but that is so important to keep in mind. You can go home, don't repeal the plans. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Zuba? Seeing none, next we'll hear from Suzanne Trudarchuk. Suzanne, are you there? Did we lose Ms. Trudarchuk?
Seems to be on mute.
Are you able to hear me?
Sort of.
Oh, okay. Thank you. 2.4 of the land use policy states, in carrying out their planning.
It sounds like there's quite a bit of rustling. Something is in contact with your microphone, I think.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's better. Great. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Thank you. In carrying out their planning responsibilities, municipalities are expected to respect the rights of individual citizens and landowners, and to consider the impact of any policy or decision within the context of the overall public interest. It grieves me that this has not been my experience with the current planning practice of the city to be fair, equitable, and meaningful in its engagement with citizens as equal stakeholders and co-designers and decision makers. The public engagement summary has misrepresented its findings and Park Island when it failed to accurately disclose the full measure of our requests and the city's response. A governing body certainly cannot claim that meaningful participation has been achieved if they begin with an end in mind and then proceed to corral and direct all public engagement along those pathways. Citizens should be given sufficient opportunity to present their ideas and expertise on what inclusive and compassionate, green and resilient, walkable communities look like. A community of communities that are places to belong and contribute, that feel like home, where we thrive and are connected, have access to services and support local businesses. These are outcomes developed, nurtured, and met through relationship and trust. And a trust, councillors, I believe, the city has broken. I have been a resident in Park Island for 17 years, and I am so pleased that my neighborhood is a community of diversity. It offers housing options which respond to various household needs, dynamics, and preferences. We are a community that is caring, connected, and compassionate. We want to be able to continue to be a diverse neighborhood, yet it is our concern that development left to the construction industry through a more simplified zoning construct will not build housing that maintains our valued diversity, nor build in those areas which are most appropriate for more intense development. Do not repeal our Park Island CDP. Park Island is a green community. We enjoy and value our parks, mature trees, and public and private landscaping.
However, being green is not just about maintaining green space, and it is only a small part in achieving climate resiliency. There are impacts from stormwater runoff and the ability of current infrastructure to mitigate these effects. These are impacts relating to the size and position of buildings, which can affect massing and reduce airflow, and therefore matters when it comes to climate resilience and should not be left to ideas of increasing density for density's sake, nor oversimplified redevelopment zoning. Climate resiliency is not just growing trees to provide shade and absorb precipitation runoff. It is about the ability of people to adapt and make lifestyle changes which empower them to choose renewable and environmentally friendly energy sources, goods, and services. These are things which our Park Allen community is able to do and support because of our CDP. Page 6 of the attachment, Citywide Policy Plans and Effects, states that the City of Edmonton has shifted over the past few decades towards having more citywide planning policy direction. This has resulted in more equitable application of policies with the intent to address common concerns and community issues at a broad scale. This approach has increased administration's ability to encourage and guide density, infill, and increased mobility choices in a more equitable and holistic manner. Councillors, I believe the city is confusing equity with equality, equitable with equal. To be treated equally means each community is to be addressed with the same broad strokes and applications in order to achieve a goal. This, in my opinion, is the direction of the city plan framework as it is in its development now. To be treated equitably means to recognize that there are different needs and conditions within our communities and to apply individual approaches and resources so that goals may be met and our vision realized. In repealing the Park Allen CDP, Council risks diminishing the very community of communities it wishes to maintain and create. Equity by its very nature is not this broad sweep. It is intimate, it is personal, it gets in close. The Park Allen Community Development Plan continues to fulfill the purposes and goals of the city plan and preserves and respects the things we value today and shall uphold for tomorrow. We accept your invitation to build a future vision and version of our city in ways that are more than advisory, that are honest, equitable, and meaningful. That is good planning and business practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Darchak. Questions? Not seeing any. Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Jan Hardstaff.
Good evening. We ask you to retain our plan in its entirety, but only until City Administration is able to work collaboratively with Park Allen and other communities to review, update, and incorporate our plan into future district plans through an informed and collaborative process that allows meaningful participation in the planning process, as has been provided to other stakeholders. Our plan states public participation is rooted in the ideology that people have an inherent right to participate in those decision-making processes that affect them. And it's the cornerstone of democracy, creating, among other things, a more responsive and responsible government, enhancing the quality of political decisions, and may have the added benefit of facilitating resolution through compromise. Park Allen is not asking to help to keep our plan indefinitely, but to retain it until we can work with city administration to review it, identify what we value, and incorporate these values into the creation of future district plans. This is not about resistance to change, but how change happens. We want to be city building partners. Instead, we have found ourselves on the outside of a process that included a review phase with industry in 2020 before communities were notified. It was decided. We ask that administration revise its engagement process and involve communities in a collaborative process to create a future plan for our neighborhood. The city planning framework suggests the Park Allen Community Development Plan no longer serves the purpose of guiding redevelopment, which it continues to do. And Beverly shared some data about that. They say it has been replaced by a new plan or policy, yet district plans have not been developed. They say the city's planning approach and direction has evolved. However, if you look at page 12 of the 2019 residential infill audit, two of council's expectations include protecting neighborhood character, and consulting with citizens and not rushing change. Has the city's planning approach evolved beyond council's expectations, or have council's expectations changed dramatically in the last 2 years? Park Allen is concerned with the subjective criteria used in the plan repeal rationale matrix to evaluate existing plans. It appears these criteria and the evaluation have not been based on current policy and regulations, but rather on future district plans and future proposed zoning bylaw, which will not be in effect until 2022. Is it possible this matrix used a lens to identify plans that posed a barrier to the future goals of industry and the city's development goals? It certainly appears so. The cumulative effect of the plan repeal process, the evolving infill roadmaps, district planning, and proposed changes to the zoning bylaw renewal will result in dramatic change. The process appears influenced by industry that leads towards citywide zoning, loss of contextual regulations, increased scale and redevelopment intensity, and non-compatible infill next to existing development. The infill roadmap mitigated risk for city and stakeholders, but this has transferred risks to communities and citizens. The result will be future redevelopment that will not be compatible with existing development or the character of our neighborhoods. Administration appears to be rushing these processes ahead of an election. In April, administration conducted closed engagement with 2 district councils to create district prototypes from which to develop the framework and content of district plans. They plan to work on these plans over the blackout period of the election and roll them out at the advised level in early 2022 for us to provide feedback to them. But they'll be done by then. But this is what the city plan says. It says it's an invitation to join in the building of our future city. There is a risk that this process does not align with the provincial land use policies of the MGA. We want a planning process that's carried out in a fair, open, considerate, and equitable manner for all stakeholders. That is what the land use policies state. The City of Calgary, while not perfect, did inform the public with their guidebook to local area planning, and the pushback received is part of the democratic planning process. They have created multi-community, multi-stakeholder working groups that are engaged in a collaborative, iterative engagement process to create each local area plan. To complete all of them will take years, not months. We are asking you to consider which planning process will have the better result in the future. And just one more thing, because I only have a few seconds left. We started a petition, RIWG. It's at 280 signatures. It's grown that in a week. And I think you need to look at all of the comments in that petition, because there's some great comments from all over the city about plan repeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Staff. Questions for Jan? Not seeing any. Thank you. Next, we'll have Stephen Poole.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I wrote today so that it would be flexible regarding time. I didn't realize it had to be quite this flexible. I appreciate the dedication of everybody who's still participating in this meeting. Thank you all. I'm not from Park Allen, but I am a Community League Civics Director in a mature neighbourhood. I am deeply concerned about the undesirable impacts of the current redevelopment process on adjacent properties and communities. I'm even more concerned that these impacts will become more frequent and more severe as redevelopment activities intensified to meet the goals of the city plan. I am a retired civil engineer with experience in construction, construction safety, damage prevention, and incident investigation. The city plan states that it is an invitation to join in building a version of the city that respects and preserves the things we value today, while also creating a city to attract and inspire its next million residents. The city plan invites all stakeholders, including citizens and communities, to be city building partners. When the city talks about its building partners, it's actually referring to the development and building industry. as represented by IDEA, CHBA, Yeg Garden Suites and UDI. The current process includes the city and its development and building partners. It does not include communities and citizens in a fair and equitable manner. The city plan is about more than just building infill redevelopment. It is about preserving the things we value today and the ongoing work of building communities. Citizens and communities understand the strengths, special attributes, unique qualities, context and character of their neighbourhoods, the things that make each community special. The city spent 7 years working on the 2014 and 2018 infill roadmap to mitigate risk for the city and industry and to reduce costs and time for infill builders. I'm not inventing that. It comes from the city itself. The 2019 residential infill audit describes the infill roadmap as a risk mitigation strategy to protect the interests of the city and the development and building industry. Now, this transfers risk to citizens and communities. Damage incidents arising from construction risk impact not only mature adjacent properties, but also new adjacent infill development. In 2019, an excavation failure damaged a mature home on 110th Street in Park Allen. In 2021, an excavation failure damaged a new infill home on 64th Avenue. And in 2020, drainage problems damaged 2 infill homes on 112th Street. Clearly, builders fail to respect the new projects and products of their fellow building partners, as well as the older homes of mature neighbourhood residents. Clearly, builders do not adequately regulate themselves and do not consistently comply with the minimum standards of the building code and city bylaws. In law, all of this risk firmly belongs to the project owner and the builder. Construction should do no harm. The intent of the law is to protect the public by regulating builders. Builders take risks and engage in illegal construction practices to save time and cost. Consistent compliance with the building code and city bylaws would eliminate most damage to adjacent property. Compliance of home building construction with the applicable laws is a reasonable expectation and is a reasonable duty that project owners and home builders should consistently perform. Industry and the safety codes community were consulted and had input into the writing of the building code. The building code is written to be easy to read, easy to understand, easy to comply with, and easy to enforce. An equitable solution would be to develop a risk mitigation strategy for citizen and community stakeholders that would ensure that builders consistently comply with the building code and city bylaws. We recommend that council direct administration to work collaboratively, respectfully, and effectively with community and citizen stakeholders to identify and mitigate risks associated with infill redevelopment to prevent or significantly reduce impacts to the interests of these stakeholders. Thank you. Sorry I went a little over time. There you go.
Sorry, we got a hard stop at 11:30, so I'm trying to keep us all in bounds here. But thank you. Any questions for Mr. Poole? Not seeing any. Thank you, sir. Next will be Jerry Monkey.
I'll just speak. Jerry could not speak any longer. It just went too long. Yeah, she just wanted to wrap up though and say that she's in support of retaining our plan until we work.
I can't have you speak on her behalf because
no, but I just wanted to explain that she's not.
And I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Thanks, Jen. That's too bad, but it is what it is. So thanks for clarifying that. Those are all of the speakers then. We did have an additional registration in favor after that came in just after we had finished hearing from those in favor. So we can still hear from Mr. Summers under new information because the registration is legit, but we're now going to pivot to questions of city planning before we come back to new information. So questions for the planners? Councillor Henderson, go ahead.
Well, maybe to go back and ask the question that I asked earlier, because I completely understand this in terms of ASPs and NSPs and plans that are complete. But it does strike me that the ARPs, which are designed to govern ways in which neighborhoods would redevelop, arguably some of them need to be revisited, clearly, but they're hardly complete. And I'm just, there's not many of them in this list. I mean, ASPs, NSPs, all those things, they make perfect sense to me that they've done their work. But the ARPs do seem to me to fall into a different category. And I only ask the question because particularly if there's places that are under pressure, and I don't know, I think there are some, I mean, that where I think we're hearing support, but that we're going to end up in a kind of gap until we can get the other plans in place, and how we see that playing out.
Councillor Henderson, great question. I'll start and the team will follow. We don't see a gap. We would not have brought these plans forward if we did intend that there would be a gap in the planning policy to be able to inform council's decision making, to be able to inform the public in terms of what's important in the city, and to be able to inform the redevelopment of neighborhoods as well as nodes and corridors. So at this point, we believe that there's an adequate policy to guide decision making, and pass it to the team to add some additional context to that.
Thank you. Right now we have over 70 neighborhoods in the city that do not have a land use plan to guide change in development in their neighborhoods. In those cases, we use strategies, guidelines, or higher level planning documents to inform the land development application process. In addition to that, we have our technical studies that inform that, and the public hearing and the LDA public process that's associated with that to inform and gather feedback on those applications. So as Stephanie said, we do not feel that we have a policy gap. We have other documents that we rely on for those neighborhoods and that we would rely on for these neighborhoods.
My only concern is, and I think this is why we're doing the district planning, is that those are generic, citywide guidelines, and they don't capture local context, which is why I think, we've done ARPs in the past, to recognize that there is going to be change and to govern how that change happens. And I don't know. I mean, we haven't heard from some of the neighborhoods that I thought we might, or we have heard, we heard from Beverly that the old plan isn't working for them. So I don't want to capture all this, but I recognize there's an awful lot of probably more active plans where there is more active redevelopment that you haven't put on the table, and I'm guessing that's why. But I am just a little bit concerned about what happens in those areas where there may be specific and local conditions that will not be well served by, which is why we're doing the district planning, because we don't expect them all to be identical. And if we run the risk of leaving of not having the right set of tools and only having a very generic set of tools to be able to respond, and I'm wondering, I mean, I don't have a good enough sense of the Park Allen plan, for instance, but I'm wondering if that's, and to be frank, I don't remember rezoning in Park Allen for a long time, so I don't know how much pressure there's actually in there. Most of the redevelopment that's happening in Park Allen is happening without rezoning, is my impression. But I'm wondering if that's part of what's creating a little bit of concern here. It's a very particular kind of neighborhood that was very carefully planned back in the day, and that's why we may be getting that kind of pushback from them, because how that plays out in a more generic citywide set of rules is maybe different from other neighborhoods. So just your thoughts on that?
Yes.
Go ahead, Shauna, go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, the Park Allen neighborhood, in addition to meeting 3 of the 5 criteria, one of the points is that the 109 Street corridor plan was removed from Park Allen, as well as Belgravia and McKernan in, I believe it was 2013. And those areas through city plan are anticipated to capture a lot of the growth to the 1.25 million population threshold. And so that's why those plans are not on the list. They are indicated they either contain a major node or a corridor. Park Allen is not expected to take on significant growth to 1.25 million. And so the growth that is anticipated, there is indeed growth anticipated, but that growth that is anticipated can be accommodated by those citywide guidelines that we have in place, as well as the zoning that is on the ground today.
Okay. All right. Thanks. That's helpful. And how do we see? Because one of the neighborhoods that is, I know, under a lot of pressure right now is Ritchie, where we are seeing a lot of redevelopment applications and where we have done rezonings. So how would we see, and understanding that Ritchie, I think, if I'm understanding correctly, there was a kind of sense in Ritchie there was time to move on from the existing plan. But again, it's a very specific kind of neighborhood. And how, what kind of tests would we use in there, given that they are under significant pressures?
Yeah, Ritchie, in fact, when it was adopted, had a timeline associated with it. And I don't have that timeline with me exactly right now, but it was, maybe Anne, if you could. But it is one of the ones that had an intended life cycle. It had, it was created to respond to a specific thing, and it had a timeline associated with it, and that timeline has long passed.
And the two others, just to check on really quickly, and then I'm going to run out of time because I think my time started late, were Growth Estates, which I know has been, again, another area where a lot of work was done over time, and the Alberta Avenue piece, which we're still very active in, and how those things play out.
So, Councillor, just to follow up on those two neighborhoods, as well as the overall conversation on ARPs, these original ARPs, they have served their purpose. They've served a purpose in the fact that they've guided development in that first phase of redevelopment. And now it's time to move on for them. We have further guidelines and policies, one set out in the city plan, also guidelines that have been approved after these ARPs were approved, as in the residential infill guidelines, as well as the TOD guidelines that guide our decision making in these neighborhoods. These neighborhoods experience rezonings all the time, some of them without plans. We review those with these policies and guidelines in mind, as well as that contextual analysis that comes through that public engagement piece, where we're listening and learning to figure out what those important pieces are, which then we bring forward to council.
Yeah, I hear you. I mentioned those ones because I know they're fairly unique neighborhoods with fairly unique needs, and I just worry a little bit that we're leaving them in the cold temporarily. That's all. I think we're hearing from everybody there's a recognition that we need to revisit all of these. So I'm not hearing anybody pushing back on that. So I'm out of time. Thanks.
Yes, considerably. You've had your second round too, I think, just about. That's okay. Councillor Knack is next. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Might as well have two rounds now. All the rules are gone. It's 10:30 at night. It's past 10:30. Thank you very much. I want to thank all of you for your work to get to where we are today. I do want to ask about what came up from the EFCL and that desire to have a bit more direct engagement with, and not just community leagues, I would say. I mean, obviously they were there for community leagues, but community organizations, right? We talk about engagement all the time, and we want to make sure we're connecting with beyond the league of active groups. And I'm wondering how we do that in this next step. And hopefully it is valid to ask about that next step, recognizing that we have heard that being raised. So I feel that's an important piece, that if we're going to repeal plans, I think it's important to know what's all going to be included in the next steps. So can you give me some thoughts around, is that an unreasonable ask? Is there something that would prevent us from doing that work?
No, it's not an unreasonable ask. And I believe it was stated by one of the speakers that we anticipate in early 2022 to reach out to the public and engage on those plans. But we have responded because we have been hearing from EFCL and community members that they need to know more about district planning and what it entails and why we're doing the work.
And so we have pivoted in a way, and we are introducing a series of information sessions online in June that anyone can join and simply ask a planner about district planning, why we're doing it and how we're doing it. Yeah.
And Councillor Knack, we're bringing a report forward to Urban Planning Committee in August that outlines some more detail about the city planning implementation approach, and it will include more about district planning and how it fits together in this overall process.
Okay. I guess I think the worry, and we heard a bit of it today, is that there is an assumption, whether it's going to be true or not, that if we wait until the spring to essentially ask for people, and we're showing what I think some may assume is a completed plan that is looking for adjustments versus something that folks can have meaningful input into, that is what causes some hesitation from communities about advancing this. And Frank, and I'll say it for myself, it gives me pause that my worry is that we're going to send a message that we don't intend to send, but will absolutely be interpreted that way. So what is coming in August going to give us some opportunity to maybe do more beyond the Ask a Planner? And we've got many fantastic planners who are talented, who I'm sure can answer many questions, but I think it's something entirely different of bringing some of these communities together. And I really do like what was highlighted by the EFCL around talking about those cultural and historical features, talking about some of the features of the districts, and making sure that is in there at the beginning versus being added after the first draft comes out.
Potentially, there's going to be a few conversations with council about city plan implementation going forward, and it really will be a matter of how much budget to spend on engagement. We've got a pretty small allotted budget to the first phase of district planning, because the way that I look at that first phase of district planning is it's really creating the architecture to help implement the city plan, and then it's really into those next phases of growth into that 1.5 to 1.75, that 1.75 to 2 million, where neighborhoods would see more substantial change. And we're talking, those timelines are out 20, 30, 40, 50 years even. So that first component of city plan implementation, the 1 to 1.25 million population horizon, it is really grounded in plans that are already mostly approved by council. And so we have a lot of planning direction that'll help with those plans.
So correct me if I'm wrong. What I heard a little bit though is because part of what you're doing is based off a bit of a budgetary conversation as well. So it wasn't exclusively a desire, but it is potentially constrained by the current budget that's set aside for this next phase of work. Is that correct?
It is. The level of engagement is constrained by the budget of what's set aside. We're doing what we can with the budget that we have, and if there's a will of council to do more engagement or to do a different process, it would require additional budget in order to have a different engagement process associated with district planning.
That's helpful context. I'm out of time. I might come back. Thank you.
Councillor Walters.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Ms. McCabe or anyone who can answer this, I just want to understand what the material effect of repealing the Park Allen plan as an example, excuse me, would be. And I guess specifically, what does it mean for an application that comes in between now, if it was to be repealed, and the creation of the new district plans? And you answered this a little bit earlier in terms of the existing policy, but so I understand the real material effect of that.
It's really about simplifying the planning landscape and creating alignment to the policy direction, but the team will give a much more robust answer to that question.
The material impact is not having to make an amendment to the plan if that were to be required. And also it's just that there are other plans, or sorry, other strategies and guidelines in place that inform that decision-making process already. This is about clarity and trust, and reducing the clutter of the plans that are out of date and that have fulfilled their purpose.
Maybe let me go a little more specific. If someone right now was to apply to subdivide a lot, that's allowed and there's no amendment required for the plan. If someone was to put a semi-detached house on a single family lot, there would be no amendment required to the plan. If someone was to buy 2 lots and put a 4-plex or a 6-plex, apply to put a 6-plex, 6 units of row housing as an example on those 2 lots, there would then be in today's world, there'd be an amendment to the plan required, correct? So
sorry, Councillor Walters.
Councillor Walters, the development rights, the current zone still applies to the property. So as you've noted, that would be what a property owner could do in terms of subdivision or any future redevelopment. If a property was looking to consolidate a number of properties and rezone, we'd go follow the direction of city plan, look at our other guidelines and the technical analysis, as well as doing other consultation that we do associated with a rezoning application.
Right.
So
my point though is that while the amendment to the plan may be required in today's context, the council of the day could choose to amend that plan in conjunction with approving the application, the rezoning application, right? So this is what we've experienced as well. These plans exist. We've, I think, consistently amended them where the administration, where you would recommend the rezoning be approved, right? So
that's correct.
The plan doesn't necessarily block a rezoning application from happening. It could, but it doesn't necessarily do that. So I guess what then is the biggest risk to a neighborhood like Park Allen or any of the neighborhoods, frankly? What's the biggest risk of having the plan repealed and then some fairly, what I would call, aggressive applications proceeding without that plan guidance, even though the plan could be amended just as easily?
Councillor, that's a good question. I think the risk is minimal. Have you seen in the past years on council as we brought forward applications that don't align with the plan, and our judgment and our recommendation are based on those higher level policies that council has passed, including the inflow guidelines or the TOD guidelines or even higher level city plan policy. To put in perspective, Park Allen right now sees on an average of 2.3 or just over 2 new builds a year. So there isn't a high demand area here. And so what repealing the plan does is it actually creates clarity for not only council administration, but also the community. There is, what we've seen is, and I don't mean to be flippant with this, is a false sense of security in terms of this plan, that it's used as almost a security blanket that it can protect it from new infill. When the reality is that guiding our planning decisions are newer policy and guidelines that we bring forth with recommendations.
Essentially, you refer to the newer policies more strongly than you do these older area redevelopment plans in terms of recommendations to council.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Paquette. Councillor Paquette. Councillor Paquette, are you there? Anybody else have questions for administration? Councillor Zadok, go ahead.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I was just wondering if this is a good time for me to put forward my amendment.
Sorry, I guess my mic wasn't picking up, so I've switched mics.
Okay, hold on. Let's have Councillor Paquette's questions now that we can hear him again, and then I'll come back to you, Councillor Zadok. So,
okay, thank you. And it'll be quick because Councillor Walters actually did me a favor and asked most of my questions. One outstanding one was, as you heard from the speaker earlier, oh, I can't remember her name. I'm so sorry. But she was asking about outstanding zoning applications and if this has any impact. I don't imagine that it does, but just to get that clarification would probably be helpful.
In the example of Elsinore, there is zoning in place and the infrastructure is in place. And so through the evaluation of that plan, we considered that plan complete. But I'll let Travis speak specifically to the evaluation of the rezoning that's coming forward in June, later in June.
So just to broaden that, Councillor Paquette, you're asking if we have any active applications and we repeal the plan, does it affect our decision making?
Yeah, pretty much.
So through the evaluation of this repeal bylaw list, every plan went through that 5-point criteria, and part of that is the neighborhood complete, or is there superseding policy that would guide our further decision making? And that's just 2 of the 5. I'm not going to go over the rest of the 5, but essentially all of those plans met those criteria. The ones ahead of us that do have a application in the north, the plan area is developed, its infrastructure is in place, and it's just waiting for those connections to be made on that new part. Further, the zoning is in place as well, which directs and provides that overall direction as to what should occur there as well, that reference point.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I think that, and that's what I assumed. So for folks who are sort of looking at this and they're like, does this take away my ability to impact my community and my city in a positive way? How would you distill what this is all about into one sentence for them so that they can understand that this isn't really all about unknowns. This is actually providing more surety for the path forward. And that's how I see it, but in your own words.
Yeah, we heard through the our evolving infill engagement process as well as city plan that our planning toolbox is cluttered and does not provide the clarity. And by removing these plans and making it clear what we are using to make our decisions is making it clear for council. It's making it clear for residents. It's also making it clear for industry and also administration in their review. The cluttered environment that we have right now does not instill trust in our decision making, and this clears the path and makes it transparent in how we make our decisions and bring recommendations to council.
That's great. I put a lot of semicolons in that sentence. Okay, so and lastly, maybe some communities are saying, well, we don't want any part of it. Can we opt out? And probably the answer is no, because all that does is add unneeded layers of complexity. And I heard the word equity, but really the equity is in the fact that everyone will still have a city councillor, they'll still have community leagues, they'll still have the ability to advocate, correct?
That's correct, Councillor Paquette, and they'll have the ability to be involved in any public hearing process similar to this evening, as well as the engagement processes leading up to any of those individual applications.
Yeah, okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Any other questions before I go to Councillor Zadek for an amendment? Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'll read in my proposed amendment. The bylaw 19725 be amended by deleting line 18, bylaw 7961 Elsinore Neighborhood Structure Plan from Schedule A of bylaw 19725, and that the proposed repeal of the Elsinore Neighborhood Structure Plan return to the August 17th, 2021 City Council public hearing after Council considers the rezoning for the vacant site currently zoned RF2 in the southeast corner of the Elsinore neighborhood.
Second. Thank you, Councillor. I'm just going to ask Mr. Johnson for some interpretation. Again, not to start the hearing, but is there Is this satisfactory to reference and tether to the other process from your perspective? Should we reference the land, or should we reference the report? Because these things could cascade into each other if the other one doesn't go, within the period of time here. So just wanted to run this by you for any comments on more on form.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, it's a good question. I was comfortable with it because it talks about only council considering. That doesn't mean that they actually make a decision on that. It could be returned back, it could be defeated, it could be any number of options, amended on the, if possible, on the fly. So the word considered gave me comfort with it. But I do see your point about talking about the report rather than the site.
Okay, well, think about that, and if you want to suggest some alternate wording there, or tell us that it's fine, and if we can come back to that. So think on that. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Okay, Councillor Zadok, the motion's in order, and you can go ahead and speak to it now if you'd like.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll be quick. I'll first just indicate that if there's a proposed alternative wording, it will likely be friendly. This was mostly generated from the administration once I engaged on this topic here. So to be really quick, noting our deadline, I think a lot of the information and reasons for this proposed amendment have been teased out through the speakers and questions of administration. I would just kind of conclude, and I'll speak more to it at closing if there's if other councillors bring up points. But some of the criteria we talked about for repealing these area plans was that they no longer will be guiding development. And I would just say that in this instance, there's a decent sized, well, I don't want to keep talking about what's coming up in 2 weeks, but it's really, the timing's not great for two independent and completely separate processes. And I think in the spirit of just transparency and clarity to the public, it would just make sense to consider the repeal of the structure plan at some future point when there's not an active application for rezoning. And I say active application because it's been received, submitted, paid for, considered complete, and scheduled for our consideration. So it's not before us now, but it's in the queue. So it's hard to, I think, just to be clean, we should just postpone the repealment of Elsinore until it provides some direction in the near future. And I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Zadok. Questions? Can't see a speaker's list. Speak up if you've got questions on it. Debate?
Oh, sorry. I was trying to sign in.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Paquette.
Thank you. Okay, so I think I understand what is being asked for. I guess the question for administration would be, does this, I guess I'd just like a response to this, and if it's deemed necessary.
Councillor Paquette, if the motion's deemed necessary, I think that's probably for council to weigh in on. But we brought forward the Elsinore plan as part of the repeal and believe that there's adequate, even with it being repealed, believe that there's adequate policy direction within our existing policies for us to be able to add, to review the application as it comes forward before the land, before the public hearing.
Yeah, okay, thank you for that. And that was a good save.
Thank you. Maybe Councillor Cartmel, if you could take the chair real quick, actually.
I have the chair.
To Mr. Johnson, doing this one way or the other, in your view, wouldn't prejudice the other separate hearing?
No, again, I believe we're okay on that. If you want to be truly safe, I would probably recommend you just add a period and end the motion after the date of August 17, 2021. Then all you've simply done is put this one off to a further, almost like a referral, except it'll need to come with its own report and bylaw, of course.
Oh, but untethering the other report, but schedule it, I mean, deliberately, we understand.
Deliberately schedule it later on, yes.
But don't cross-reference them.
Yep. Yeah, if you want to truly be clean.
Yeah. Would that be satisfactory? I mean, I think it achieves the intent, but does it in the cleanest possible way. Does that work for you, Councillor Zadig?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then I'll take the chair back.
During the chair.
Thank you. And if that's a friendly adjustment, then effectively we're severing it, postponing it to come back in a couple of months. Then speaking to it.
I'm good.
Councillor Zadig to close.
No.
Okay. Please vote on the amendment to sever that one and have it come back August 17th.
Madam Clerk, no for me.
Can you unmute me? Apologies, eScribe is just having a moment. If we can just take a minute.
Do you want me to roll call the vote, or?
That might be best.
Okay. Just call up my little cheat sheet here. Councillor Banga? What say you on the amendment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carmel?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Katarina?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Zadig?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Essinger?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Knack?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor McKean?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Nickel? I think he may have dropped off the call. So, Councillor Paquette?
Needless, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Walters?
Yes.
And I am in the affirmative as well, so I believe that carries 10 to 2. So that amendment has passed. Are there any other questions for administration? Okay, we're at 12 minutes to the previously selected time, but we're potentially in the home stretch here. So I will call for new information, and we'll check back in about 10 minutes and see what you want to do. But under new information, I'll call the speakers who, well, actually, I'll start with Mr. Summers.
Am I good to go?
Yes, proceed, sir.
Perfect. I'll be super quick because I know the time is tight. I just wanted to come in on support of this. I realized it was on tonight and came in late. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. These plans are really relics of a different era that really prioritized single detached homes and auto dependence and the isolation and exclusion and climate impacts that really comes with that. And, you know, my own Grote estate plan, which came up earlier, is from 1977 from my neighborhood. I was 7 years old at the time, and while I don't keep careful track of these things, I must be at least 30 by now. So, you know, these plans, they really just mislead and confuse citizens about what they are and what their intent is. They don't really matter in council decisions. They don't matter to administration. They're not used anymore, as you all know from being involved in these things. And so I think that getting rid of them, I mean, they serve no meaningful purpose in governance anymore, and getting rid of them is the right thing to do. So I'll just say that removing them is good planning. There's a lot of work to be done, and I think that there's still a lot ahead of us in terms of getting our zoning to an efficient and effective place that can help us be a competitive city, that can be a great place to live, that helps with housing problems, it helps with climate change issues, and so on. And moving through this quickly is really important. And I'll just mention one last thing on engagement. There's been years of engagement through the infill roadmap, through city plan, and so on, that are all part of this. And so, you know, not every step needs years of engagement. This is part of that process. And I think that you're safe to proceed on this with the engagement that's been done. Not everyone will have had their say, but everyone has had an opportunity if they've been engaged. So thanks for the opportunity to speak, and good luck with getting done tonight.
Thank you, Dr. Summers. Any questions? Councilor Walters?
No, I think I was on from something before.
Okay, noted. I see no questions then for Dr. Summers.
Sorry, Don.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Councilor McKay.
I just wanted to ask Bob, because I know in my experience, ARPs can give a false sense of security or a false expectations to communities. And is that sort of what you're getting at, that they've been somewhat misleading as well? I know that some communities have put in hundreds of volunteer hours into these things, and they feel very tied to them emotionally, and then along comes a development proposal that doesn't fit exactly, but may fit a broader city plan, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I think that you're absolutely right. It's emotional in that everyone's emotional about their home area. I mean, even I'm a huge fan of infill. And when the houses across the street were torn down, I was like, oh, what's going in there? You know, it's just this reaction. It turned out great. It's fantastic. I'm very supportive. But you're right. And people turn to this document and they see it as a legal document, legally binding. And they feel cheated when they come to a council hearing and the decision goes against what they see in that document. But it's a good decision, often in council. It's based upon policies that have been developed in the decades since. Things have changed. But I think that we give these plans a status that they shouldn't have by leaving them in place. We say that they're legitimate and that they're meaningful when they're not. I haven't seen them matter, and I watched, quite a few of these hearings. I mean, even earlier tonight, there was a decision that went against the plan, and it didn't, in that case, support the developer. They're just ignored, and so I think they give a false sense, and they actually create a lot of resentment. If we were just honest, take them away, and send people to look at other policies and documents, I think that's a much more honest approach, and it's a better form of moving forward.
Yeah, thanks a lot, and love the hair.
Thanks.
That and the sweater's got a Lebowski-esque quality to it, which fully respect. I see no further questions for Dr. Summers. So is there any new information from those who had registered in favor? Maybe just use the raise hand feature or speak up. Assume none, no new information then. And then from those opposed, any new information which arose during the public hearing people wish to address? Okay, I have Ms. Forbes and Ms. Zubat who've raised their hands so far. Anybody else? Okay, well, let's start with Ms. Zubat then. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I would disagree that that the plans are no longer of any use to communities. I think maybe perhaps if they weren't created by the communities, maybe they're of no use. But our Park Island plan has just as many recommended actions in it that the Community League and the community is supposed to implement as the city. I think what you're saying is that city plans, city neighborhood plans are irrelevant because the city goes off and does what they want anyway. But when the actors are the community themselves, they are responsible for implementing that plan. And that's why we cherish our plan probably more than most neighborhoods would. And I think that's the way to do it, because that's where you activate the plans. If you get people creating it and feeling responsible for creating it, and there's more to building buildings in neighborhoods. There's also building community. So we mustn't forget that. And that is totally non-existent in what I've seen about the district plans. And that is a huge loss to this city, a huge loss. Secondly, the other point I would like to make, it was asked, what is the risk to neighborhoods if you do away with community plans, area plans? The risk is the consultation. Now there's going to be no requirement other than the 60-meter radius to give notifications, right? It's no, if you're appealing, if you have to change a plan, you need to notify the whole community. It's recognized that it impacts the whole community. So that to say that there's no difference is wrong. There is a huge difference. I think you don't understand. Honestly, I don't think you understand the importance of working with communities as community builders. You're basically saying your plan is of no use. You are of no use because if you're not an outside investor coming in to work on your community, you're of no use. Well, I'd say that people who live in these communities, work and play in these communities, are the people that make the communities happen. And often, yes, the investors play upon that and take advantage of that. But I think what the community plans do, as well as it says what is going to be the pattern of redevelopment. So for Park Ellen, we concentrate our density around the most attractive place in our community, around the park. That's unlike most city policies that say it should go on the transportation corridors, the busiest, least friendly place to live, work, and play. So I think we would totally object to any redevelopment that came into our community that was against our existing plan and our existing pattern of redevelopment. We welcome higher density around our parks where people can enjoy that green space. So I'm very upset and I'm very disappointed that you would even consider doing away with some unique plans. Successful communities have relied on those plans. Park Ellen will probably retain their plan. I hope they do, because it's a guide for our community as well as the city. And it's our communication tool with people externally. And it has attracted businesses to our neighborhood. It has, I know. People have told me. They've read the plan and said, that's for me. So I really wished you would, and at least listen to Park Ellen, because we are city builders. We will implement our plan if we're behind it. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Subban? Councillor Zadick and Councillor Banga. So before we get to questions.
Not me.
No?
Mr. Mayor, I'll move to extend to complete this item.
Okay, thank you, Councillor.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Knack. Any objections to extending to complete? I think we're just about there, but not quite in the next 2 minutes. So hearing no objection, then we'll extend to were there questions for Ms. Subban? Or the list was residual from before? And describe hangover, if you will. Okay. I believe I did this out of order. I apologize. Ms. Forbes?
Thank you. So I respectfully disagree with city administration that there will not be a gap. If there's going to be no gap, then why are they even bothering to create district plans? There needs to be plans in place in order to prepare and give consideration to proposals that are coming forward. I actually think that the amendment to withdraw the repeal of Elsinore as a standalone from among the 75 plans proposed for repeal clearly demonstrates that there are instances that will arise between now and the date at which district plans are implemented that need consideration by existing plans. I think that it's disingenuous to make an argument for a single plan within the stated considerations that is not extended to all the rest. I also think we need to give very careful consideration to the discussion about Inglewood, because it's very clear that there are complications and difficulties with foresight. Decisions are made that have implications down the road, which are not clearly evident today. So I am going to caution strongly against you repealing plans at this moment in order to create a convenience while preparing district plans. I believe you're on mute, Mayor Iverson.
Thank you, Ms. Forbes. Are there questions for Ms. Forbes? Seeing none. Is there any other new information? Hearing none. Would someone care to move?
Mr. Mayor, I think you have two hands still.
Do I?
Yeah, my hand's up.
Jelena and Ms. Hardstaff.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I can't see those on my screen. So we'll hear from Mr. Jelena and then Ms. Hardstaff. Mr. Jelena, go ahead.
Thank you. I mean, I do appreciate Councillor Zadek proposing that motion and getting it through so that the Elsinore plan can stay in place. I did make reference once before about, you know, throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I hear the comments made from some of the other community people indicating that their plans are also relevant. And I don't doubt that there are probably other ones that are relevant. I've been right through the Elsinore plan from cover to cover, and I definitely believe it's relevant. And I know that it does not conflict with the City of Edmonton plan. I also look at the planning process that developed not only the city plan, but the whole infill strategy. And I know there were comments that were provided by the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues, and some of their recommendations were just not followed through on. You know, so you got to wonder about some of the engagement processes that are out there. And when it comes to having gone through the community league to get input, well, Baturn doesn't represent Elsinore, and Baturn is the only community league that exists. It encompasses all the other little guys that are in that north area, but it doesn't speak for Elsinore. So when they saw that plan, they said, oh, no big deal, doesn't affect us. Yeah, fine, no comments. But boy, when we found out about it, we sure started making noise. And I didn't actually get a petition together, but there's 239 residents of Elsinore that are probably ready to sign one. And like I said, I appreciate the fact that Councillor Zadek was able to put together the motion to at least allow the Elsinore plan to see it through to fruition as per the outstanding application. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. John. Any questions on this new information? No? Okay. I've also got Sharon Bolton and then Jan Hardstaff. So just going in the order that I had people originally registered here. Ms. Bolton, go ahead.
I just wanted to make a little comment to a comment that Councillor Paquette made about the fact that even with the repeal of plans, citizens will still have the ability to advocate, but we don't have the ability to advocate effectively because city administration does not listen to us. And that really needs to change. Citizens through their community leagues should have at least as much say in this whole process as industry does. And I'm short and sweet, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Bolton. Questions for Ms. Bolton on her new information? Not seeing any. Ms. Hardstaff.
Thank you. Well, one of the comments that was made tonight was that the Park Allen CDP or the Community Development Plan was like a security blanket. We just can't let it go. And that's just not the case. I feel there's a bit of gaslighting happening with Park Allen and even just mature leagues in general. We totally realize that there's things in our plan that need to be updated. We went through our plan and reviewed it. There were things that have been completed, but there's things that we've been doing that need to be added too. So it's not about that. It's about being involved in the future district plan. And the city plan in the preamble says that it's not just about building buildings. It's about preserving the values we have today. How are you going to know what those values are if you don't ask the people who live in these communities? Because the city plan needs to be a plan for the people who live here, not just for the next million. And so this is the problem. I think we need to start listening to the people who live here. Don't be afraid of us. Honestly, we're really passionate. We work really hard. We work together with you. Just think what we can do. So that's number one. The second thing is, you know, we keep getting little bones thrown to us, like an online survey or this new district information sessions. There's going to be, you know, in 2 weeks at the end of June and the beginning of July, you can sign up for a lunch hour session and ask your questions to a district planner. I can tell you that in the last few months, I have learned more about the city plan and the city planning framework and district planning than I'd ever want to know. In fact, I know a lot about what Calgary's doing so that I can compare the processes. I just want to be asked to be involved. We should be city building partners. We know our communities well. We know our strengths and our weaknesses. And I think we should be able to incorporate that into a city plan. The second thing, another thing is the zoning bylaw. I have read the residential zones discussion paper and the overlay discussion paper. And I know that we're going for citywide zoning. So we can build the same thing anywhere in the city. You can build the same thing in a new farmer's field that you can build next to an info home. We're going to have way higher builds. We're going to have way more intensive builds. And this needs to be communicated to people. People have no idea what's coming. You should be informing people. What seems to be happening here is a lot of engagements happening with industry. And we sort of find out about it when we get to provide some feedback. But that's not fair. I think people who live in these communities should really understand, because there is risk being transferred to them. We see, you know, just think about it. You build an infill home, you disturb the soil around you, and then you finish, and then another infill home gets built next to you a year later, and the soil's not settled in it, and the excavation fails. It's almost foreseeable. Well, it is foreseeable. The other thing about budget for engagement, you know, there's not enough budget for engagement. So we just throw communities and citizens, you know, something, so that we can say we engage with them. You know, the city spent 7 years doing an infill roadmap with industry. They spent 11 meetings in 2020 to talk about our plans and developing a plan repeal matrix to decide whether to repeal our plans or not. Why did they not just ask us? Why didn't they work with us to do that? I just find that, I'm telling you, council, you need to understand that citizens, when they start seeing what's really coming, there's going to be pushback. Because I see it now and I'm afraid. I'm really worried about it. And it's not that I want to keep my community the same and never change it. I totally see the change got to come, but it's got to come in a orderly fashion. People have to have their interests protected. There needs to be a democratic system, and there needs to be equitable engagement. And that's how I'll end this. I just think this is headed in a bad direction. And it's not about trying to just keep the past and not go forward. It's not that. It's about going forward with everyone, so we all build together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hardstaff. Questions? Ms. Hardstaff's new information? Any other hands up for new information?
Sorry, Mayor, it's Diane Forbes again. I just maybe had one closing thought, because Jen raised a point about budget.
Hold on.
Yep.
Sorry. I have to do a whole other round of new information, and that would be at the pleasure of council, which quite frankly, I don't think.
Well, I'm offering a solution.
Put it in an email. I'm sorry. We can't just do rounds and rounds and rounds of new information. I'm sorry. You had an opportunity to provide it. I realize another thought has occurred to you. I welcome you to write to don.iveson@edmonton.ca. I will share your suggestion with my client.
Thank you. I will do that.
Thank you. Anyone else who hasn't spoken on the first round of new information? Are there any hands up that the clerks can see or colleagues can see? Okay, then I'm going to assume that we have heard a full round of new information. And if there are no other amendments or questions needing to be asked of administration, then I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Councillor Knack.
Second.
Not all at once. Councillor Zadig, I think, got the seconder on that. So the Knack Zadig connection moves closure of the public hearing. I think that was a jazz group in the 80s. Please vote. Is eScribe working, or do we need to roll call?
I believe eScribe is working, yes. It's on its way.
Let's try it. Let's try it.
Awesome. We're just looking for Councillor Katarina and Councillor Paquette.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. And we have Councillor
Yes, as
Katarina as well.
well, Madam Clerk.
Excellent. It came through at the last second there. We have 12 votes. Thank you.
Display the vote, please.
Still hasn't come through, though.
That's carried unanimously. Would someone be so kind as to move first reading of the 3 bylaws?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor, I'll move that.
Thank you. Seconder?
Second.
Councillor Zadig. Okay. Speaking to it, Councillor Knack.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I want to start by acknowledging that I will be moving a subsequent motion specifically in relation to engagement for district planning afterwards. Because I do think that what I've heard today, both from the submissions from members of the FCL who are here in support, but with that significant caution, as well as some of the members that we've heard in opposition, I think we do need to be willing to invest in that, because I would argue that for many of our other plans, for many of our other big moves, our infill roadmap, city plan, there was an extensive amount of engagement that I think in many cases brought people along. And so I'm comfortable repealing these plans right now with the expectation that we will, at the appropriate time, and the subsequent will ask for the options for how we really enhance that engagement in a couple of months, with aligning with the report that we heard, because I don't think it should just be information sessions, as we've heard today. I do think it's really critical to have people involved in that process, because I do think that if we do it right, like we've done on, maybe this is, I'm biased, but I like to believe that the infill roadmap, the city plan, all of these other pieces had a lot of support because we spent time doing that engagement. So I don't feel it's unreasonable to approve these plans now for repeal, recognizing that in particular, there's one very passionate community, and I don't want to speak for them. I see Councillor Walters is there to probably speak to that. I'll speak for the communities that I've been fortunate to represent. I feel very comfortable repealing those plans now, with the assumption that we will then actively work with them in partnership with all of the partners, right? It's not just one group at the table, which is, or it shouldn't just be one group at the table, it should be all partners together. So I think it is time. I mean, in the case of the plans in the West End, all of those neighborhoods have been developed. So I think it's very appropriate to repeal those plans now and then work together with other community, not just community leagues, but community groups and organizations and stakeholders to develop the next phase of what those communities will look like over the course of the next 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years. I don't feel, I'm not worried, again, speaking for the communities that are in this ward, about what will happen between now and that point in time when the new district plans are in place, in part because they are all fully built out communities. And they're probably a good 15 to 20 years before you'd start seeing much in terms of changes, in terms of the life cycle of when those homes were built. So we've got time to get through that. And I'm also confident in many of the other documents that we have in that interim over the next year that can suffice, that can satisfactorily cover what we need to. So recognizing that I have a subsequent motion specifically related to making sure we have detailed options around engagement, I'm going to support this now because I think it's the right time to do it. And I think it's also important for us to make sure we're doing the right amount of engagement and the right type of engagement. And we shouldn't be only doing the limited amount because we're worried about the budget. It's better for us. We talk about in every other public hearing when there's often a lot of opposition. It is far better to do that engagement up front than it is to wait until we come to a public hearing and we have to spend many, many hours responding because we didn't spend enough time at the beginning. So I want to thank also administration for all of their work on this. Again, there's been a lot of folks here who have also thankfully stayed with us through the entire time. So thank you for your abilities to create a good series of plans. I'm losing my ability to speak, so I'm going to stop talking now too. I support this plan and subsequent coming soon. I'm not being thoughtful anymore when I speak.
I'm picking up what you're putting down, though. I get where you're coming from. Councillor Walters.
Thanks. So just try to be quick. I think the repeal of these plans has been signaled pretty vigorously now for years. Was one of the action items in the infill roadmap, and I know the language was a little more open-ended there, as some people have noted. It's also a significant part of the city plan engagement. And I think it's been signaled in the constant amending of them to allow for, so in the 8 years I've been here, I've witnessed, good rationale for amendments to them to allow for, the city to grow more gradually and smartly through many of these neighborhoods with, modern zoning and modern housing products that I think are an important part of our city's landscape today and tomorrow, frankly. So I think this is the right way to go. And I wasn't willing, I appreciate and know many of the people here on the call tonight who have worked with in Park Allen and have great regard for them. Wasn't willing to single out Park Allen's plan for any sort of eternal salvation here. As admin answered my questions earlier, it confirmed for me what I've felt for some time is that we have, other modern policies that provide good high-level guidance for neighborhoods when applications are brought forward, and engagement processes around those as well, and the fact that we always forget that we have these very vigorous public hearings as well. So I will vote yes to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walters. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. Just briefly, I want to thank administration for doing this work. I mean, since I've been on council, it's been talked about and been signaled really strongly that this was coming and it was happening. And it's kind of surprising actually to see that the day is here. And I think that what we see in this is a way to actually streamline a lot of the things that cause a lot of frustration and even cost to the city and to residents. This is actually going to be a benefit as far as I can see it. And as far as the voice of the community, I don't see how this has changed at all except strengthened. Like I actually do not see it. I feel like maybe there are entirely different interpretations going on here. And from my perspective, this only strengthens the community voice by being able to work even more closely with their councillor to be more engaged that way and to be more active in engaging with administration, which I know is going to happen. That is something that's going to happen. Edmonton has not won awards for engagement for nothing. We're head and shoulders above the competition globally. And we've got the recognition globally to show for it. And so I think that there's a strong will on council and in administration to continue those kinds of efforts. And frankly, this is a city now of 1 million people. And the growth is, despite the economy, despite anything else, we know that when a city hits 1 million, the growth starts to become a little bit exponential. And this is something we're going to need going forward. So I'm really in support of it, and I'm really looking forward to Councillor Knack's subsequent. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Knack? Quit while you're ahead.
No, I shouldn't talk. I'm already behind.
Councillor Katarina? was.
I'm
trying
sorry,
to-
what, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I missed your question. What are we doing here?
Well, I was just checking to see if there were any other folks wishing to speak to first reading.
No, not to speak with, no.
All right. Okay. And Councillor Knack has declined the opportunity to close. Therefore, please vote on first reading.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Zadek. We are just waiting on Councillor Banga and Councillor Paquette.
Yes, for Banga.
Thank you.
Well, I keep getting bounced back to voting, so I'm a yes.
Perfect. Thank you. We have 12 votes.
Display the vote, please. And Councillor Walters, did you mean to abstain?
Oh, I voted yes.
Perfect. We will amend the vote.
Okay, in that case, it is unanimous among those present, meaning 12 to 0. Councillor Knack, can you also kind of do second reading?
I'll move second reading of items 311, 312, 313.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote on second reading.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
I'm also a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Thank you, Councillor Banga. We are waiting on Councillors Esslinger and Walters.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Perfect. We have 12 votes.
Display the vote, please. Carried.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move consideration of third reading on those same three items.
Second, and I want to speak to that quickly.
I don't know if consideration is debatable.
Not tonight it is.
You're kidding, right, Councillor Zadek?
I just want to encourage everyone to vote for consideration so that we can get 3 readings done in the same meeting.
Okay. Noted. Well, let's presume it's debatable. I see nobody else wishing to speak to the question of consideration. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. I have, perfect.
Yes.
That was it. Councillor Zadek was yes as well? Excellent. And I'm just missing Councillor Paquette.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have 12 votes.
Display the vote. Carried.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 19725, bylaw 19726, and charter bylaw 19724.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote on third reading.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
I'm a yes.
Perfect. That was Councillor Paquette. Excellent. And we are waiting on Councillor Banga and Mayor Iveson.
Yes, for me. I'm too tired to argue.
I vote aye.
Perfect. Thank you. We have 12 votes.
Display the vote, please. That's carried unanimously. Now, Councillor Knack, are you?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I sent the wording in, although I'm going to add one word to it just to make the intent very clear. So it's going to be that administration provide a report to committee outlining the approach and opportunities for additional engagement on district planning as part of a city plan implementation update.
So clerks have the location of the additional word additional in the proffered motion. A seconder for that?
Second.
Second.
Councillor Henderson?
Paquette got it first, really.
Councillor Paquette? Okay. Okay, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Knack, did you want to introduce the motion?
Just very quickly again, and thank you for letting me add that word. I want to make it very clear that the intent of this motion, for me at least, is that this will present a report of how we're going to do more engagement than currently planned for district planning. I heard that pretty clearly from EFCL. I've heard it clearly from other speakers. Ultimately, council will make a final decision when this report comes back on what that is and if they're willing to do that. But I think we absolutely need to make sure our community partners are at the same table as our industry partners, as other community organizations and groups as we work through the district plans. I recognize that work might be more technical in nature, but I think it's important to bring everyone at the beginning of the process and not wait until a little bit later. Even if all of the right intentions are there, the perception of bringing something that everyone sort of gets to comment on at the beginning of next year versus working on it through this year and into next year is something I think we really need to be very thoughtful about. So that's why I'm putting forward this motion. I think we need to do more than is planned. And if there is a budget conversation, we should be willing to have that for something as important as this. So that's it for me, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Zadig.
I'll be really quick. I just want to state my support for Councillor Knack's motion. I think engagement's really important. And there's that difference between perception and what we do. And I do think we do a good job. But when I read this motion, part of it's about modernizing or just staying on top of additional engagement in the future. And this would just ensure that we're always thinking about how not only we're engaging directly, but also how we're perceived to be engaging. And just making sure that as many voices are heard, because we represent a city of over 1 million people and we have our limits of our abilities, but the more the city administration comes forward with robust reports about community engagement, I think the better off we all are when we make decisions at this table, even if it's so close to midnight. And thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Well, Councillor Cartmel, if you could take the chair.
I have the chair.
So I really appreciate everyone hanging in, and I think this is an important culmination because, and I'm not going to rag the clock to midnight because I don't want to be, I've never chaired a meeting that's gone past midnight. I don't want to start now. So let me be also uncharacteristically brief. That I agree with what's been put forward by Councillor Knack and Councillor Zadig, and I think the district plans need to start from somewhere, and they start from the city plan, but they need to very quickly engage communities with local knowledge to be able to resonate and have folks have a sense of buy-in and agency at the district level and in their communities. So I think this is important to investigate and for council to have advice on what might be possible here to be able to really ground these plans. I think they're going to be great. I think if council can find ways to engage that won't please everybody, just to be crystal clear, then that will be a good thing. So I appreciate this motion. I'll support it. Take the chair back.
Return the chair.
Councillor Knack to close.
No, thank you. If you hope to be done by midnight.
Please vote.
Yes, Madam
Yes.
Clerk.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillors Katarina and Paquette.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Banga.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Walters. I'm just waiting on Councillor Essinger.
Come on, you scribe. There it is. It's midnight.
Apologies, just still waiting for Councillor Essinger. Oh, I'm muted.
Madam Clerk, are you still waiting on a vote?
Yes, sorry, I was muted here. Just waiting on Councillor Essinger.
Oh, I'm a yes.
Thank you.
Display the vote.
I thought e-scribe had turned into a pumpkin.
That's carried unanimously. Are there any notices of motion tonight? Thank goodness. We're adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
It's been
Thanks,
a long
especially
11 hours, but
for working so late.
thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good one.